Okay, I hit the
Joke.
button just waiting for YouTube to catch up with us, and there we go.
Yeah.
It's a YouTube.
And there. Okay, that should cancel that echo. So, uh, hello everybody. Hey, Pirate Kitty.
It's a pirate and a kitty. It's Pirate Kitty.
Hello. Hello.
Hi there.
How's
Fair
everybody
warning,
doing?
I have had Rice Krispie treats and pumpkin spice latte coffee for breakfast.
I was just gonna say Tria sounds hyper.
The Rice Krispie treat just kicked in. If I get too annoying, just tell me to tone it down. I can. I just like the feeling.
Oh, I don't know. It's just been a long time since I felt anything like that, but it's
I've
kind of hard to
found
be.
that I can kind of put myself in that place if I just want to bad enough. Which is why I said if I get annoying, tell me to tone it down because,
Mhm.
like I said, I can partially put myself in that place and partially control it. I think that's why I'm not sure I like alcohol, is because I can't control the feeling. The buzz is there, and I can't turn it off on my own.
Well, being a bit out of control is kind of the point of having too much alcohol, but
Yeah, I think that's why I don't like it. Is I like having the control. But yeah.
uh,
So tell me you've been doing more fun things than I have.
Nope. Nope.
You're no help.
uh,
We keep you anyways.
yeah, well, yeah, I'm kind of already gearing up for how to survive the family over the holiday season, which
Oof.
for me will be starting shortly and runs about 3 months.
Oi. I feel old.
And
Ah.
pretty much wind up with a family gathering about every other weekend from middle of November through the middle of January.
Our Dad Amber and I kind of just stick to ourselves.
Oh, got somebody hiding under the toolbar here.
uh
Hello.
Hi, kids.
Hello.
no. Jenny, your name. Oh no.
Well, it's true. No, my iPad is starting to give up. The screen isn't taking input very well.
Mm.
Uh.
Oh no.
Yeah, and they're kind of useless if the touch screen dies.
Yeah, I understand avoiding family to a degree. I love my dad and my sister, and like, I wouldn't say that we're okay with each other 20 being around each other 24/7,
Well,
but
who
we're
is
pretty
honestly?
chill. But my mom's side of the family, they haven't really contacted us in about 2 years, and I'm kind of happy about it.
Yeah. Well, as far as your dad and your sister, I mean, it's a whole different thing when it's people you're actually living with.
Hmm.
Well, yeah, and it's a whole different thing when you actually like those people.
Yeah.
It's a whole nother issue where you get there and you
Starts.
already want to go home.
Yeah. For me, it starts the middle of November because we have like my brother coming up for deer hunting, and it's like, yeah, there's another activity I never wanted to be included in.
Oh no. Do you have to go with them?
No, but it's just a question of at what point will I walk into the garage to be greeted by a dead deer hanging over my equipment.
Ugh.
Lovely.
Like,
Well, I
yeah,
mean,
I get
are
it.
you vegetarian or just
No, it's just
no?
when you're not expecting several hundred pounds of dead animals swinging from the rafters.
Okay, yeah, I suppose that's legitimate.
Yeah,
I
I mean,
lived for a
it's
little while where people did the hunting thing.
yeah, I did too.
And I don't have a problem with it with the people who actually use the meat.
Excuse me. Right.
Although, quite honestly, I went and calculated out for my brother what he spent on the permits and the ammunition and all the stuff, and it's like, yeah, that venison wound up costing you something like $15 a pound.
Whoa. At least when I go salmon fishing, I catch three or four of those suckers, and that's good for, oh gosh, almost 20 pounds of salmon meat at $7.50, and it sure doesn't cost that much for a license.
Yeah.
I don't think it's quite that heavy a price for venison meat down here. But I do believe that the gator meat runs about that high.
Can
By the
anyone hunt
time,
gator?
huh?
Can anyone hunt gator?
No, you have to have tags. Depending on your area, I think the most that one of my friends ever got as far as tags went was like the most he got was 4 tags, and that was like a weird year. He got, let's see, his family one year, because there's like 3 hunters in the family, got 6 tags. But that year he himself got 4, and then his brother and his dad got 2 each. So that would have been 8 tags total.
Yeah.
For their family. We got the offer of free gator meat that year, but since we didn't know how to cook it properly, we didn't accept. But they cooked it for us and then told us we could put it in the freezer for a little while, and so we had that. Deer meat. The thing with deer meat is during hunting season, you can hunt as much deer as you want as long as you use the proper weaponry and you have the permit. Well, no, you don't have to have the permit. You have to have a hunting license. And a lot of times deer would stupidly walk into yards. And where I was, if a deer walked into your yard, it was fair game for shooting. Because we were right off the hunting grounds.
Yeah, none of that around here. If you don't have the right permit and tags, it doesn't matter if the thing walks right into your house.
Yeah, that's
you
why
can't do anything to it.
Yeah, that's why I said I don't think deer meat ran quite that high, but gator meat did, because you had to have the permits, the tags, the proper equipment. Because you can't just go and like use any old gun on a gator. You have to have the proper ammunition for it.
We're allowed to kill rattlesnakes if they're in our yard, but not out in the wild.
I'm not sure what the rules are on rattlesnakes around here. I'd have to check, because I think they're an endangered species.
Yeah, they're completely protected here too, except for that exception. They can
Yeah.
even bust you if you run over one on the road.
Oh, damn.
Yeah,
That's
but
bullshit.
in your yard it's considered a threat. So
Well,
I'm
how
in
can they
only
get
one of two
anybody for
counties.
running over one?
Well, I don't know. I guess it'd have to be seen by happen by somebody else. A snake is only 4 to 6 feet long,
Yeah,
so it's
Mm.
that's what I mean.
theoretically
I could see
possible
how
a lot
you.
of room on the road to get
Yeah.
around it. Whereas people aim for snapping turtles, which I've seen. It's pretty gruesome.
Yeah, I've seen turtles hit, and I just the thought of anybody actually aiming for them.
Well, what bothers me, I mean, I understand why people go after snappers. They're just everywhere, and if they're in a known waterway, a pond or something, and you want to go swimming, they'll take your toes. Um, but the people get in the habit of aiming for a turtle on the road, well, painted turtles and others that are not dangerous at all
Hmm.
cross the road too, and it's pretty hard to tell what you're going to hit when you're coming at them at 70 miles an hour.
Yeah. We got the snappers up here too, and I know what you mean. That yeah, they could take a finger or a toe off.
I know that at one point you weren't allowed to kill rattlesnakes when indigo snakes weren't so rare because the indigo snakes would take care of them for the most part. But I'm
Really?
wondering if that's changed. Yeah, um, indigo snakes are used to be pretty fucking common until people started being idiots and killing them because snakes. Um, and they eat rattlesnakes. They eat
Yeah.
rattlesnakes. They eat water moccasins. They basically they're essentially cannibals. They eat other snakes, uh, but they're extremely endangered because people will see them and just assume that it's a bad snake, and not realizing that indigos are one of the most timid snakes around. Like literally, they see humans and they want to go run and hide.
But they
Um,
me,
have no legs, so they can't.
me too.
well, but that's essentially it, though. Like a few people have been bitten by indigos, but usually it's because the indigo sees no other option except for to bite to get people to let them go.
Yeah. Well,
Um,
that's the case for most of the snakes up here. Aside from the water moccasins, most of the snakes up here will avoid people as much as they can.
mhm. Yeah, they're basically they just want to sit in their burrow, eat their food, and be left alone. It's pretty much it. Unlike like the rattlesnakes and moccasins around here, that are like, "Woo, I
Yeah.
don't like you. Attack now."
The water moccasins, anything moving in the water is fair game. They don't care
Hmm.
how big it is, they'll go after it.
Yeah, and water moccasins are uh, pretty terrible to get bitten by.
See, I'm in only in one of only two counties in Minnesota that has rattlers, which is
Really? I thought they
kind
were
of
more
weird. Yeah.
common across the state.
Nope, it's only because of the bluffs
Hmm.
around here, and typically you don't even see rattlers if you're on the north side of the bluffs. If you're on the south side, you do because they want a sun. But in the north side, that's always much colder.
Yeah.
They tend to avoid. In
We
fact, the
have some
state came
rattlers
through.
around here, but they're extremely rare.
The state even came through and cleared portions of some of the south-facing hills just to improve the habitat for the rattlers. So people also know just to be a little bit more snake wise if they're going to go hiking on a south face.
Hmm.
Oh yeah, we're taught from little children to, and it's not 100% foolproof, but we're taught to survey really quickly before we leave the house. And I still, as an adult, do it. You just look around really quickly because where I live, you could walk out of your house and have a 11-foot gator in your front yard.
No bueno.
Meh.
Yeah,
In my
Yeah.
particular part of the valley that we live, we're bear aware, although it's extremely rare for them to come down into the town or anything like that. There's everything around us is state land, and so it's wild. Um, and there are definitely bear that are known to hang out in the woods. And it's generally recommended that if you're going to go hiking, you take bear defense.
yeah,
Um, and that doesn't mean bear spray; it means weapons. And there's even been an occasional cougar that has been spotted.
yeah. Driving home a couple of weeks ago, I saw a pair of wolves on the road. And it's like you know, theoretically they've always been in the area, but that's the first time I've seen one up here.
I'd like to go to the Medford area in Wisconsin and see if I could spot some of the white deer. There's a population of white deer that have just gone crazy, and people have spotted like 8 or 10 of them at a time. They're not legal to shoot, and so we've done our own unnatural selection of them. And now that I just painted my nails, my dog wants to go out. Isn't that great?
Nah.
Cubby, you're going to have to hang on. Sorry.
Aw.
Oh, you meant like literally just painted.
Yep.
I was like, so are they dry? And then that was when it was like, oh no, of course they're not dry.
No, of course not, or else she would have just let the doggy out. Bow
Right.
wow.
No, I have to actually go out with him.
Ah.
Um, I don't have a fenced yard. I wish I did.
Mm.
Cub, lay down.
I need a yard. I need a fenced yard. I'd like to have a dog someday.
Yeah,
My dad and I built our backyard. It works pretty well, but yeah. Got some posts and dug holes and did the cement thing.
yeah. I'd like to have a dog, but I kind of feel unless you've got a yard for them to run in, it's not really fair.
I
I used to have a yard for him, so I
I
agree with that.
kind of have a yard, but like the way things are set up, uh if the dog got spooked or scared, it would not take all that much for them to find the busy street
Hmm.
that's a couple of houses down and wind up having trouble. So I just avoid the whole thing.
Hey, Perp, how much snow did you get last night?
Oh, we've hardly got anything here.
Oh, we got 6 inches.
Yeah, we haven't really got any significant amount that hasn't melted off the next day yet. And what we've got here will be gone within a couple hours. Because it's all bright and sunny out there now, so it's only stuff that's in the shade that's going to hang around.
That's the thing that always trips me out about the winter is it feels brighter now than it did in the summer.
Well, we're closer to the sun in the winter.
Yep. And if you have reflection off the snow, there actually is more light. I did wind up having to scrape the ice off my car windows the other night to drive home because it came down as rain, and then after the sun went down, it froze.
Someday, I would like to take a bunch of Floridians who have lived through Florida snow and actually place them in snow, and see how they react.
Bring them over to Iowa.
Yep.
In February.
Yeah.
Because
Overnight.
we do get what is technically snow, but it doesn't make it after it hits the ground. And Floridians freak out every time this happens. They're like, "Oh my god, it's snow!" And I'm like, It's no fucking different than having like ice form after rain. In us, like, and our streets get salted, so that doesn't happen because none of you know how to handle things. Like, hell, you can't even handle rain, even though you live here.
They salt your streets?
Yeah, they salt the streets because whenever
snow?
Because people don't know how to handle ice, and the few times we get ice out of the year, they go ahead and salt them to prevent the entire. Basically, it's to prevent like 20 wrecks as you leave the house because people do not know how to drive here.
Yeah, many years ago, my sister was down in Texas when they got a 3-inch snowfall and they closed the interstate.
That happened to Georgia a couple years ago. We had we got snow, and it usually takes me. I live 15 minutes from work, and at the time, my boyfriend worked 10 minutes from my work. It took him 2 hours to get to my work, and then it took us 6 hours to get home. It was just crazy how badly people couldn't drive.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, we always have that thing that, the first couple of snowstorms, people forget they drove in this stuff last year.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine that being like that, like, the entire year.
Yeah.
That's Florida. Especially Jacksonville.
Well, I can understand it if the people have no experience with it, but it's like, come on, people, you've done this before.
There's no way that 90% of the people out on the road haven't had experience with it.
Oh, sure there is. People who grew up in Florida?
Well, and it doesn't even take that much because you really only need 2 idiots out of 100 cars to screw up everything.
That is true, and I live in a highly congested area.
My thing is, it's like, how hard is it to realize, hey, something weird is going on? Let's just slow the fuck down.
One of the big things I miss about living in this rural area is that there aren't any really big, ballpark-sized asphalt parking lots where I can go and do donuts and have a blast in the slippery cold.
Yep. When I was in the Twin Cities, that's why I always did the first snowfall, was I'd just go out to the Target parking lot and spin donuts for a while. It's also a good way to get used to how your car's going to handle in it.
Mm-hmm. I was in the Twin Cities one year when they were having just a terrible, terrible winter. And Minneapolis couldn't keep up with the plowing needs, if you can imagine that. And there were literal ruts in the street where the cars would drive, that you would have to, turn and go up this bump to get out of the rut. It was so freaking dangerous. Oh man.
Yeah, well, Minneapolis has a new parking plan to deal with the snow now. Yeah, they printed up a bunch of signs: no parking this side of river, November to February.
Do the signs actually do anything though?
No, that was a joke, but you'd have to be in the area to get it.
That's okay. I thought it was a joke, but I wasn't quite sure. Hi.
That's basically telling everybody just to park in St. Paul all winter.
Gotcha.
No, my complaints about the snow and the rain is actually that people really technically do not know how to drive no matter what the fuck the weather is here. It just gets worse when it's raining or the not even an inch of snow we get when the snowflakes hit the ground and instantaneously melt.
Yeah. Yeah, Randolph is mentioning about having 2 sets of tires for his vehicle, and around here a lot of people have that.
2 sets of tires? What's that?
You know, winter
Jeez.
tires and
Snows in
summer
summer.
tires.
I know I was being sarcastic.
Oh, bitch.
These are people who can afford these swanky things like snow tires.
Yeah.
I used to be one of those
Pampered
people,
people. No.
and there's no better way to try to go through winter than with a set of four snows. I miss it badly.
It depends somewhat on the vehicle, too. I notice on a front wheel drive it's not nearly as big a deal.
I used to have an all-wheel drive BMW. That was just the most spectacular car ever built for the winter.
Hey, Diana.
My brother also had the same model, and in big snowstorms we would go out intentionally and look for SUVs who were struggling in the snow, because SUVs are no better in the snow than anything else, no matter what people think.
Well, the thing
And
people don't get is that
and we
four-wheel
would
drive does not help your braking.
exactly, and we would literally drive circles around these things. You know, they're going down in one lane, and then my brother would go up around them, cross past them, and then I would do the same thing, and we would just be like doing circles around them as we're going forward. It was just a blast. I loved it. This is when we were stupid kids, but we had a great time doing it. And I haven't felt safe in driving in winter since I got rid of that car. It was so good. First world fantasies.
Well, everybody was telling me living up here that I need to get a four-wheel drive, and it's like, no, I don't want to feed the gas to something like that.
Yeah.
So I got the little front-wheel drive hatchback, and I've done fine.
That was one of the big reasons I got rid of that car. Is the identical model, except two-wheel drive would get 25, 28 miles to the gallon. The all-wheel drive version got 18.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. That with the four-wheel drive, I would have probably gotten like 15 miles a gallon. The little thing I got gets, on the highway it gets close to 30. Around town it's about 25.
Dad's wanting to move somewhere where there's snow, and I'm just like, no, why? No. No.
Does he drive in it?
He remembers driving in it. It's been a long ass time. Something like
Hey, Randolph.
Hello.
40 years. It's been a long ass time.
Okay, Randolph, I think you need to mute the YouTube thing. Hey, Randolph.
Sorry, I'll do that now.
40 years.
I mean,
you guys, I'm gonna go take out my dog, so I'll be back in just a bit. Okay.
alrighty.
Okay.
Well, this seems like a very nice chat as always. Sorry about the YouTube there. I forgot to shut it off before I came in.
That's okay. Most
We've
people
all
do.
done it at least once.
Yeah.
Well, more than once for me. I'm still learning this stuff. So you were talking about tires earlier, and somebody had commented that it's more expensive to have more tires. It's actually, in the long run, it costs less because for winter and summer tires, like for my vehicles, here in BC, we get snow and then we get summer is nice and hot. The winter tires are a softer rubber, so they grip better in the wintertime. But they wear out faster in the summer. So then that's why we switch back to the summer tires, which has a harder rubber, and we get better control of our vehicles in both those seasons. And we do a lot better with this than just typical all season or multiple season tires that are kind of in between or have a combination of these two technologies. So I find that's what I do. And so if you have two sets of tires, they just all last twice as long. And usually a little bit longer, I find, because they don't wear out as fast. So I find in the long run it costs less. But yeah, there's a lot of people who look at the initial cost and don't think of the long term and aren't even considering the safety. And I think personal safety is one that is really hard to quantify with money. And so we do it for this. We get I learned to drive in snow that was 2 or 3 feet deep here. And so I quite enjoy driving in it. But what Jenny was saying earlier about people not being able to drive in there regardless of size of vehicle, I think is right. I agree with that because I've seen it here. I live in a city here in Greater Vancouver, one of the cities here that's particularly notorious for bad driving. And first day of snow, I just stay off the roads for first half a day because when I go out in the afternoon, I will see cars that have crashed into trees, into lampposts, driven into ditches, crashed into each other, all kinds of different problems. And so the bad drivers end up getting off the road by a matter of consequence of their bad driving. And everyone who's left after half a day is pretty well okay. So stay off the road so nobody crashes into me kind of mentality is what I do.
Yeah, well, that's what I meant about the first couple of storms around here. They find a lot of cars in the ditch and a couple of them in the trees and the fences.
There you go. Yeah, you got the same problem. So, yeah, are you close to Florida or are you somewhere else?
Who?
Purple rhymes with orange.
Oh no, I'm in Upper Michigan, so there's there's no excuse.
I think I'm the only one I think I'm in Florida, and I think I'm the only one who, I think everybody else is far northern than I am.
No, I'm in Georgia.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I didn't know if you still lived there because I know you mentioned it earlier, or if you were talking in the past. But yeah, okay.
Do you get a lot of snow in Florida, or you don't get any at all, or?
We get some, and that's kind of why I brought it up. When we do get it, people freak out. Even though technically it's no different in a sense than rain, because once it hits the ground, it starts melting automatically, pretty much. It's weather-wise, you can call it snow. It falls down in a solid precipitation, and therefore fits the meteorological definition of it. But it basically hits the ground and melts. So it's really no different than a rain. But people will freak out about it. They don't know what to do about it. Of course, a lot of them don't know how to drive in the rain anyways.
Yeah,
a lot of Floridians don't know how to drive, period.
Well,
Jacksonville is always in the top 10 worst cities in the U.S. drive-in. Check it every year. We're usually number 6 or 7.
Oh.
Somewhere around there.
Okay, so you really actually have a metric to say it's worse.
Yes. It's usually... I think there was 1 year I've been alive where it was not on the top 10. I go to Walmart. Walmart is 5 minutes away. Generally speaking, at least one person tries to defy the law of physics and tries to occupy the exact same space we do.
They're going for a Nobel Prize, are they?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes. It's bad.
I'd be interested in your reaction to this because I'm sure you don't have this kind of law in Florida. Then here in Canada, it's just in recent years they've made it the law that you have to have winter tires in the snow time and on the highways, and actually in the season. And they're looking at making it the case for all the cities as well. So that must seem a little bit unusual to you because you're not used to the kind of snow we get, I guess.
Yeah, it is, but it makes sense. Kind of like a lot of the state is trying to outlaw, what's it called? Because it's still in some cars where the brakes lock if they get too wet.
ABS, automatic brake system.
Yeah, they're trying
that actually prevents that. So it's the older technology they did before ABS. You had to pump your brakes, and it's nowhere close to what you get with ABS, which the computer does it very rapidly, and it is very effective at stopping on slippery surfaces compared to not having it. So it's quite a good feature.
Yeah, but the thing is that with it being wet all the time, the not computerized manual ones do actually cause accidents and wreck.
You want to get those outlawed. Yeah. That's dangerous.
Because it is wet all through the summer, essentially, and then it is wet through a good portion of, I guess you could call it winter. We get a few cold days here and there, but usually for us, winter it starts out at 60 in the morning and then gets to about 90-ish in the afternoon, and then
you're on imperial measurements. We're using metric up here, so the numbers sound very foreign.
Yeah.
No worries. It's okay.
Okay. Think of it as like you need a sweater in the morning.
Yeah.
And then you have to take the sweater off because it's way too damn hot and it's like a summer day. And then you need a sweater in the evening again.
That's a lot of variation.
With a couple of days where you do actually need like a coat. One or two.
No, actually in Florida they're wimps and nobody up here would be putting on a sweater for any of that.
Yes, but I'm trying to without doing the math, I'm trying to kind of...
She's putting it. You explained it very well. Actually, for removing those vehicles that don't have ABS, it also makes sense because one factor a lot of people don't consider is a vehicle with ABS can stop a lot faster than a vehicle without. And so, if you have this, you need the vehicles to generally be operating a lot the same way because a lot of drivers have bad habits where they follow too close, whatnot. And a big one is following too close behind motorcycles. Those motorcycles can stop a lot faster than cars because they're smaller and people don't realize it. And then, so leave more following distance behind motorcycles if you can. You make it safer for everybody.
Well, and also, people don't know what to do with the huge puddles on the side of the road.
Drive into them.
Think, a lot of them don't, and they'll also slam their brakes.
Yeah. Oh, is that what you're supposed to do? That was a joke. I was making a joke about making a big splash.
It was good, actually.
No,
if you don't know what's in them, that can be dangerous. That can be a problem.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Well, we get that around here a lot because we get sections of road flooding.
Mm-hmm.
And just...
it doesn't get flooded, but there are definitely puddles. People... No.
One of the problems with puddles is if it's filling up a big pothole and you drive through it, you're going in and you could do some serious damage to your vehicle.
Yeah, the problem around here is that, you can't tell how deep they are.
Right.
It could just be 1 or 2 inches or it could be close to a foot. And until you get the car in there, you don't know.
Hey, as I left...
Converting that to centimeters right now.
Yeah, sorry.
No problem.
Sorry, Jenny. Sorry, Jenny, go ahead.
I heard you talking about tires. Did you talk about all-season tires?
Yeah, all-season tires, I don't use them.
Yeah, people should know about all-season tires that when a manufacturer is pushing an all-season tire, they're not talking about the tread design, which is what you're concerned about with in a snow tire. They're talking about the rubber compound and whether or not it will freeze and harden. They're talking about traction in terms of the stickiness of the rubber to the pavement,
Right.
not about how good of a tread pattern it is for snow.
Yeah, it's good you clarified that because I did kind of allude to that a little bit earlier by talking about the winter tires being a softer rubber that wear out faster in the summer.
Yeah,
So, yeah.
they sure do.
But they're all seasons. You're not allowed to have all season or multiple season on our highways here in the winter. They have to be winter tires.
Where are you?
Specifically.
Canada
Where are you?
land.
We get snow here.
Canada.
Canada,
I didn't
Canada
know that
land.
Canada had that regulation. Interesting.
Yeah, it's fairly new. It's in recent years it's been put in, and they've been at first they were only issuing warnings, but I think it was last year or they're starting it this year to actually start taking vehicles off the road if they don't have winter tires and there's snowfall on the highways. And they're looking at doing this, expanding it to the cities, as far as I know, which I think would be good because I see people with summer tires, snow, slipping around all over the place. It's bad.
The best tire you can buy for winter road is made by Hakkapeliitta or Nokian, and it's the Hakkapeliitta tire. They're absolutely spectacular. They're designed in Finland, and they tend to know a bit about snow.
Mm-hmm.
Hands down, they're just the best. But I have used, as my budget got worse and worse in life, I started actually buying these Firestone snow tires that were incredibly affordable and very, very nice. I mean, I wouldn't compare them to the quality of a Hakkapeliitta, but they were very, very good, and I would not hesitate to buy them again.
Yeah, the thing I find with tires is certain brands do work better with certain kinds of vehicles. So you have to make sure you get the right ones matched up with your vehicles. That's why I go to my mechanic does regular maintenance. Because I buy all the tires from them, they change the tires for free. And then since it's up on the hoist, I get them to do all the lube oil filter and everything too. So it's great. It's hands off. I don't have to worry about it. And I can focus on other things. But yeah, it's like when I switched from Toyota, I don't buy Toyota anymore because they have some ethical issues, and they got sued by our government as well for this issue. But they lost in court, by the way. But when I switched from Toyota to General Motors, I found that my mechanic recommended a different brand of winter tires, and it's more suitable to the North American vehicles than it is to the Japanese ones, and it did make a difference. Actually, it did work. So it's just a matter of, and it can change from model to model too, apparently. So I'm not sure what the reason is behind it, but I do find that it is certain brands can be more effective on certain vehicles, and that's what my mechanic has been recommending too. So
I would love to hear your mechanic try to explain that to me, because I think he would fail miserably. That's just a bunch of poppycock. Randolph, I don't know, you don't know me that well. I spent 45 years in the car business.
Okay.
Fixing and maintaining and building BMW race cars and stuff.
Cool.
That's just a bunch of hooey. A good tire is a good tire.
So I'm not saying they're bad, but I'm saying certain ones seem to be better, and that's been my experience in switching to a new brand when it came along. That it was better, and
there are better tires than other tires, but there is no such thing as a tire that's better for one model car versus another model car.
Okay. So
if it's a good tire, it's a good tire on everything. Then
my anecdote may be faulty, but that's kind of I go along with recommendations. They've served me well. I've had very good traction in wintertime. I also don't drive like a maniac, and that probably helps.
I do.
Oh yeah.
I've been on this one of those annoying things from your insurance company to monitor your driving. Because I drive so little, I've had to have it for a year. And so it's been a year that I haven't been able to drive for fun. And I finally got off the leash this month. Hooray! I can go 80 miles an hour again.
Why were you didn't do that voluntarily then, I guess?
Yeah, it was voluntarily to get a discount in insurance.
Oh.
And so for a year of misery, I got $26 a year, a 6 months off.
$26.
Yeah, $26. On,
Doesn't sound like very
on a
much at all.
perfect driving record, no accidents, no tickets for 40 years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've got a clean record too. There's people who've crashed into me. Once I did something wrong and bumped into somebody in a parking lot, so I reported to our insurance corporation right away, and everything was fine. They never ended up reporting anything, so okay, that's how it goes. But having a clean driving record definitely helps. Here, we'll notice a savings of hundreds of dollars on 1 year of insurance, which is significant. That's about 20. That can be about 20%. So
when I turned 65, my insurance went up from $65 a month to $95 a month.
What the hell?
Well, I'm an old person now.
So that's the whole insurance for your vehicle?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And here we're looking at insurance for vehicles. Although I'm commercially registered, it can be about $2,000 a year. For people with a bad driving record for the same vehicle I've got, they'd be up about $2,800 to $3,000 a year.
Wow.
Yeah, and this covers third-party liability up to $5 million and a whole bunch of different things like that as well. I don't know how extensive yours is. $65 a year doesn't sound like a heck of a lot of coverage, though.
That's for the bare minimum. The bare minimum requirements.
Okay, yeah. I think basic bare minimum requirement here is much higher. So.
Well, and especially even here,
Sorry.
if it was a commercial vehicle, it's automatically going to be higher.
Yeah.
Just because they assume it'll spend more hours on the road.
Yeah. Yeah, and because of liability potential, I think insurance companies also look at what is the possibility that there's going to be a competent lawyer at the other end. So when it involves a commercial vehicle, that possibility is much higher. They have actuaries who look into all kinds of different factors.
Yeah, I also wonder, just kind of a different cultural thing between the U.S. and Canada.
Yeah.
That I think people in the U.S. are more likely to sue.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we don't see we don't see a lot of people jumping to the chance to sue each other here. We tend to kind of work things out, and then things are fine. And arbitration doesn't really even get used all that much. It's usually the first step in a lawsuit, and the arbitration process can resolve things very often, and then it doesn't go to court. So and here in BC, our insurance is through government. It's a Crown Corporation. And they make it equal for everybody. But they're starting to change it to make it more on a per driver basis, which I think has some benefits. So that's coming down the pike. Compared to the other provinces, though, we generally cost less. But the reason is that people, when they compare, what they get is the full price of insurance here, and then they compare with other provinces which are privatized, and they're comparing with the quote they get from those insurance companies, which does not include the other government fees. And they charge separate for administration, they charge separate for license plates and for the little expiry decals and all kinds of different things. And then it all ends up costing more. And I know people who've come from other provinces to here, and they're surprised at how much less it costs. And it's a common theme that seems to happen again and again. And yet people in the media will report that we're the most expensive in Canada because our fee here includes all those extra things. So that's why I was curious when you say $65. I was thinking, are there other fees you have to pay to the government as well, or does that cover everything?
Well, I have to pay for the license registration of the vehicle.
Yeah, in the U.S., all of the insurance is private. And, so any of the extra fees for registering and plates and all would all be extra.
Okay, and those
I'm not griping about even paying $95 a month for insurance as much as I'm griping about it going up 50+% just because.
Oh, that's monthly. I thought you said it was $65 a year. Sorry.
No,
okay.
That's monthly.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Okay. That's more in line with what we're doing here. Okay.
Yeah.
That would be some really cheap insurance.
Yeah, I was going to ask about that.
A year.
Wow, what are the insurance companies skimping on?
That's an Xbox Live subscription.
Oh wow. Yeah, we've got some people here are pushing they want private insurance, and one of the local political parties here wants to get rid of our our Crown Corporation, our ICBC Insurance Corporation of British Columbia. It's called. They want to get rid of it, and when they were in power until the current government, they were trying to sabotage and destroy the insurance corporation so they could throw up their hands and say, "See, it doesn't work. We had to get rid of it." But the current one has found that what they've done is they've taken over $2 billion out of it to fund other things. So of course it's not going to work well. So we're going through a repair process right now and getting things back and running properly again, which will be good. But that party that wants to get rid of the private insurance, the public insurance, is and bring in privatization. It turns out that they're funded by a bunch of private insurance companies.
Of
Surprise,
course.
surprise.
And you know what's going to happen if they were to get it through, the rates aren't going to go down because they'll say, well, look, everybody's used to paying this much. That's how much we'll charge them.
Right. Yeah.
Privatization is one of the biggest lies in government.
Oh, I agree. We saw it. They privatized some other departments here. Like we have BC Ferries, which gets between Victoria Island and Greater Vancouver. And it's an extension of the highway. It used to be Crown Corporation. Since they privatized it, they've hired on a CEO who gets paid ridiculous sums of money, and they've increased rates, and they've added fees for parking, where parking just for short term to pick someone up used to be free. They're nickel and diming all over the place now, and the cost for getting over there now is twice what it used to be.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And it's only been like 5 years of this.
Can anyone come up with an actual example of where privatizing has saved people money?
No.
Yeah, you got to talk to
I
capitalists.
can't think of one.
You got to talk to capitalists about it, and the problem with capitalism is it's highly inefficient. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm sure somebody could make up a fake company that sounds real.
I think that happens all the time. But yeah, but I think there probably are some examples, but my suspicion is that they'll be far and few between, and they will be highly dependent on the people at the top being honest people with a high sense of ethical value, and are not out there to make money. They're there to serve the people. And see, capitalism to me is not compatible with the social democratic system that we have. You know. Yep. And I see a fundamental role of government is to be serving all the citizens and protecting the citizens. It's a trade-off. We pay the taxes, they protect us, they provide fire, safety, police, military to defend our borders from aggressors who want to take over, things like this kind of stuff, and health policies and whatnot. And so, it's their role fundamentally is to protect people. And private corporations don't have that interest. Like recently, like a couple of years ago, within the last few years, our federal government bought a pipeline that's not completely built yet. And there are people criticizing it, saying, oh, government shouldn't be in the pipeline business. And I'm thinking, if it's a private corporation running it instead of the government, then the private corporation is going to do the bare minimum that they can get away with to following regulations in order to save money. And then when there's a big oil spill, they'll blame it on somebody else. Whereas a government department owning it will actually take ownership of it. We've seen this pattern before. Again and again, our government departments tend to be very good at following the regulations for things because they're not profit incentivized for it. So
Tell me, Randolph, would that happen to be the pipeline up and around the shale fields down to North Dakota?
I don't know offhand, but it's a pipeline that involves British Columbia and Alberta, so Western Canadian pipeline. We have a pipeline here already, but it's very old, and so most of the new pipeline, as I understand it, is built alongside the old one. So it's not like it's cutting out a lot of nature. Now, there are some areas that it is, and I don't like this going on. One of my friends told me recently that they can take the bitumen and they can turn them into dry bricks and transport them that way right through all these pipelines on little devices with wheels, and it's quite efficient. And there's all kinds of interesting things that can be done that are not being talked about publicly. I'm thinking, wow, this would be a solution to preventing any kind of bitumen spills if you have them in brick form and just transporting them dry. A bunch of bricks fall out of a pipe, no big deal. Doesn't really hurt anything, unlike a spill. So I think technology's there. We just need to start utilizing it properly.
Well, it's just a question of the process of turning them into bricks, then, and
Yeah, I don't know.
what's required on the other end of that of then refining the bricks back into so they can
Yeah.
make it into fuel oils.
Yeah, I don't know what that
Um,
is.
The
Yeah.
Dakota Access Pipeline is already leaking.
Oh yeah.
The one that we had like such, and it was caught by a few news sources, but it didn't really go mainstream enough.
Oh.
But the Native American tribes, a bunch of them got together and were protesting the Dakota Access Pipeline before it was being built because they were like, it is going to leak at some point. Maybe not immediately, but it will leak and it will cause damage. And a lot of it goes through lands that are sacred to the Native Americans, and basically capitalism and big company and big oil said, nope, we're going through whether you like it or not.
Yeah.
So how
Well-
serious are the leaks?
350,000 gallons on the last one.
Yep.
That's killing a large area, isn't it?
Yeah, they contaminate a major river and basically
And
killed off everything in it.
It also
That's terrible.
contaminated Native American drinking water as well. It hit Native Americans a lot and nature a lot harder than it did anybody who's not on one of the reservations. Not saying that it didn't do any damage to anybody else, but the people who were protesting it were the ones that got hit hardest.
It damaged the areas that they specifically stood and said, look, if this leaks, this area is going to be damaged. And it did.
They were right.
Nobody's listening.
Yeah. But they ran it through the Native American reservations because there's less resistance there than running it through where it could affect white people.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, even though there was a treaty that said something like that would never occur.
Yeah, the U.S. government's appalling at its handling treaties with the natives.
Treaty with the Native Americans.
So is the pipeline privately run or is it government owned?
Yep, private.
Okay.
Private.
So now, if it was government owned, do you think they would be more on top of following regulations?
No.
There are no government pipelines.
Oh.
Yeah.
So we have them here in Canada. And you don't have any in the U.S. Oh boy.
No, in the U.S.,
Keystone...
anything to do with energy is privatized.
Yeah, here in BC, we have BC Hydro, which is a crown corporation, and but our next province, Alberta, it's privatized. And I was helping somebody with this recently, doing some consulting work, and I get odd jobs sometimes. And I was trying to help them find real estate for some cryptocurrency operation. It's related in that industry, but dealing with hydro there, trying to find out how to get power set up. We had to deal with three companies: one that does the power line, the power lines, one that provides the power, and one that sells the power. And you have to deal with all three. You can't deal just with one or two. You have to deal with all three. It's an amazing mess of a lot of different companies, and you go over one municipality and you have to deal with all different companies all of a sudden. It's like, wow. So here we've got it nice in BC. We just deal with BC Hydro, and it's one company, and everything's clear. So.
Yeah, in the U.S., there's basically 5 oil companies that pretty much control 90% of all the power things in the U.S.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
and
it's a very small number of companies.
And do you find it's messed up with the privatization of the power that you can deal with all these different levels of bureaucracy?
It's not messed up as far as the bureaucracy, but it's run the prices up.
Oh boy. Okay.
No,
yeah,
energy never was governmental. It was always private.
Oh, okay.
So there's no privatization that's occurred. It has always been private.
Well, there were at least certain cities, if not entire states, that did have, government-run utilities.
Oh yeah, we have government-run utilities.
That's one thing.
Here.
I'm just talking about the harvesting of the resources.
Yeah.
The theft of the resources from the people.
Yeah.
Well, I guess what I'm wondering.
My city is currently going through something where we're watching our utility, our JEA, we're watching them try to sell off the company. The city owns the company, and the city is trying to sell it off because it's not making any profit for them. And so they want to sell it to a private company. And all of us are screaming no at the top of our lungs. But what does the city government care as long as they make their money, right?
They're acting like a private corporation.
Oh, yeah. A lot of the deals that we get, I am 99% certain that they are that the city is treated like a business on the property of the First Baptist Church downtown. I'm sure that all of that's intermingled. Nobody has any proof, but I'm certain that that is what happens.
The most annoying thing to me about the Keystone pipeline, which is the pipeline that runs from North Dakota down to Louisiana area to the refineries, is that all of the oil that comes out of the shale fields from Canada and the fields from North Dakota and stuff all gets exported. Not one drop of it stays in the United States. And then they complain about, oh, well, we're dependent on oil from other countries.
We have
Well,
exactly the same stuff going on
what
here.
we have. It's
I don't know. It's
such total bullshit.
The same thing's going on here. People have exactly the same complaints. It sounds like you're talking about Canada. I'm wondering if maybe the governments are working together on it. The politicians in Canada and the U.S. are working together.
Well, of course they are.
But I mean, to the point where they're trying to keep this from being known, that like the idea is to blame the U.S. for taking it, and then I guess the U.S. maybe there's some blaming of Canada for some stuff. And if they keep us blaming each other, then we don't see what's really going on.
We don't blame Canada for anything. We always blame Mexico.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. It flows
No,
in one direction. Okay.
That's the odd thing that I've never really understood about the way trade is worked. Is like we produce oil, but we're always talking about the value of oil futures. Hold on a second.
So maybe South Park needs to update the Blame Canada song to Blame Mexico?
Okay, Dr.
Well, they are
Randolph,
brown, so
Sassy
they
wants you to
probably
know
should
she says hi.
Oh, hello, Sassy.
Okay.
Sassy atheist?
Hi.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Great.
Say when I feel like I can jump in with that, I will.
Yeah.
But yeah, no. We blame Mexico for everything.
Oh, that's too bad.
Anytime America does something that it shouldn't do, it's Mexico's fault. Canada does something it shouldn't do, it's Mexico's fault.
So this suddenly makes sense as to why the idea of building a wall there is so popular. Because here, we're not aware of in Canada. We're not aware of the U.S. blaming Mexico for everything. Like we see a little bit about blaming for drug trade coming in, and that's about it. But we don't really see anything else like that. So that's actually quite insightful.
The U.S. especially right now, and please don't think that all of us think this way. Because
no, I don't.
Personally
don't.
I am actually very much open for immigration. I think that was one of the things that, even though we've done it incorrectly in the past, if we got things done correctly, that could be a great boon to ourselves.
Yeah.
But the thing is that right now Mexico is being pretty much blamed for everything by the Trump administration. Anything goes wrong, it's Mexico's fault. Trump's base loves this idea. It gives them somebody other than themselves to blame and a way to point fingers, because humans like to point fingers. And so anytime I try to talk with family members who are mostly level-headed people, anytime I try to talk to family members about how I dislike the wall and why, all I hear back is, instead of my normal level-headed family, is screams of build that wall, oh my god, the Mexicans are taking over.
That sounds like xenophobia.
And it's like, no, they're not. And in fact, you should know this shit. You're all, like, we all have, my family has an agricultural background. I'm like, our system would fall if we did not have immigrants. and you damn well fucking know this, and yet you want to blame immigrants for coming into the country.
Yeah, that's called xenophobia. It's a lot of people will say racism is actually xenophobia is the word, xenophobia.
Yep.
And it's interesting that continues to be, it's a type of discrimination as well. It's sad, really, because there's so much that Mexico and so many other countries have to offer. And they just, it's like people want to close the door to them, and just they're not interested. They think they know better.
And it's already had negative effects that the last 2 years, produce prices across the country have been up because they can no longer get enough migrant farm workers to harvest the crops. 20% of the crops rotted in the field this summer.
Oh, that's sad.
Well, and don't forget the trade war also hit the soybean industry as well, pretty badly too, which again is another form of xenophobia. So yeah, it's like this fear overtakes, this fear and this wanting to point fingers and blame overtakes any sense that people have. And Trump knows how to play into that, and he is using it to get people riled up because he knows that that's an easy way to get votes. And unfortunately, there are some really otherwise smart people out there who are falling for it.
Why do you think that is? Do you think it's family indoctrination or education problems or a combination of these things and other factors?
A lot of the family that I am talking about is getting up in age, and I think that their fears of getting older are allowing for other fears to creep in. They're not uneducated. They're not uneducated people. Now, this is not the entirety of Trump's base, but like I said, my family, I love them. They're sensible otherwise.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But somehow Trump is getting to them.
Well, a lot of it is propaganda, promoted a lot through Fox News.
Mm-hmm.
Are a lot of them? Are a lot of your family involved in evangelical Christianity or something like that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Ministry runs through my family. A lot of people are either directly ministering or are like assisting with ministry. I'm not sure if they're evangelical, but I do know that they are all conservative Christian.
They're pretty strongly positioned in it, I guess. It's very firm. Okay. Yeah, I noticed this here in Canada, particularly among evangelicals, that they're very much in favor of Trump. Even though we're in Canada, they can't even vote for them. They think Trump is great, and some of them are even saying we should join the U.S. now that Donald Trump is in charge because then everything will be better. And it's like, wow, no. We're our own country. We have our own rights and freedoms here.
No,
we have a proper legal system.
I'm kind of in the boat where I'm almost like, if Canada decided to do a hostile takeover, I mean, I'm sure there'd be some trade-offs, but I'm not 100% sure that wouldn't be a bad thing.
I have been actively promoting that Canada needs to annex the upper Midwest.
Yes, you have. And you make a very good case for it, actually. But my take on it is like if we started taking over another country and then that country asked for other countries for help, the other country's probably initial reaction, this is April 1st Fool's joke or something. You got to be kidding. Canada's not attacking you. We could probably take over a few countries before the rest of the world finally caught on.
Well, I offered a trade that, Canada could take the upper Midwest and give the U.S. Quebec, because Quebec's going to be pissed off no matter which country they belong to.
Yeah, I'm not in favor of that. I think Quebec is a very important part of Canada, even though here I am on the West Coast. A lot of people don't realize, but the West Coast, Quebec has a lot of people who contribute by joining the military and joining the RCMP, and they put quite a lot into Canada, and they do a lot. They don't follow our charter, unfortunately, as the rest of the provinces do, and because they haven't actually joined Confederation, they can pick and choose technically. So, but what I do notice is they tend to follow most of the charter, because I think that way it doesn't draw a lot of attention to this fact. I think once they join Confederation, that will solve the kind of little problems that we're seeing. But, here in Canada, we have two official languages, French and English. And so we have it in our charter that we're protecting French-based culture. And so, it's actually very nice for Quebec. When it comes down to it, I don't think Quebec wants to leave either, because we provide a lot of support to them as well. It goes all the way across the country. We're all supporting each other, and quite well unified in that way.
Yeah.
Now, like compared to the U.S., I think the states, what I notice, each U.S. state seems to have a lot of autonomy that here in Canada, the provinces don't have so much autonomy. We're more in line with what's going on federally. So things tend to work a bit differently here than in the U.S.
I wonder whether we or not state autonomy should be thrown out the window. There's pros and cons to it.
I think you need to fix up your constitution. The constitution is really good, but I see a lot of amendments which look like afterthoughts. You need to somehow ratify that and probably make it a little clearer on things. Definitely, you need to keep freedom of expression and other human rights and things like that.
Yeah.
But I
that's
think
not a thing. But the reason why I say there's pros and cons to it
Yeah.
is you have states like Georgia and Ohio that are making really, really, really crappy laws against certain groups. Or for certain groups, and then you have other states, and then you have other states that are pretty chill and are like, let's try to keep everybody on as equal footing as possible. Let's look out for our state and have everybody be protected. And it's like, if we put everything on a federal level, it depends on who's in control as to whether or not you're going to have the chill, really great laws, or you're going to have the ones where it's like, we have to restrict the groups that we hate.
You need more unity, and you're not going to get it because you're so big population-wise compared to us. And what I notice about democracy, it's a great system, but as the populations get larger, democracy falters more, and the political parties tend to get polarized. And we see that in the States where you have two parties. Here in Canada, we have 5 major parties and a whole bunch of independents to vote for at our federal elections, typically. And so things aren't so strongly polarized here. Things are kind of all over the place. And people are quite open to talk about politics and not alienating people who don't agree with them politically. We're kind of used to that.
Sometimes you have to alienate people if they don't agree politically. And
we don't have that attitude in Canada. See, that's a foreign concept to us in Canada. That doesn't.
And I understand why, but you also have to understand. I come from a background where there are certain people who would actually cause harm to other people politically just to get their way.
Right. Yeah, and that's an extremely unfortunate side effect of having a polarized political environment where you have 2 major parties who are complete opposite is the way that you think.
Because I was talking with family members earlier where
I can't hear you.
You cut out, Tria.
So it's not me. Okay.
Yeah, Tria, I think your cat unplugged your
It's not
microphone.
just me.
Yeah, those cats, they do a lot of stuff like that.
The problem that we have with American politics is that things that shouldn't be political have become political issues. Human rights, human dignity have become political issues, and they shouldn't be.
And I think
politics should
pissing
be
in the toilet.
Yeah, politics should be about, who are we going to trade with?
Yeah.
How much money are we going to spend on the federal government? How fast should the speed limit be on the freeway? Not, does this person have a right to basic human dignity?
I heard you. I was on mute, but I heard you guys talking about um, an amendment. I didn't really pick up on exactly what amendment you're proposing, but
Oh,
that's not.
we're not proposing any amendments. I was just it was an observational point that I think if you're like wanting to like she was just talking about how she thinks that the states shouldn't have as much autonomy as they have, but there's pros and cons. And so I was saying, yeah, one thing that needs to be cleaned up, I think, is the Constitution, because I see a lot of afterthought stuff there with the amendments look like afterthoughts. And I think
I see.
probably you need to ratify things, keep the human rights and all that stuff, but you need to really kind of get things more unified before you can start taking those steps.
Well,
that's how it looks to me.
Were any of you following the elections that occurred yesterday?
Kind of.
I haven't really seen many results.
Well, from two different, one red and one mostly red state, we now have blue governors. And in Virginia, where they flipped the governor to blue, for the first time in decades, the Democrats now have a trifecta of both houses and the governorship. And do you know what this means?
No.
There is a very high likelihood that Virginia could become the 38th state to ratify the ERA, and it becomes an amendment.
What is the ERA?
The Equal Rights Amendment.
Oh, gotcha.
That we have been fighting for since the 70s.
Yep.
Right. I remember hearing about that.
This is monumental.
Wow.
Yeah, what's such radical ideas is that women should get paid the same thing for doing the same job.
No, that's not what it says. The Equal Rights Amendment just says that women have the same rights as men. That's all it says.
Yeah.
It's like one sentence.
The anti-abortion crowd will hate that.
Everything on the right hates that.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's why, like she
and
says, that it's been going since the 70s and it hasn't passed yet.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I was alluding to was the abortion laws. There were some
You mean anti-abortion laws?
Anti-abortion laws, yeah. The anti-abortion laws that were recently passed to try to overturn Roe versus Wade were cruel. They were they weren't even, they were like, let's make this as cruel as we think we can get away with.
It was very mean-spirited.
And let's try to overturn it. And that's why I say I kind of am a little bit wondering whether or not states should have as much autonomy as they do. Mm-hmm. But I also realize that if we were to give up state rights, then we would have the situation where we have now, where with Trump, where the states that are pretty chill would probably struggle to keep their those laws passed, because then the federal government would have a little bit more input as to what kind of laws each individual state can pass. That's why I said that there's pros and cons, and I'm a little bit, I'm not 100%, oh my God, let's get rid of state rights.
Yeah.
But at the same time, some of these states need to be put on a leash a little bit.
Well, I think what you need to have certain federal laws that can't be overridden by the states, and they have to be sanctified in a certain way, like stuff with human rights and all these constitutional amendments and things like that. You need to have some clear guidelines that those things you can't overrule them. Like the states are pro-slavery because in Georgia it sure looks like you're forcing people to take pregnancy to term. That's slavery. That's relegating taking away a person's rights just because of a health condition, because they're pregnant. And why should a pregnant person have less rights than everybody else? This doesn't make sense to me.
Oh, I agree with you. And I hate leaving this conversation, but I have family stuff that just came up. Nothing emergency, but I gotta take care of household things. Yeah. So, because I know I think I'm the one who took us down that path. So I feel bad leaving, but I gotta go. See y'all later.
No problem. Yep.
You took us down that dark road. No, I'm just kidding.
Take care. Have a good time with your family. Yeah.
Oh well, bye y'all.
Bye.
Bye bye.
Well, I think one of the differences too is that Canada just has several large provinces. You
Yeah,
don't have the
we're
problem.
not in the 50s, that's for sure.
Yeah, well, you don't
Not
have the
close.
problem of the differences between the small states and the big states having very different political agendas.
Actually, the province next to us, Alberta, is has a long history of farming, agriculture, and whatnot, and cowboy hats.
Yeah,
Where you have Texas, we have Alberta, and in that regard, so there are a lot of right wing religious conservative types there. My grandmother used to live there till she made 100 years and 6 months, and so I've been there quite a bit, and I do see the difference. Like when I was younger, my wife's from China, so when
yeah,
before we met, like when I'm there in Alberta, my grandmother never talked like this, but her friends did because it was common culture back then in the 80s and 70s, and then 90s as well. They had talked. They would talk using all kinds of derogatory words for people, racist terminology and whatnot. And when I brought my wife there, I was ready to tell them to stuff it if they were to use any of that kind of terminology, and which would be fine in Alberta because people will talk quite directly with each other there, and it's fine. But they. What I noticed happened is they inquired about what race she is, and then they were subtle about it, but they quiet just asked me on the side kind of thing. And then after that, no objections or anything. But what I noticed is all the racial slang for Chinese was excluded from the vocabulary, but for all the other races, still continued. Here in BC, these kind of attitudes don't prevail. It's not part of BC. It's very different. We don't have a lot of farming and stuff going on here compared to
yeah.
Alberta. So there's different things going on. So we do definitely see the difference there, but we don't feel divided from it here as a country either, though. I think we're kind of like one difference I think I notice is among Americans, like there's this expectation of conformity. Here in Canada, we don't have this, and I think some of it stems possibly from like what I've heard over the years characterizing the U.S. as having a melting pot policy. It's kind of a convention more than anything, where people will immigrate into the U.S. and they'll be expected to become Americans and be like Americans. Whereas here in Canada, we're typically come to Canada. Oh, what's your culture? Tell us all about it. And we're not expecting people to conform. We have our laws and stuff, but every country has that. Would you say that's a fair assessment of the U.S. From my understanding, or am I way off base here?
Well, I think that's probably a fairly accurate assessment now. I
Okay.
don't think the same thing was true 30 or 40 years ago.
Okay.
I think
You
it was
know
a
that.
different concept then. Like when you come here, you are expected to conform to a certain extent,
Mhm.
Yeah,
but like not to the extent that is seems to be requested or required by people now. You know, like this whole thing with let's just say the hijab, because that's a, a easily described thing. It's like,
yeah.
you
It
know,
does have controversial aspects here in Canada too, but I'm curious to hear what you have to say. Yeah.
what I'm saying is like, okay, part of your culture is to wear that, and as long as you're not forcing someone to wear that, and you come here, go ahead and keep wearing it.
That's the same here.
Ages ago. Now it's like, oh my God, you're here in America. We don't wear the hijab. You shouldn't wear that anymore, and it should be illegal.
Okay, so you've veered away from that course and we have not. Okay. Interesting.
Yeah, I really think that there is a lot more pressure on people to conform now than there was like in the 70s or 80s.
Okay. I can see that. Yeah.
That before it used to be that we'd have a lot of immigrant groups that would come and they'd kind of settle into their own little communities, and people were okay with that, and they'd, kind of have their own culture and that, and there
And that
wasn't
happens
such
here
a big
too.
deal about it.
Yeah. it becomes an issue here when somebody representing that group or saying that they represent the group is more usually the case, and they committed some kind of violent act, or they participated in some kind of terrorist organization abroad or whatever, and then of course then you've got a bunch of people who start labeling the whole group as a breeding ground for this stuff when it's really not the case. And unfortunately, we do have some people here who don't think very fairly or evenly about people, and they tend to draw people into groups and say, oh, that group, they act like that, they must be all the same, when here in Canada we know better than that, but we still have some Canadians who do that, unfortunately. And yeah, I guess it was probably like that before in the 70s and 80s for you guys as well, I guess, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
You're saying it's gotten a lot more extreme now where people are very intolerant?
Much more so. It used to be like the Deep South was, kind of always acknowledged to be that way. But now it's more nationwide that, the intolerance is more the general social thing than it used to be.
Yeah, the solution to the intolerance, I come back to the politics being so polarized and thinking, I can't help but wonder if that's had a major influence in this.
Oh, it definitely has. And, what a lot of people have commented on since Trump's been in office is that, okay, apparently this country was always a lot more racist than we realized, but people were ashamed of it and kept it quiet. Now with Trump's in office, people are proud to be racist.
In a way, though, that's not a bad thing because it helps people to know themselves nationally. And when it comes to freedom of expression, I hear people say, yes, but there should be a restriction on making racist speeches. And I'm saying, well, why? I'd like to know who the racists are, instead of them going underground and being like a pressure cooker unattended. And what eventually happens to pressure cookers, they can explode, right? So let them air their grievances now, and then we can have public discourse about them and hopefully try to convince them that, hey, you're wrong, or they can convince us that we're wrong. And I do wonder if people might be afraid that they may convince more people.
I think that's probably a good what they're worried about.
Okay.
Well, I would agree with you that I think it's better to have it out in the open. I think for a lot of people in this country, it was a bit of a shock to realize that there was still that much of it.
Do you think that's going to motivate a lot more blue voters to get out?
Well, that's our hope, but...
So one of the big challenges I think you have, and the reason why the Republican Party has a lot of success, is because it's very easy for them to go to a church group, and then the people running the church will get everybody riled up to get out and vote when it's time to vote. Whereas the blue side, the Democrats, seem to be not so well favored by church groups. So getting large numbers of people to get out and vote is a lot more work for them.
Yeah. Well, and what would really tip the balance is the idea that a majority of young people in this country really feel their vote doesn't count, so they don't bother.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the biggest, if you look at the last several major elections, the biggest group that doesn't bother to vote are people under 30.
Okay. So, I'm against mandatory voting, but I think because compulsion is a violation of freedom.
Well, I don't think it should be mandatory. I think this is the failing on the Democrats' part.
Yeah.
That, they don't inspire these people. They don't, they don't put up candidates who people can really get behind. So they can't get the popular support.
Now, if the Democrats had somebody aligned well with, say, Greta Thunberg or people like her, who's been big in the news pushing climate change and got a lot of young people very engaged and interested, which is fantastic, maybe they'd have some more success, do you think?
Well, yeah. Again, the reason we got Trump is that, Bernie Sanders had a huge public support base, but the Democrats didn't want to endorse him.
Yeah, the way it looks from Canada is quite different from that. But yeah, okay.
How does it look from Canada?
It looks like Bernie Sanders continued to campaign after he knew he wouldn't be able to beat Hillary, instead of joining forces with her to try to get the whole Democratic Party to win. He was still campaigning against her. That's how it looks.
I don't know if that was actually Bernie campaigning. There
Yeah.
was a faction of his supporters who tried to continue the campaign even after he had conceded.
See, and the thing is, we saw people on the news saying, "Well, if it's not Sanders, then definitely not going for Hillary. They're going to vote for Republican instead." And that's the kind of rhetoric that we saw.
Yeah,
Well,
no,
that's
that-
what I mean. There was a faction of the Bernie supporters that were,
And it was
you know,
quite
like
divisive.
that. Yeah.
And from here, it looks to us like, well, he was a close second. So what would have been really good is if he joined forces with Hillary, and he'll be involved as a vice president, and she'll be president or something like that. And then perhaps they would have won by a landslide. I don't know. But that's kind of how it looks from here.
That would have been
An
the
opportunity
logical
missed.
thing. Yeah, if they had joined forces and Hillary promised him a cabinet position,
Yeah.
you know, that would have made a lot more sense.
What do you think about that, Jenny and Kitty?
Yeah, I think that anything she could have gained more momentum if she had involved Bernie a little bit more. Definitely.
Your thoughts, Jenny? I'm curious. You have some good insights.
I think that Hillary would have won hands down had she taken Bernie on as a running mate. It would have been just devastating for Trump. I think it would have been one of the biggest election upsets of history.
Wow.
Yeah, and that's unfortunately the Republicans know they can play on that.
Yeah.
You know, that they can get the division from being Democrat and Republican, that they can get the Democratic Party to split. So it's not necessarily that they'll ever get 50% of the vote, but if they can split the Democratic Party, they only need to get 35% of the vote to win.
Yeah.
What I'm really happy about is that the elections went the way they did yesterday.
Yeah.
I think I haven't heard the finals yet, but I think a Democrat also won in Kansas or Nebraska, one of the flat states that was red. And if that's true, it bodes very, very poorly for Trump next year, if it can be sustained.
Yep, that's the big problem. The if.
Yeah.
Well, and part of that's going to depend on, how the impeachment hearings continue.
Well, regardless of the impeachment, I think what it has done, if nothing else, is it has really opened a mass number of people's eyes as to just how deep the treachery of the Republican Party and this administration has gone, what levels they have sunk to. People are starting to be woke, and
Really?
I think so.
I think there is an encouraging trend there. Unfortunately, the Democrats have a great history of self-destructing.
Well, that's true, and it's all infighting with the factionalism. But
So you're talking about it being quite eye-opening for people who aren't Republicans, I assume.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah. The Republicans seem to be just thinking it's a conspiracy, and all that is what we're seeing from up here.
No, they know it's not a conspiracy. They are trying to portray it as a conspiracy.
Oh, okay.
To save their ass.
Well, see, and that's the thing. While we do have the two-party system, there are still, a significant amount of the population that are in the middle. And are either consider themselves independents or at least moderate Democrats, who really felt the Democrats were pushing too far in the previous elections. So if the Democrats can, be more inviting to that moderate group, that'll be, enough of a percentage for them to win the election.
Well, but see, that's the part of the problem that I'm seeing other people bringing up is that they want, don't put your hand on my mouth. I will talk as loud as I want to. I just
Are
have.
you in church?
No, I'm at home, and my boyfriend just got home from work, so he's going to sleep. So I've got to bring my voice down. Is all.
Okay.
He's just messing with me.
You know the verse I'm referring to, I assume.
No.
Women can't speak in church or something.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
No, it's just I was being too loud.
Gee, the way he said it, it's like, wow, he sounds angry.
Well, I probably woke him up, is what it is. He probably just came out of the bedroom and. But yeah.
Well, you had to tell him we all said hi.
Well, on a count of 3, we can all scream it to him, right?
Oh boy.
Is that like I've been seeing people commenting? Is like the Democrats are not pushing left enough candidates, and it's disenfranchising the people who want real change.
Yeah.
And it's one of those things where it's like I'm not sure that there's a winning situation there, because if you go too far left with your candidate, you'll lose all the centrists. But if you don't go far enough left, you'll lose your true progressives.
And therein lies another problem with having only 2 parties that are ideologically opposed. I think the people at the top of the party who are the strategists worry about this stuff a lot, and it's just, how do you satisfy both bases? It's a problem with leadership. You can't satisfy everyone, it seems.
Well, and I'm afraid the progressives kind of need to realize that in order to start shifting that direction, they need to cooperate with the moderates.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, I think a compromise is that if they're going to push a moderate candidate, that they need to put a progressive VP in place.
Well, perfect. Your point is an interesting one, because I've noticed that there are some right-wingers who are claiming that they're pro-human rights, and it's like they're trying to distort the perception of things. And they go so far as to say things like, oh, the Bible has always been pro-human rights. It's more pro-human rights than all this liberal leftist blah, blah, blah stuff. And it's like they're trying to take the good parts of what's on the left and move it over to the right. Have you noticed that kind of stuff going on too?
Yeah. Well, that's, what is that, the Overton window they refer to?
Overton window. I haven't heard of that. Okay.
Well, I think it's more or less that they've realized that. Sorry, gotta keep my voice down. They've realized that some subjects are just done. Like, you just can't fight it anymore. And so you either need to accept it and take the hit ideologically, or take the hit politically. But,
and the nature of the U.S. system is that things will keep shifting. And the far left that really wants all this progressive reform has to realize that's not going to happen in one swing. That if you can drag it more toward the middle with each election, that eventually you can get to the left, but you can't do it as one jump.
Unless you have a strong leader.
What I see as our primary problem politically in this country is this constant misrepresentation of the idea of social democracy. As you were discussing in Canada, the police, the fire, education,
public service,
healthcare is all a social democracy. Well, it's that way here as well, and people don't use the term social democracy to describe what exists.
Most people here don't as well. Most people here don't use the term social democracy either. They just use democracy, but yeah.
The end result. I'm sorry, somebody just said something very funny. I apologize. The end result is that the Republicans are able to just whip out this term, socialism, and then conflate it with communism, and scare the fuck out of everybody. Red Scare, the Red Nemesis, and all this bullshit. people need to understand that there is such a vast difference
Oh, they're
between
different things.
social democracy and communism. And communism and socialism in their purest forms are not what they're afraid of. What they're afraid of is totalitarianism and authoritarianism. And
Yes.
that's what they are developing here with these
Yeah.
and these Republican idiots.
Yeah.
And they don't understand that they're walking right into the hands of that they fear the most.
He thinks
Because they haven't taken the time to understand the definitions of political factionism. And we need to break that ignorance more than anything in our political language.
I think that makes sense. I think that's true. We see a little bit of it going on here too, where people deny that we're socialists. They have no idea what they're talking about. But yeah, but it's not very common here.
Well, and the biggest thing the Republicans keep winning on is promises not to raise taxes. And people keep voting for whoever is not going to raise their taxes without ever thinking about what those taxes pay for.
Exactly.
And then they complain about things like our schools are going to crap. Well, yeah, our schools are going to crap because you won't increase the taxes so the schools can increase the budget just to keep up with inflation.
Yeah, and you've got Richard Nixon and Bush Sr. were both kind of famous for saying they wouldn't raise taxes, right? Yeah.
Well, it's basically become the Republicans' main selling point for decades now.
Yeah, no socialism, everything privatized, lower taxes. Yeah,
yep. They even talked about privatizing the public schools, and they're still pushing for a form of it with these voucher systems.
Yeah, we don't have any private prisons here in Canada, but you have private prisons in the U.S.
Oh, yes, and I think they're a major mistake.
Oh, me too.
Yeah, I think basically it's a form of slavery that's been legalized. Because as long as the prisons are privatized for profit, they have a vested interest in longer sentences and making sure no one gets paroled.
Oh, yeah, that's the capitalism interfering again.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think capitalism is very inappropriate in that kind of situation.
And there have actually been instances that these private corporations that run the prisons have threatened to sue states for not convicting enough people, for not keeping up their quota of how many beds they were supposed to fill.
Wow. If you have a link to any of those articles that are good on that, please send them to me.
No, I'm afraid I don't have any links offhand.
Okay. Yeah, no problem. But that would be an interesting read. I didn't realize that was going on. That's insane.
Yeah.
Has anybody actually sued? Probably not. They're just talking, I guess.
Well, no, but by using the threat, they've managed to pressure several states into harder sentencing guidelines.
And then you've got judges who are elected. Here, all our judges are appointed. There's no elected judges. So you've got judges who are elected, and they get funding for their campaign from who? Any of the private prisons, perhaps?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, it happens?
Well, see, yeah, I'm sure it does. I don't know specific instances, but I'm sure it does.
Yeah,
but in the U.S., that's one of the things that's very erratic from state to state of which judges are elected and which ones are appointed.
Oh, yeah, so it's decided on a per-state basis.
Yeah, that's not even consistent between states, or sometimes not even consistent within counties within a state.
That's part of the reason why states' rights, blah, 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 probably needs to be cut a bit. You shouldn't have, I shouldn't move from California across to Georgia and have no idea how the political system works within the same country simply because I've moved 3,000 miles. And I know that sounds a lot, but you're Canadian, so you grasp that kind of a distance. But for some people in Europe saying that, they're like, that could be like 300 countries.
Wow. See, here we have a federal department called Elections Canada, and they make sure the elections are conducted fairly and equally to everybody. Because in our charter, which is part of our constitution, everybody has equal access to the justice system. And because politicians make laws, they're therefore an extension of the justice system. So everybody has equality here. Everybody has the right to vote. These things are all ratified in our constitution nationally. And then each province has a provincial elections department as well, and they make sure. So when I hear on the news stuff going on about certain demographics of people are affected by policy, so they won't be able to get out and vote, this is just not the whole point of having these kind of government departments here is to make sure stuff like that doesn't happen. Not specifically, but because they're designed in such a way that those kinds of things won't happen. So, and I get my understanding is in the U.S. you don't have anything like that, and each state handles the federal elections in their own ways.
The biggest thing is that, the elections are handled by the states, and more importantly, that voter registration is different from state to state.
Yeah, it's not the case here in Canada.
Yeah, and that's what a lot of the things that you hear about different groups being targeted has a lot more to do with the voter registration of who they'll allow to vote.
Yeah. That's sad. That's very sad.
They don't do things that actually bar groups from voting, but they can make it much more difficult for certain groups to get registered.
Yeah, here it's to make it as easy as possible for people to vote.
For example, like in Georgia, they've shut down lots of polling places. And of course, all of those polling places that have been shut down are in largely African-American Democrat.
Oh, they did that in Wisconsin. They did that in Michigan. They did that in Ohio.
Mm-hmm.
That's the chief de force of the day of the Republican Party. I mean, they all follow the same code book. They all do the same thing.
Well, and it's just a matter of in some states they can push it through more easily than others.
So it sounds like that's a reform that you need in your country, is to have a national body that's working based on regulations to make sure if things fair and even for everybody.
I would agree that a more uniform national election code is required.
Yeah, and this is the kind of thing that government is well suited for. That helps protect citizens' rights. That's very important.
Yeah.
It's sad that that's going on in these modern times. It really is.
Well, it is, especially that they can, target specific demographics that way. They can target the groups that they know will be, more opposed to the policies they're pushing.
That's really too bad, because you're not getting a true understanding of who the people want to vote for.
Yeah, well, and then we've got the whole mess with the Electoral College
and the gerrymandering and all that.
Yeah.
Yeah, we get gerrymandering here too a little bit. Probably more than we realized.
Hey, Hans. Oh, Hans is asking, in Canada, do you need to register for a specific party?
No, you're not required to. That's completely optional. Here we have the concept of the free vote. So you don't even have to vote. If you don't vote, then you just count as abstain, and that's it. You're automatic by default. If you go out and vote, you vote. And if you do, but when you do sign up for a political party, it's because you actually want to support them, and they will. When it comes around to elections time, I tried to help the local MP, member of parliament, get elected here. And so I went around and did some door knocking and knocked on people's doors to remind them to get out and vote. We have a list of the people who are members of the party, supporting the party, so we went to their addresses to get them to vote. We didn't go to the other addresses. And that's how it works with all the parties. So.
Well, and I've done that kind of thing here too, mostly when I lived in Minnesota, some petition drives and such. Yeah. That we'd get a list of people from the state campaign committee.
Yeah. So it's I think Diana's in our private chat here somehow.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, she's probably in the back room. No, but see, the thing is though, Hans, it's like,
hello.
Hi.
Hello. You just interrupted Pirate Kitty. Shame on you.
I think for most places, even if you register with a party, you don't have to vote that party. That's only in the
Right.
beginning, when the party is trying to decide who's going to run for said party. You have to be registered to that party to vote for that person. Or
Well,
the other.
yeah,
Here, you don't have to be registered, and they're not allowed to tell you who to vote for, and that's actually considered to be illegal here to direct people how to vote.
Well, that is here as well.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, what we
Primary,
have
that's
that
what I was looking for.
what we have that I don't like are closed primaries. So here in Pennsylvania, for example, if you are declared as a Democrat or registered as a Democrat, you can only vote for the Democrats in the primaries. Republican, you can only vote for the Republicans. If you're not registered to either party, you can't vote in the primaries.
Can you register with both parties?
No.
No.
So
I mean,
if you were to actually register for each of those parties, they would be cross-checking their lists, and somehow they would know.
Yes.
Why is that even a part of the government?
I don't know too knowing. Really, I
Okay,
don't. But
I mean, it makes
the
sense.
most recent registration is the one that takes precedence. So they're doing all the cross-checking.
But that makes sense to me. I mean, think about it.
Yeah.
Let's just say that Republicans, let's just say for the primary between Hillary and Obama, the Republicans felt that Hillary was the better competition. Like, they could beat Hillary, but not Obama.
Okay.
They vote in the Democratic primaries, and they vote for Hillary, and they win with Hillary. You only want the people who are invested in the party deciding who's going to represent the party.
But hang on.
That is a named strategy. I forget what the name is, but that is a recognized strategy to register with the opposition and vote for the weak candidate in the primary. Yeah.
Well, let's say
that's called red dogging.
red dogging, not blue dogging.
It might be blue dogging too.
Let me look it up.
It depends on who you're dogging, I guess.
Yeah.
It's an old term.
I'm thinking, if I'm undecided on which party I'm going to vote for, and I want to participate in both the primaries, and then depending on who gets elected in those primaries, that'll help me to decide which party to vote for ultimately. Shouldn't I have that right?
What's important to realize in the American system is that the primaries are not run by the state; they're run by the parties. They belong to the parties.
But I'm talking about, because they're deciding who's going to be running as the president in the party, I guess. Yeah.
Or whatever else. Yes.
Right.
It's a sorting out.
I may
member of the party,
but I may favor a particular person to be president for Republican and a particular person to be president for Democrat. And I want to be able to participate in both those primaries, because whichever one of those ends up being the winner, that's the party I'll ultimately vote for. Why shouldn't I be allowed to participate in both primaries in that case?
I know, that sucks rocks. Now, some states...
But I'm Canadian, so I'm not participating in any of them. But
there you go. Some states do have open primaries, but not mine. And not my former state, if I remember correctly. I believe Ohio has closed primaries as well. Now, for years, I was not able to vote in any of the primaries. I was registered as a libertarian. And then I grew up. And I gave up the libertarian affiliation. But, in 2014, as a matter of fact, I registered as a Democrat because that was a year where it was very, very, very important to get and vote in the primary. But, what can I tell you? Okay, that's that thing going over there. Yeah, so don't go. Hey, guys, don't go stealing my thunder. How about this? You make this an appetizer for Sunday, okay?
I'll be right back.
Okay.
Okay, didn't realize we were on your Sunday topic.
Oh, no, nobody would have recognized. I just got the word from Luciano a few hours ago, and don't worry about it. I'm just joking with you, okay?
Hey, Orla.
Hi, Orla. Yay!
Hello.
Hi.
No, I don't worry about anybody stepping on my topic because, I think you guys already know I've got a unique way of presenting things. So
That you do.
Well, actually, I almost did trample on your topic last week because last Thursday I was thinking of doing the thing on daylight savings time.
Oh, you can do it too. What the fuck? We didn't stay on that topic for very long anyway.
Yeah.
But we did not
Just extracting your claws.
we did not threaten the record that Faye and I hold, because I think on one of the shows I was on with her, we lasted a minute and a half before we went off topic.
Actually, I think you were here with me a week or two ago that we were off topic before we connected to YouTube.
Yeah, that
So
might well
the
be.
people watching on YouTube weren't even aware we had ever addressed the original topic.
Oops.
Yeah, nothing like it, right? Hey, I've done that more than once. Oh my,
So that would make it like a negative 5 minutes.
something like that.
Yeah.
There was one week that Artie was supposed to be on the show with me, and he was not feeling well. So that topic went out the window, and we just winged it. Winged it or wung it? I'm not sure.
I think you're right the first time.
Wing, wang, wung.
Be careful with the wang.
Yeah, I know.
Wing did it. Wing did it.
Yeah, I
Hey.
think that winged probably is correct, but it doesn't sound right.
Uh-huh. I like my strong verbs. I like the irregular verbs.
It's like
And
nude, naked, nakedity.
Yes. Or what is it? Plead, pled, plud? No. Yeah, we're losing strong verbs. We're losing irregular verbs from the language, and I bemoan that. But oh well. Back to where we were, whatever that topic was. We'll get back to where we once belonged.
Yeah, well, I think we had dropped off on, having to register for one political party or the other and started getting into the primary situation.
Yeah. Oh, that was you mentioned, Purple, that you had done some canvassing in the past.
Oh, yeah, especially when I lived in Minnesota.
Did you get hit with the requirement for a permit?
No, that permits never came up. We could go
'Cause
door to door with petitions or that.
Because maybe I read it wrong, but I was going to go door to door for signatures for John Fetterman to run for lieutenant governor here, and I got the impression that they were going to charge me $25 a day for the privilege. North Versailles Township was going to do that.
Okay, Randolph, are you accidentally sharing something here?
No, I brought it up, but I got a little delayed there because Diana was talking about strong verbs, and I thought we'll throw in the Oxford comma there too.
Oh, I am a proponent of the Oxford comma.
Oh, then maybe you can show this screenshot again.
It's essential. It's not a proponent. It's essential.
Yes, yes, yes. And there are a couple I have seen that are a little bit racy without the Oxford comma.
I've got another one I'll share.
Oh, yay!
Okay.
This is a good thing.
Oh yeah, this is the fun stuff, right? So let's see. I'll bring that one up. Where's that? Oh, here we go. I'll have it in just a moment. Oh, you see it now. Great.
Yep.
Yeah, I like this one because it references Christopher Walken. Standard comma. Bob, Sue, and Greg? They came to my house. The Oxford comma. Bob, Sue, and Greg? They came to my house. And then the Walken comma. Bob, Sue, and Greg? They came to my house.
Now, I am a little bit, I don't get out of the house much. So who is, did you say Christopher Walken?
Yeah.
Who
He
is
acted
that?
in a James Bond movie as the
That's-
bad guy a long
that's
time
just how
ago.
he talks.
And he was such an excellent actor with all that. He's really quite clever. He's a good actor, and but
Wait.
he kind of the way he talks. This kind of makes a little bit of fun about the way he talks and a lot of the stuff he's acted in.
You said Bond and a long time ago in the same sentence. How long ago?
Oh, I don't know, but it's one of the earlier movies. Who's that guy with the red hair? I think, or probably like somewhere around Sean Connery's time.
Then I should remember this guy because
Yeah, that would have been like the late
Who, Christopher
60s.
Walken? Walken was he was never a major single star in a movie. He was always either the antagonist or supporting actor in other things. But he was just so well known for what he did. He was a major star in because of it. But he was active through the 70s, 80s, 90s.
Oh my!
He was on Saturday Night Live several times. He's just wonderful. I love Christopher Walken.
I'll have a picture for you in a moment.
I thought it was Rutger Hauer that died. Did Christopher Walken die?
Well, according to the font of all knowledge, he's still around and kicking.
Hang on, I'll have this for you in a moment.
Yeah, I was just trying to look him up on IMDb.
I found the right one here. So,
Yep.
there you go.
Okay, hang on here. Let me get over to where we are here.
Yeah, apparently he's got a couple of acting credits that are back in the mid-50s.
So he acted in the James Bond movie A View to Kill.
Oh, that one I have not seen.
There's a picture of him there. He was a fantastic mastermind criminal. He did just wonderful in that role.
Yeah, View to Kill was 1985.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, okay, so it's long enough ago, but it's after I was watching, after I was seeing Bond films.
That woman did a great job in it too. I don't quite recognize the other guy holding the drink there, but
Grace Jones.
yeah.
Diana,
seen this
if
movie
just
for
go
a
to
long time.
IMDb and look up Christopher Walken.
Oh,
Look
there
at
you
his
go.
Filmography and anything he's in, go watch it. It's all worth it.
Okay, we'll give that a shot.
Yeah,
horror
I'm horrible
film of
with
some sort
names
that I
and
had never
especially
heard of.
celebrities.
Me too.
So I didn't really connect it until I, saw the picture and started looking up some of the movies he was in.
Yeah, I recognize some stuff going on here. Let's see, Annie Hall, okay. The Deer Hunter.
So anyway, that's Christopher Walken, to answer your question.
Alrighty, okay. Now I understand why I didn't quite get the reference there.
Yeah, so there's Carl Sagan, of course, is famous for saying billions and billions with an interesting accent. And it's just
Yes.
So Christopher Walken has an interesting, unique way of talking as well. That kind of signature.
Now you know what I mean when I say I don't get out of the house much.
Okay.
Yeah.
Lots of people know him from the SNL skit. This needs more cowbell.
Yep.
Oh my word!
That's his classic skit on there. Absolutely.
When was the last time I saw SNL?
Okay, I need to step away from
long
the
time
keyboard
ago.
for a few minutes here, so.
I heard Donald Trump watch it.
Oh my! Speaking of that wonderful person, is he
Talking
shitting?
about Trump then.
Is he shitting his britches by now, or?
Well, lately he's writing swear words on Twitter, which kind of surprised me because I never expect any U.S. president to behave like that.
Well, Trump is setting all sorts of precedent.
No pun intended. Yeah.
Yeah.
Very
Because
dictatorial. Yeah.
especially in Kentucky, I want to see how that's going post production. Because the incumbent who was running for re-election, last I knew, had not yet conceded, even though he was beaten by the Democratic challenger um, by a fair margin, about 5,000 some votes.
I heard it
Out
was
of how
only
many
like
votes?
0.4% though, like overall.
Sorry, 5,000 out of how many votes?
A reasonable number, yeah. Kitty might be right on that by about 0.5% or something like that. But I mean, it's enough that it's noticeable. You know, I mean, not one of those 83 vote squeakers or.
Significant.
So he won with 48 point. No, I'm sorry. He won with 49.2% of the vote. I'm really bad with numbers, and this is gonna make me look really stupid, but I think it's 709. Wow, it's 709,671. Well, here, let me just put a link so that people can look at it themselves.
Okay,
And
709, almost 710,000 votes.
Yeah, and he got 704. The incumbent got 704 rather.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, about 5,000.
Now, my understanding is that the incumbent wants a recanvassing, which I take it is the polling places rechecking and making sure that the totals that were transmitted to Secretary of State or whatever the hell it is that.
So a recount.
Not a recount. That's the next step.
Oh.
Yeah, recanvassing is something I hadn't heard of before. But it's something to the effect of, okay, here are the numbers we have. Are those the numbers that you have? And then the next step after that is a recount. Kentucky's weird.
Okay. Like if it's like you say, an 83 vote squeaker difference, a minor difference, that makes sense. But this kind of sounds like a large difference there. It probably won't make much of a difference.
Yeah, well, this is the governor that's in Ken Ham's pocket.
The one who approved the arc, right?
Yes.
Oh.
So I mean, just take it from there. That's only the foam off the top. Yeah, he really wants to hold on to his seat. So there have been some conjectures going back and forth and everything else. There was somebody who said it could end up being decided by the Kentucky State Legislature, which is overwhelmingly Republican, by the way. But there are so many others that are saying, no, it won't get that far. So we're going to have to see what happens. I mean, the Republicans talk about reversing the will of the people. What are they doing here? Or attempting to do, or talking about doing? It's a little, if I must say so myself.
They're only okay with the election results when the election results agree with them.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's about it.
They only want the will of the people when the will of the people appears to side with them.
Now, what could be really interesting about this? Okay, let's say that the new guy gets in, the Democrat. Everybody else is still Republican. Secretary of State, Treasurer.
Well,
that sort of thing. The Republicans won those races, and the legislature, the houses of the legislature weren't up for vote that I remember.
I thought I remembered reading something that, let me see if I can pull it up.
Sure.
That they had flipped a bunch of stuff.
Well, there's been some flipping going on around the country. Virginia now has a trifecta
Oh, maybe it was Virginia. It was Virginia that we were talking about.
for the first time in a generation. Yeah, they've got both houses of Congress and they've got the governorship now. So be looking for the Virginia legislature to scramble to enact the sorts of legislation that I think it was the North Carolina legislature did when the North Carolina governorship was flipped. And they severely limited the power of the governor. Yep, there you go.
I picked that up online somewhere. That was funny.
Yeah, I was wondering how much the controversy around the Ark may have influenced the election there.
I wonder.
There's a nice clear picture. This meme. A lot of them are pretty crappy. This one's high quality, but a lot of money went into that, so makes sense. So they've got it lighting up as rainbows at nighttime, apparently.
Yeah,
that was back when they were trying to reclaim the rainbow.
Yeah, it's really nice of them to pay tribute to us queers, you know.
This is for all the gay construction workers who built the Ark.
Yeah, there you go. Now,
probably all going to get blocked by him now.
You know, what I don't remember offhand, and I wouldn't put it past the son of a bitch, I wonder if the contractors that were working on building that thing had to sign a statement of faith.
Yeah, somebody tried to do that with one of the local universities here, and that got turned down. Ended up getting fought through the courts. I encouraged a number of lawyers to side with our charter on that, and I even talked with people at the local law society. I was kind of more behind the scenes. There's other people who were more in the forefront. I even offered to Trinity Western University to have one of their law professors, or a number of them, engage in a public debate with me on the matter, and they never got back to me. So
okay,
I was under the I have the position that what they're doing is a charter violation, and they're a law university. I'm not a lawyer, so for them I should be easy takedown from their perspective. Mind you, I've read our charter, so I'm just going with the basics with it. So it would be an interesting debate, but it didn't happen. So they fought it all the way up to the Supreme Court of Canada, and Supreme Court said no, you have to comply with the charter. Now they had this covenant, as they called it, that everybody had to sign in going to that school, and the covenant included no sex before marriage and reporting people who are involved in non-straight sex, non-heterosexual sex, and on these kinds of things were in there. So
what was this, BYU?
This is Trinity Western University.
I was making a joke.
Oh, okay. I'm not familiar with the one you're referring to. Otherwise, I'm sure I would have found it funny.
That's
BYU is
Brigham Young.
Brigham Young University.
They did the same thing, huh?
Yeah, it's the Mormons, Latter-day Saints.
Okay.
They've got all kinds of this crappy thing where you're like supposed to tattle on each other, and if you report something, depending on the mood of your counselor, you can be expelled for like kissing someone, stuff like that.
So what took them down was not the point that I had raised, but other points, which I agree with and find quite valid as well, and probably easier to argue in court, where basically they're discriminating against people based on their sexual orientation, and our charter forbids that. The point that I would have argued in a debate, and their professor probably would have found interesting too, being a law professor, would have been to say, well, look, under our system, our charter guarantees everybody has equal access to the law here, and by doing this, you're preventing equal access to the law. Part of access to the law includes law education, and it would have been, I think, interesting to hear what their response was to that, at least.
Okay.
So and the simpler one to fight is, oh, that's just discriminatory. So that's probably why that one went through the courts and was used for justification.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and I don't understand, how companies in the U.S. get away with that. I suppose, can Ham get something for it being a nonprofit organization thing, but I still don't see how that gets past the law.
Oh, I'm sure he takes a salary.
Well, here.
Well, no. But I mean, as far as the, you know, forcing employees to sign these kind of agreements.
Hmm. Yeah, well, I guess
Nonsense it is, and it's bigotry.
well, the way the law operates here in the U.S. is, in my opinion, anyway, and I know my ex would have been all over me for this, but a demonstration of my opinion that the law is whatever you want it to be, when you want it to be that.
Wow, you really are free there.
Well,
yeah,
unfortunately, in the U.S., yeah, the law is a lot like the Bible, that you can probably find a section to support both sides of any position.
yeah,
also-
you just
You're
You're
also a
only
very
free in the
country.
U.S. if you have money.
Yeah, it's capitalistic, right? But you're also a very big country with a lot of diversity in interest and preferences, even from state to state. Here,
Yeah.
we're small compared to you guys.
Well, population-wise, yeah.
Yeah.
you have what, a tenth of our population?
Roughly,
Yep.
yeah.
I think we're similar size and population to LA or something, but about 38 million. And we have,
So that's a little over 10%. Yeah.
but we have more land than the U.S.
Yep.
Oh yeah,
Not much, but it's more.
and a lot of it is under permafrost.
That's fine.
not for long.
Okay, now see, there may be something we could use against Trump. Canada has more land than the U.S., so if we make Puerto Rico and all of the territories into states, does the U.S. then have more land than Canada?
That's a good question. I don't know if that what I'm citing there includes Puerto Rico and whatnot.
Oh man.
But see, there's one you could just play up to the Republicans' ego that we have to be bigger than Canada.
I
There
was
you
thinking
go.
it would be interesting to write to Trump and say, you want to really bring things into the future? Get the job finished for moving to metric. And write something compelling him to convince him to do it, because tell him it'll piss off the Democrats. Maybe he'll do it.
You know,
Man,
I think we would get the whole U.S. to move to metric if you get the men to realize that then they can say that they're 15 instead of 6.
That's more than double the trouble. Oh my gosh. That's brilliant.
oh boy.
What would Sigmund Freud say about that?
Sometimes a cigar is just a cigar, you know.
6 or 15, doesn't matter. It's still a cigar.
That seems to always matter a lot more to the men than it does to the women.
Yeah.
I saw a meme about this that seems rather prudent. It says, the bigger your feet, the bigger your dick. The bigger your car, the smaller your dick. No wonder everyone's terrified of clowns.
You saw a what?
A meme.
I was teasing.
I think
was
she
gonna
said
make-
meme.
No, she said it was the pronunciation I was picking on. Because you know that whole GIF, meme, how to pronounce it.
Back in the
I-
BBS days.
I missed
Well,
the
that-
punchline. No wonder everybody's afraid of what?
Clowns.
Clowns. Okay.
Oh, big feet, yeah. Clowns.
Big feet, small clown car. Yeah.
Well, that's
Big clowns
actually
should-
why
yeah.
Sloth Girl and I have a habit that, like, if we're driving and some guy goes speeding by us with a sports car or one of these shiny pickup trucks that you know's never had anything in the back, just yell out the window, "Sorry about your penis."
Little dick energy there.
Yeah, we usually just joke about them wanting to get to the red light before the rest of us.
Oh man, what is really great is the few times I'm behind the wheel, whenever somebody roars past me, and then I just sort of pull up next to them at the red light, you know.
Yeah.
Right. I used to do that same thing. I used to make fun of people like, you real big hurry to get to that red light, ain't you? And then I became the person that was doing that. And then I'm like, oh yeah, but I get to leave the red light first, and you'll still be leaving the red light by the time I hit the next one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, well, I just shake my head because it's like, you know, good job. You've got a vehicle that can beat out a 10-year-old hatchback.
There you are.
That's how I confuse everybody. They always say that BMW drivers are well, if they're male drivers, they say they have penal issues. If they're female drivers, they make up something. I don't know, but I drive a BMW, but it happens to be a really small hatchback model, so it just confuses the shit out of people.
Yeah, not the kind of car people associate with that company.
I don't know. One thing I wouldn't mind driving is one of those World War II BMW motorcycles with the sidecar.
They still make those.
Yep.
That's the boxer motor.
Okay, then. Well, that was a thread killer.
I was coughing.
Oh,
Well,
my,
if I had to drive anything, it would have to be a tank, because then it wouldn't matter if I crashed into everything.
Sounds good. I like it.
See, now I think they should just build car bodies out of Lego. That way, when you get in an accident, you can just pick up all the loose pieces and rebuild it.
That would be interesting.
You'd have to take the instructions with you everywhere.
Memorize
Yeah,
them.
but you could just scoop it up in a shovel and take it home and do it.
Yeah, and if you're quick, you can get enough pieces from the other car that you can make yours bigger.
I like it. Oh my, there's a little one over there being all curled up. Yeah,
Yeah.
you know that it's the horrible time of year because Sylvia is now getting under the perina with me when I'm in the bed, and she only does that when the weather's cold.
Yeah, mine's been extra snuggly, and I'm not sure how much of it has to do with, me being out of town 2 weekends last month, and how much it has to do with that there's starting to be snow outside.
Ew. We haven't had any of that crap yet. I hope it's a while before we do.
Yeah, well, ours, it's not sticking through the daylight. It's basically, it comes down at night, and when the sun comes up, it all melts. We got flurries right now, but it is at least to the point that the other night I did have to scrape off my car windows to drive home. Because it had come down mostly as rain, and then once the sun went down, it dropped below freezing.
Oops.
Oh, is
Yeah,
your cat
it's-
like the snow?
Say again?
How does your cat like the snow?
Oh, Sylvia.
Yeah.
She doesn't know about snow.
Oh.
Yeah,
Indoor
she's
cat?
not. She's indoor kitty. Yes.
Ah.
There are only two kitties that were indoor outdoor that an ex and I had. Oh God, 30 something years ago. And one of them demonstrated why I really didn't want anybody to be an indoor outdoor. She got into something, got diarrhea, and then got fly blown.
Fly blow.
Yeah, she got shit all. She was a long hair. She got shit all in her fur,
Oh.
and then flies began laying eggs, and the maggots started not only eating the shit but eating her.
Oh,
Ew.
gee. That's rough.
Yeah.
So the cats we've always had. Well, we don't have any now because my wife has allergy. But when I was younger, my parents had cats and dogs, and the most we had was 5 cats and 2 dogs. But cats were always going outside. It's we never kept them as indoor cats, and we had a cat door. They could come and go as they please. We never ran into those kinds of problems, but we have heard of it. It's like
Well, this one, a little while after I moved into this apartment, she took a step into the hallway, outside the door. She looked up the other way, said, "None of this." Right back in. It's okay.
Doesn't
I
want to
can
go
take that.
outside. Okay.
Yeah, basically.
Maybe
I
dogs.
can have the door open for whatever I might be doing, bringing groceries in or something like that. And if I leave it open a little too long, she looks at me, looking. Hey, human, the door's open. You want to close it?
Yeah.
Oh my! Hey, I like that.
I love these pictures on the internet of cats with laser beams firing out and blowing things up. It's great.
Okay, but that brings up one of the questions that had been asked before about one of the Transformers one of the Transformers cartoons was, if the laser beams are coming out of your eyes, how can you actually miss something you're looking at?
Yeah.
That's really good. But the Transformers,
Lazy eyes.
watching as a kid, and they would be grunting and groaning as they're lifting heavy things.
Yep.
That seemed wrong.
I never saw any of that stuff. Well, I was busy doing other things at the time because Transformers were an '80s thing, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah,
they started in the U.S. in '87.
Oh shit! I was 30 years old by that time, so yeah.
Well, I was in my 20s, but I was still recording it to watch every day after I got home from work.
Now, here's the weird thing. I mean, on and on and on into the lifetime of the Sesame Street show, I loved the Count.
Oh, he was great.
Yeah, I would have Sesame Street on just to see the Count, and I'm like 25, 27. It's like, hey, Count.
Well, Sesame Street definitely had classic characters.
Oh yeah.
Sesame Street was one of the better shows too. They didn't. I don't remember them when I was a kid ever addressing racism. They just showed people of all different races doing stuff together and just presented it as normal because it is normal.
Yeah, it was Fred Rogers who did some addressing on the racism thing. I don't know if you remember or know about the episode where, there was some pool that wouldn't allow black folks, black kids, something in. So the local police officer in Mr. Rogers' world happened to come over, and Fred invited him to, get his feet wet in the little wading pool that they had. The police officer was black. And that was Fred Rogers, little addressing that thing. And what was really interesting was I saw the episode where Fred appeared on Sesame Street. That was I think you can find that one on
That's
YouTube.
a good match.
I never saw that one.
That's a good match. It's a good combination.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
And then I can remember from my childhood, there was a time when some kid in a new school was it was a new school to me. It moved schools a few times. Was making some racist comment, and I said, "What? That doesn't make sense." And then that's when I started to learn what racism was. So it just kind of caught me by surprise. Oh, really? People are, wow.
If I wanted to know what racism was, all I had to do was look at those two, the slimy bastards. They would very happily take their money when they came to the store to buy whatever they came to buy, and as they, once they were on the other side of the door, it was disparage, all sorts of fun.
They need a hobby. They
Say
need a
again?
hobby. They need a hobby.
Well, happily they're dead, and the world is much better without them.
Yeah, people need to do better things with their lives than that. It's pointless to do that, I think.
Now, Bruce, the one thing that really makes me sad, talking about Fred Rogers, for years I lived 2 miles from him, and I never got to meet him.
You're quite close to him then.
Yeah, we were on either side of the Monongahela River. I lived in Homestead, Pennsylvania. He lived in the Squirrel Hill neighborhood of Pittsburgh.
That's very close. 3.2 kilometers. Yeah.
Yeah. And the damn thing is, I never got to meet him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have to say, as a kid, I never really cared that much for Mr. Rogers. I'd kind of have him in the background while I was playing, but I never paid attention to him. But as an adult, I came to appreciate him a lot more.
Yeah.
I met Ryan Reynolds when he was a kid, long before he was famous, because his brother and I went to school together, and he invited me to play video games with him, and I was a bit older, so no, I just kind of watched and then was on my way. But he was a real friendly guy, real nice kid, very polite.
Okay, I'm.
Then years later, I see him clicking. Like, holy cow, he did well.
Wait a minute, you speaking to the ball player?
No, Ryan Reynolds, the actor.
Oh, Ryan Reynolds. Okay.
Yeah, you never know who's going to be famous later in life.
I can tell you that one.
Ryan Reynolds is a cutie. I like him.
He's a real nice guy. From what I remember of him, he's just very polite, very nice, friendly to everybody.
Yeah, he is. He's a little on the cute side there. No, I'm so proud of Al that he got to do what he loves and the whole bit. Alan Ruck. We were high school classmates.
Okay.
We still talk. By the way, I still thank you. I have to send him a note. I haven't sent him a note in a while.
What's his claim to fame? I'm not familiar with the name.
He's an actor. Have you seen Ferris Bueller's Day Off?
Yeah.
You remember Cameron?
Oh, it's Cameron, is he?
That was Al's first motion picture role.
Wow, that was a fantastic movie, and he was a top-rate actor in that movie. He added so much quality to it. Wow. So did Ferris Bueller and a couple of the others, right? Funny as heck, that movie, but it's one my wife and I think that probably every parent should watch before their kids' teenage years.
It's, I guess, Al Matthew Broderick on Broadway.
Yeah, Matthew Broderick.
Yeah, Broderick said, "Hey, would you like to do this movie with me?" And it really shot him up there. I mean, he only got better as time went on. And the interesting thing he's saying.
You go ahead.
The interesting thing he says about the role in playing Cameron, he said, all I had to do was play myself. And he was right.
Oh, wow. He was depressed, was he?
Say again?
Was he depressed in real life then?
He was a kind of, how do you want to put it? A little to the oddball side, but lovingly so, lovably so.
Yeah,
I mean, not quite the oddball I was. I was really out there.
But when the car went through the window, and
wow,
his reaction just looked so real. Like he was really worried about it. He acted it so well. The whole thing, he was really good. Yeah.
He's damn good. I would really like, I don't know if I can ever scrape the money together, but I'd like to get out to LA. Number 2 reason to see a Dodger game at Dodger Stadium. Number 1 reason is to, sit down and have a beer with Al, because we have not been in the same room since 1974.
It's a long time.
It's a very long time.
It's more than 40 years.
Yeah, it's 45 years since we've been in the same room together.
Yeah. It's important to keep in touch.
talking over the line is one thing, but being together in the same room is quite another.
Another really good movie from that era was The Breakfast Club.
That one I haven't seen.
It's good. I've heard rumors there's going to be some kind of a remake of it. I don't
Is
know how they're
someone
going to
having
fit
chest
smartphones into
problems, or have they fallen asleep?
Sorry?
I think that's Randall's chair rocking.
Oh, it makes a squeaking noise once in a while. Sorry about that.
No, I guess it isn't, because I'm hearing it even when your chair's not moving now.
I have a guess, and let me see. Yep, my guess holds up. Might be the person in the upper right corner.
Oh, did we lose Jen?
Jenny.
No,
She
I'm
might
still
be-
here.
Oh, you're still here?
Oh,
So
yeah.
it's not. I thought I saw your little thing going week, 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 week on time with the noise, but I guess not. Okay. I thought you had fallen asleep.
Mm-mm. No, in fact, I'm being entertained by somebody in a text chat that I won't go into in public.
Yeah, that's when I heard it, it did sound like, somebody who was a bit asthmatic. But then I thought it was just the chair rocking.
Oh, sometimes when I lay down to stretch my back a little bit, the direction of my breath hits the microphone that's in line on the headphones, and people hear me breathing.
Oh, okay.
I have to head off. I've got stuff to do. This has been a delightful chat. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, we're
Yay!
going on 3 hours here, so maybe it is time to be closing this down soon.
Well, I didn't mean for you to close down. It's just I got to go.
No, but where I live, everything closes at 5 o'clock. And the lab screwed up my tests, so I have to go over to the hospital and have them draw blood again. They need fresh blood to redo the testing.
Man.
Oh, fun.
Thank you, lab.
Yeah, I don't necessarily have to do it today. It's just a walk-in any day this week, but if I can get over there before 5 o'clock today would be good.
So we can commiserate about that sort of thing. My doctor, the nephrologist, wants me on an antihypertensive. He said he called it into my pharmacy. The pharmacy told me they never got it, so I called this morning. Let's see if I can get the news that they've got it, and then I'll get it, and I'll tell. I mean, I hate all the drugs they want me on. I'm fucking walking pharmacy here, but what can I tell you?
I know what you mean. I'm up to 7 different pills a day myself.
20.
Well, you have everything.
Yeah, well, that's true.
Yeah, I went for like 15 years that I didn't even take so much as an aspirin.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm supposed to take 3, but I'm terrible at remembering to take anything unless I'm exhibiting symptoms.
Yeah.
Yeah, the whole he wants me on this antihypertensive, and I'm borderline at this point. I'm not necessarily in the red every day. Most of the time I'm in the yellow anyway, but he wants me on the anti. He wants me on it. He wants me on. Okay, God damn it,
Well, it still beats homeopathy.
Oh my. Randolph, have you seen Cold Hard Logics, or is it Cold Hard Logic or Cool Hard Logic? I think it's Cold Hard Logic, right? His series
Cool
on
Hard Logic.
Cool Hard Logic. His
Yeah.
series on homeopathy.
Probably not. I'm kind of busy with a lot of other stuff. The homeopathy is not a major thing that I fight. I know about homeopathic vaccines and stuff, but they're all crap. They just water, right? But none of
Right, yeah.
yeah.
It's
In
CWL's.
particular, sorry.
It's
Go on.
it's CWL's presentation that I absolutely love.
Yeah. I'll send me a link on Twitter later, and I'll take a look.
Yeah,
It's
actually, Cool Hard Logic is how I got Sloth Girl into YouTube.
Okay.
I showed her his World of Batshit series.
yes, absolutely. Oh my word! Yeah, brought to you in conjunction with Happy Demon Pig Productions.
Yeah.
That sounds promising.
Yeah, so after that, then she started, watching the Flat Earth debunkers and that, and got sucked into the whole thing here.
Yeah, he's
it's like, yeah, we're both like, there are people who actually take this shit seriously.
all right. Let's copy that and let's throw that into the side chat here.
Yeah, my dad called me up one day. He's a skeptic, but he called me up one day and he said that he's thinking of becoming joining the Flat Earth Society and wondering what I think of it. He's enjoying. He's not into that, but he thinks the whole thing is hilarious.
Yeah, Bruce.
Yeah, seriously, until I got on YouTube, about 2.5 years ago, it never occurred to me there was anyone who took Flat Earth seriously. I thought it was just a running joke.
There was a conspiracy theory I saw from Flat Earthers a while ago. Is they think that the airlines and all the pilots and all the air forces are trying to keep it secret that the Earth is not a globe.
Yeah.
Then maybe the Flat Earthers become pilots.
Yeah, that's one of their talking points about, why are there no direct flights in the Southern Hemisphere and why does nothing fly over Antarctica?
Oh, boy. Yeah, there's...
Cool Art Logic did at least... How many episodes on Flatties that he did?
Flatties.
In his inimitable style. Yeah, you'll find the word bollocks out of his mouth quite a bit. I'd like to meet him. I really would. I'd like to meet him. I'd like to meet Martimer81. Marty and I have been friends on Facebook for years. Marty actually helped me out with a video I did a couple years ago. That was and it totally amazed me. He was so helpful and friendly about it. Something on the physics of causality. But that's the interesting thing about being a YouTube content creator. You get to talk to the other creators. Some of them big names and the whole bit like that are recognized everywhere. And you're talking to them just the way you would be talking to your neighbor or your brother-in-law or whatever. It's just two people talking. It's absolutely wonderful.
Yeah.
Well, in this community, they don't have big fat heads, Like, you couldn't do that to, like, I don't know, Markiplier or PewDiePie or somebody like that. I don't imagine that they would be very approachable people.
Okay, yeah, but I mean, here in the atheist community, it's like,
Right.
yeah, we're all people. It's,
Yeah.
I mean, to be sitting in July for at the table on Hilton's back porch, talking to Aaron Ra, and he's asking me about trans stuff, and he's like, "Thank you so much for all the help and everything." It's like, yeah, me? You're thanking me? God damn!
Yeah, that was one of the cool things about Faithless Forum, going there and meeting a bunch of the folks that were there, and it just being like, no big deal.
This is why I really have to work on getting there, one way or another.
Hitchhike. No, I'm just kidding. Bad idea. Don't do that.
I'd like
Well,
to...
actually, I'm willing to drive her down there. It's a matter of if I can afford the accommodations.
Well, like I said, I think I mentioned it last time. I just need to figure out what's going on, but I'm gonna get the bigger room, so I'll have room to share.
Yeah, I might have to do some talking with Neil because he was making some suggestions to me that there would be room in his room for me. I think it's open to other folks as well. I mean, depending on who you are, of course. I mean,
Right.
you, Purple, would probably have no problem at all. Everybody in here, I think, would have no problem at all. It's just a matter of working shit out. What
Well, that's
I've
right.
got.
I'm hoping that they'll do. It's like I suggested um, to Drew for next year is to start a Discord specifically for Faithless Forum,
Hey, that sounds
so
like a
that
good idea.
so that people can, can not what's the word I'm looking for? Not sponsored. They can coordinate, but I'm trying to say like coordinate in a not Faithless Forum's responsibility kind of way. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Yeah, yeah.
I'd
What
like
I've
to
got to
go
work out.
I'd like to go down there,
is-
but chances are I probably can't because this would be like a family vacation thing, and there's a lot going on. But if I can, I'd definitely make it. I'd love to put faces to names that only see avatars, right? So and meet all these people who are involved because it's actually a lot of really good people there. What Neil was telling me, and all top people were there. So
Yeah.
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
What I've got to work out is this one.
Yeah.
Because there's no way that I would leave her alone as long as I might be down there.
Right.
Because again, when I was talking with Neil, I might be spending a little more time down there than the Faithless Forum itself. And I've already dropped a hint with someone, which is really interesting. This person, I guess you could call her a friend of mine. I mean, we've known each other for 30 years and stuff like this. But the whole thing is, I was mentioning to her about Jeff taking me for the biopsy, and immediately out of her mouth was, "You should have called me." Well, I explained, it's a good thing because I got to see Jeff, and then he was dead 2 days later. A little later in that conversation, I'm talking about Faithless Forum, and I happen to make, the big thing about that is someone to look in on the little one, not a peep out of her. And she's got a history of always being available to help in the past tense.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So I've got to work out with somebody I can trust. Somebody I can count on. Yeah, and I mean, it would be only like every couple of days or so, just to look in on this one. She's been alone for 2 days because there were a couple of times I went down to my friend Cassia's house or apartment, and we'd get to talking, and pretty soon it's like 2 a.m, and I know where I'm spending the night, and the next day we get to talking, and it's 2 a.m, and I'm going to be spending another night here. Okay, I mean, it's just the way shit goes with us.
Do you need somebody to just make sure that she's fed, or
basically
more than that? Because
it's,
I mean, never mind.
Basically, make sure she's got food, make sure she's got water, maybe scoop out the litter box. I'd leave, the way we did it, right, Purple, where I had the 2 litter boxes going. That might help with the load, to make it a little easier.
Phrasing.
Yep.
Sounds like we've got an archer here.
Because, I mean, I really would hate that would be the thing that got in the way. Because I'd like to get... Hey, you, what are you doing? What'd you break? I'd really like, as you say, Randolph, to see a lot of these people, get to talk to them in person. I mean, I'd love to see Aaron again. I'd love to see Lilandra, because I didn't get to see her in July. and then a whole bunch of other names down there. Well, Neil wants me to drink scotch with him.
That sounds like Neil.
Yeah. And what I wouldn't mind doing, if there's any way I could manage this, if I could take the equipment down and be able to set some shit up and everything, I'd like to be able to talk to some people on camera and put it up later when I get back home, and then just talk to them off camera and get a chance to talk to some of the people I've been watching for some number of years and really haven't had a chance to talk to.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Faithless Forum would probably be a really good place for getting all that arranged.
Yeah, and maybe if I could get some tips from people here, there, and everywhere, and how to make my channel better and all kinds of good stuff like that. Because hey, I've got a lot of work to do. I mean, my channel is definitely not ready for prime time.
Yeah, I got to look into this live stuff because there's an event coming up here on November 16th that Canadian Atheists, which I run, is organizing. And it's there's a possibility I might be able to live stream it. If we can, that'll be great. I've never live streamed before, so I have some learning to do in the meantime.
Oh, it's fun.
Yeah.
Suris, in his live stream just a couple of days ago, said that he's going to be moving all his live streaming to Twitch. Because he explained a couple of points of, why they're a better setup for live streaming than YouTube.
Yeah, I was listening to that broadcast, yeah.
Well, I'm going to do
The
YouTube.
problem with Twitch, though, is that it doesn't give you the notifications like YouTube does. So I really suck at keeping up with that.
Yeah, the one I remember...
It's the same with Discord as well. So he might post it on Discord that he's going live on Twitch, but I still wouldn't get that notification. So I don't know. We might lose viewers that way.
YouTube has a great tendency to send me the notifications half an hour after an event started.
Is Twitch public?
I find that depends how you're accessing YouTube, because my notifications for it are pretty good, but then I'm on an Android phone, which is all operated by Google, isn't it? So
well, mine's just notifications on my desktop computer. And YouTube can't get them to me in time when I'm logged in.
Okay, then.
I know a few people complain about problems with YouTube. Most of the people I know don't have an issue with it. So I'm not sure what's going on there. But is Twitch something that has live audience, like public audience kind of thing going on?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, my understanding, I haven't actually used Twitch, is that it is more geared for the gaming community, so it was set up more for people streaming games.
Yeah.
You know, and that the chat features have kind of built upon that.
Okay.
Yeah, something I remember Sir saying, if I remember correctly, correct me if I'm wrong, Purple, something about Twitch being not all that good for getting noticed. If you're small, you're way down at the end of the list.
Yeah, that was one of the things he was saying, that it would be hard to start out new there.
Yeah.
YouTube is the king, and this one you're using here, StreamYard, hooks into YouTube quite well. So
yeah, well, StreamYard is real easy. That's it. Its greatest merit is that even if you've never done this before, if you get the StreamYard, you can probably go in there and just reading their instructions, you can actually get started in an hour.
Yep.
Yeah, turnkey would be the operative term.
Yeah.
I decided to test to see if I could live stream because I've only got like 30 subscribers, and somebody was saying you have to have at least 100. And my first test stream turned into a 3-hour chat.
Yeah.
Just fine, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got a similar number of subscribers as you.
So you were able to get out there?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. You didn't see Pirate Kitty's live streams?
I think you were in it.
Okay, well, hey.
I think I was in it.
I don't know my own name most of the time.
Yeah, maybe you
know,
just forgot which channel you were on that night.
That's it. Well, like Faye would tell me back in the early days, you spend more time on everybody else's channel than your own, and she's right.
I have no idea if I was in it.
I have no. It's unfortunate I haven't been on air with her on her channel in quite a while. I'll have to see if we can do something or bring her on my channel. She hasn't been here in a shitload of the time. Say what?
Pig Puncher. He's sorry. He transferred all his live streams over to Twitch as well, and I just remembered that.
Well, the whole thing with the transferring and everything else, I would hate to lose my view counts. I mean, I'm very possessive of those. I actually got 120 some views on my most recent live stream, and it's like, yay, over 100! All right,
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, I had one video of just a car driving into the side of the barrier on the road. It's on my YouTube channel, and it's just a minute or two long. It's very short, and I posted up there for the police because I did a report for them. I helped the guy out. He wasn't driving bad or anything. It's just that things went out of control because of the weather. But that one ended up with over 2,000 views within the first day or two. And that's typical of my videos. They normally aren't like that. And then it took me a while, but I finally figured out what happened. Somebody posted it on a popular Reddit channel where people like to criticize driving.
Okay.
Yeah. It takes a while to figure these things out because you don't get the analytics right away. So, but Reddit's a good one to remember if there's something that a controversial Reddit community that's large would find interesting. It might be good to get your video linked from there.
Yeah, I got some pretty good views on the trans-related stuff that was on a few weeks ago.
Good.
Yeah, it seems that's a draw. It didn't quite break 100, but it came pretty damn close. No, it amazed me that the one that broke 100 was something that I never thought would draw the way it did. It was my most recent. Let's see here. Let me get this going. Yeah, there we are. The one about daylight saving time. Where we were just bitching about. It was like a 6-hour video. Got 123 views over the last 2 days.
Wow, that's good.
And I just don't do that usually. And then all of a sudden, wham, Here it is.
How many subscribers have you got?
I have. Are you ready for this? 451.
Nice.
Hey, that's great.
I'm liking it. I really am. It's the best part, what I consider the best part, is that I'm not taking off like a rocket. I'm growing slowly. And
that's happening for me too.
I
think that's the best way.
I like that better. Yeah.
And I think one of the reasons your time zone stuff, if it's very recent, might be doing well is because that's coming up as an issue here in our province where the local government wants to get rid of the time zone change, the daylight savings change, and just have it consistent throughout the year. And I don't like this. I like to keep it changing because we get sunrise and sunset at different times, and the daylight savings shift helps accommodate with being in sync with that. So, and the rest of the country like this too. And if we're kind of the odd one out, that's not good. Well, there's one province that's half an hour off, but nobody seems to care about that.
You're talking about Newfoundland, right?
You got it.
So, Diana, talking about video views on what I'm going to call natural videos, which is just stuff that I've done. My most is 162 on a video of my ferret.
Oh, wow.
Okay, then.
Now, my highest view is 506.
How many subscribers have you got?
28.
Wow, you're doing quite well.
Holy shit, not bad.
My 506 is a 17-second video. It's remember the whole thing with Tommy McMurtry and the NIFB.
Oh man, yeah,
I made a one of those little videos where I said the thing, and that's gotten a bunch of views. But like natural, like where I haven't had it promoted by somebody else, which is what happened with that one, is like the 162 video.
Someone
Oh my! Oh my! Oh my! Oh my! Oh my! Oh my! Let me get the exact number here. Holy fucking shit! There is a clip from one of my after shows. It was the show where Neil was on with me this past January,
Mm-hmm.
and we had the after show with Neil. Kate was there. And I believe Frustrated Atheist was there. And Darth Dawkins was giving us all sorts of shit. I cut a clip out of that, called it Darth Dawkins Day in the Sun. 1,005 views.
Oh, congratulations.
Yay! Well, Kate was masterful in that one.
Oh wow, yeah.
Yeah, I've only got a half dozen videos that have gone over 100 views.
Before I got active on Twitter, I got in a conversation with Darth Dawkins and somebody else's YouTube Hangouts, Google Hangouts thing, and it went on for about an hour and a half of him trying to grill me and basically interrogate me. It was hilarious because he was trying to get me to take a position on something that I don't have a position on. And he kept going around all these different angles. It was quite an interesting chat. He said to me afterwards he sent me a note saying he liked chatting with me because I was not like a lot of the others he chats with, and I was quite patient and polite all the way through. And I guess most of the people he deals with must get pretty impatient with him.
Yes, I could attest to that.
I'd be willing to do it again with him and see where it goes.
Oh my! Because what he was doing to us was he was badgering Kate about I want to debate you right now.
That's what he does.
Yeah, and Kate was, look, yeah, let's hammer out a time. We'll, if you want it on my channel, if you want it on. Say again.
He likes to catch people off guard.
He doesn't want to stick with stuff. Yeah.
And she's hey, I've got stuff to do. I'm on an after show that I really like to be on right now. Don't even ask me why she likes to be on my after shows. And then I've got other things to do later on. So it's not happening right now. And and he's debate me now, you coward. All this bullshit and everything else like that. It's man.
Sounds like he's nastier. Okay.
Yeah, it's you're a coward and you're backing out and all this shit. It's about 18 minutes worth of hijinks and fun. That clip is. It's in the side chat in case you want to see it.
Let's see. You got some real interesting drama people out there. You got Darth Dawkins, you got G-Man, and there's a whole bunch of others too. Yeah.
Did you see the discussion last night with G-Man and Shannon?
No, how did it go?
Not bad.
Oh, really?
Yeah, G-Man did not go off the handle. And the impression I'm starting to get, and maybe Shannon said something about it, I'm not sure. I have a feeling he was tending to be polite because she was the person he was talking to. Had he been talking to a man, maybe it would have been a bit different.
Yeah, he strikes me because, I've seen. So the first time that I was actually introduced to the concept of G-Man was in a live stream. It was an after chat with It was on the Non Sequitur show after a debate I guess him and Aaron Raw were having.
Oh, that one! Yes.
That one was it really irritated me, one, because of the way that they were treating Shannon in that. Shannon was trying to come in and have a calm, rational conversation
Yeah, that's always good.
Yell that again. I'm gonna get yelled at again. And the guys were just like dick waving contest all over the place.
Is that the one where G-Cat made an appearance?
Let me see if I can find it.
Because there was the one, and RNRA was involved in this one, where for whatever reason, G-Man picked up his cat, held it up to the camera, and the look on this cat's face was like, help!
You know, I'm thinking somebody should create a G-Woman account and go and fight with G-Man all the time. It'd be hilarious.
Oh, jeez. Don't tempt me. Don't tempt me. Don't tempt me.
Well, you've got a good theme going already.
Oh, man. You know, that's the other thing. When we're done with this, I'll ask you a little something later, Purple, but just a quick question. But that's only when this is done. Okay, let's see what we got.
Yeah, if I have to start another channel, I'm definitely going for the Woo. That's where you can get the money. I'm sure
if
I
you do
can.
that, I'm never speaking to you again.
I'm sure I can come up with a good sales pitch to be selling colored water for $1,000 a bottle.
Or the other one is there's a channel I discovered recently with a bunch of boys, and I'm saying boys, but they're actually about 30 years old, who drop stuff from towers. You know, they drop stuff on other stuff.
Oh, yeah. I saw one of their videos.
It's, what is it called? The Ridiculous or something like that?
Yeah.
And they routinely get, like 1 million views before the day is over. And it's like, man, if I could just do shit like that and rake in the money. Well, of course, what I didn't realize until I went looking at their channel, they started that shit 10 years ago.
Yeah.
I think I've seen some of their videos. Like they go up on a really tall dam and drop a ball into the water. Just
That's the one
flying out.
Yeah.
So
Mhm.
I found the stream. It was from December 20th. It was the debate aftermath. Aaron Rod, G-Man, and Mr. Intelligent Design. And this had Dr. Josh, this had Steve, Aaron, Mr. Intelligent Design, Jim, Kyle, David, someone named Lawrence, Attila the One, G-Man, Micah Malik, who I have no idea who that is, Chris H, Shannon Q, Hunter Bailey, Brian Joseph Stevens, somebody named Rhett, and somebody named Brian G. This is like 17 people in an after show. And it was just a freaking shit show.
Okay, this is probably not the one I was thinking of. The after show I'm thinking of was subsequent to Aaron and Kent Hovind going head to head.
Thanks for organizing this, Purple. I do have to get going.
Okay, well, thanks for coming in.
Well, thanks for coming in, sweetie.
See you later.
Actually,
All right.
quite enjoyed your input on our politics from an outsider's view.
Yeah, it was educational for me too because I get a little more insight into what's going on. I didn't know that people were blaming Mexico for everything. It's like, wow.
Yeah.
So, okay.
Okay, we'll catch you later.
Thanks.
Take
Bye-bye.
care, hon. Oh, Bruce, I know the one you're talking about. Yeah, crushing things in a hydraulic press.
Now I'm gonna duck out as well. I'm pretty tired.
Okay.
Well, you be good, or be good
Never.
at it. Be good at it. We'll talk.
So I'm gonna put the link in here for that after show in the private chat. But yeah, it was just a shit show. And that after show.
Well, you could put it in the YouTube chat. Some other people here might be interested in looking at it too then.
I'm actually not watching on the. I'm actually being bad today.
Okay. Well, that's fine.
Give me a second. I'll pull it up. I forgot to pull it up.
Well, that's fine. I can move it over if you just drop it in the private chat here.
I'm already there. It doesn't take me The link is weird though. You're gonna have to go to the start. But I mean, that debate is why I found Cyrus the Skeptic, because I was like, who is this G-Man dude? And I started Googling G-Man, and it brought up one of Cyrus's videos on G-Man, and then I started watching Cyrus.
Mm-hmm. Oh, we got somebody else coming in. Oh, Tria's back.
Hey.
Hello.
Hey, Tria.
Hey
I'm
there.
having to
Yay.
postpone Purple trying to get off the stream and go do stuff. I'm so helpful.
Yeah, that's okay. Handsome Kitty is objecting to me standing up, so.
Kitty supervisor, yay.
You
My
know, we
supervisor
really
is
could've-
currently chowing down.
We could have used you a little while ago, because the guy that was in here, I'm sorry, what was his name?
Randolph?
Richardson?
Randolph.
Randolph
Yeah.
Richardson. Was talking about something some college did, and I brought up BYU, and I figured you'd be the one to know about BYU.
Oh gosh. Like, I didn't go to BYU, but I do have people who I am acquainted with who are currently still going. Hold on a second. Bed.
BYU, that's Brigham Young.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's
Yep.
BYU University. BYU is terrible. And
Oh,
it's
yeah.
a trap. It's a trap. Because when I was growing up, you know, you hear like we have special rules so that when you go, you're in an environment where you're surrounded by people with the same goals as you.
Yeah.
And like, you know, you don't get as tempted by worldly stuff. And, you know, you can get your education without all of the distractions. What they really mean is the BYU honor code is archaic and full of snitches, encourages snitching. And basically, if you screw up, you get punished
Kicked out.
or kicked out. And if you get kicked out, they hold on to your transcripts. Your transcripts, because they are an accredited college, do transfer, but BYU, because
Won't
it's
do
a
it.
religious school, they look the other way when the school holds on to your records and doesn't pass them along like they're legally obligated to.
Really?
Mm-hmm. I have friends who are currently not Mormon anymore. Who are
Uh-oh.
having to fake it 24/7.
Oh, yeah, so that they can
Because-
finish their education.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Some of them have as much as like 4 or 5 semesters to go.
I have somebody on my list who says they're a BYU fan, and I'm just like, how can you be? How? Don't understand.
Could be Mormon, could have Mormon family, could have grown up in Salt Lake and not known all the politics behind BYU. Like,
No, this is
honestly, I
someone who
didn't know.
knows.
Ugh. See, I didn't know all the BYU honor code stuff
Mhm.
until I was out, because the church is really, really good at marketing it like it's a great place to be.
Well, I've heard the education isn't necessarily bad.
It depends on what your degree is and what you're going for. I wouldn't take a science degree at BYU, or I wouldn't take Native American history at BYU. But like some of the other programs, like the literature program out there is pretty good. The tech programs out there are pretty good. The problem is that it's all of the additional stuff that's with it. You basically have to follow every single rule that Mormonism has, and they have a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Stuff like if you get caught with coffee, whether you're on campus or not, you can get punished for that.
Coffee,
yes. You can get punished for coffee. You get punished for tea,
Wait
coffee,
a minute.
wearing a tank top, your shorts being too short, Heaven help you if they find out you are gay. Heaven help you if they find out that you're trans. Heaven help you if they find out that you're not a member anymore. Yeah, the list of rules for Mormons is really, really long. I don't know how I used to keep them all. Actually, no, I didn't. I kept 90% of them, but yeah, no, you can't keep all of the rules.
Okay, what I want to know, what is wrong with the elixir of life?
Okay,
That being
funny
that
story,
being coffee.
and
That being coffee.
This is how I heard it told to me. I don't know whether or not this is the actual happenings, but it sounds right, and it sounds similar to what some of the things that the church has partially admitted. Okay, so Joe and the boys used to go over to Joe's house and sit around and like do guy things like chew the fat, talk like that, and they called it the school of prophets or something like that. And they had a bunch of men over, and they'd all chew tobacco. Like chewing tobacco was really, really big during that time period. So they'd all chew tobacco and smoke cigars, and of course it was Emma's job to clean up after the boys, because we're talking like the 1830s time frame. And so Emma went to Joe and was like, "Hey, Joe, I really don't like cleaning up after you all. It's a lot of work. I am unable to make the place look as nice as I would like it to, and it's too much for me to handle. Can you boys like calm down just a little bit? Like, you don't have to completely stop, but I'm tired. I can't do this. This is too much for me." So Joseph went and prayed, air quotes, and then came back to Emma and said, "Oh, Emma, I got a revelation from God, and he's decided that it's not healthy for us to smoke or drink so much alcohol anymore and use our chewing tobacco." So he outlines this thing, and he says, "Oh, and by the way, you ladies aren't allowed to have tea and coffee anymore. Bye!" Because that's how the women sat down and interacted and socialized. It was basically, if us boys can't have our fun, guess what, Emma? You ladies can't sit around and drink tea and coffee anymore. And chat.
Oh, boy, shamoy.
Oh, and you
Okay,
can't
now
buy
that makes
alcohol.
sense.
You can't buy alcohol. We can make alcohol, but you can't buy it. And so instead of getting that nice fancy wine you like, us boys are going to go over there and drink the moonshine and beer. Have fun, ladies.
All because they just wanted them to be cleaner about it.
Pretty much. I also did not know this information until I was out of the church.
Makes sense.
They tell you that it's health stuff, and some of it is. Like, you really shouldn't smoke. It's not good for you.
I know.
Drinking
My doctor
too
was
much
telling
is
me that
not,
for years.
Yeah, drinking too much is not good for you.
I don't have to worry about that.
You know, so I mean, there are some things. Too much coffee is bad for you. You can drink a little bit, but
There's
too
no
much
such
is
thing
bad.
as
That was-
coffee.
You beat me to it, Kitty.
Okay.
I'm just kidding.
I have found too much coffee. It's not pretty. But anyways, you know, tea doesn't really like again if you don't
Right. Oh.
if you don't like overdrink the tea. Tea has actually got benefits.
Hey, Purple,
So
I found an image to share if you've got a second.
Yeah, if you put it up there.
I've already got it sitting there.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Tree. I didn't
But
want
yeah, it Oh my gosh, MLMs are a big thing in Mormonism. But yeah, that once somebody told me
Yeah.
that story, I was just like, once somebody told me that story, I was like, that fucking makes sense. Because it was really, really popular to like come out with, in that time for religions to come out with health guidelines that were more based on spiritual things or what they thought was healthy.
Oops.
Yep. You're still sharing.
No, I know.
Oh,
I'm still
I
trying
love
to
that
find
one.
I'm still trying to find the rest of this where they actually explain what goes on after that part, but I can't remember who has that meme. One of
But
my friends
yeah,
did it.
it's but yeah, if you go to BYU, you can't drink alcohol, you can't drink tea, you can't drink coffee, you can't wear tank tops, can't um can't wear short shorts, you can't cohabitate with a member of the opposite sex. Uh let's see, you have to be paying your tithe, you have to be going to all of your church meetings.
Oh, okay. So they want $478 a semester to go to BYU, and they want you to tithe.
Well, here's the thing. BYU's actually technically cheaper than a lot of other colleges, which is one of the draws. If you're a member of the church in good standing, they will often lower the tuition rate for you, but you still have to continue to pay your tithing while you're there. So I understand how people get pulled into it. It's like, okay, so this is a cheaper option for me. I can live on campus. I won't have to deal with like people having sex all around me and this and that and the other. You know, if you're really into Mormonism, it sounds good, but what happens is a lot of people go there and don't realize that a big part of the BYU honor code is you actually kind of get rewarded for turning people in. And so you have a snitching system where they're all snitching on each other and turning each other in and trying to get everybody else in trouble. Because if you get somebody else in trouble, then they're so busy taking care of that person that they're not paying attention to you.
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
going to ask how many false accusations are there?
Yeah, because that's a healthy social environment we want to foster.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And you don't hear about that until you're there. You don't hear that that's how they keep that wonderful, clean environment that they've promised you is the snitching system. And also, when you get in trouble at the school, you also get, depending on what you did, you also wind up having to go to your bishop's office, which is your pastor, and getting your spiritual punishments through your bishop, as well as being pulled into the principal's office, so to speak, the dean's office or whatever, however many times they feel like it's necessary to yank your ass in there for what they call counseling, but it's anything but.
Rasta.
Yeah. So you're
Is there-
getting double whammied. You're getting punished at school, and you're getting like punished at school, and then you go to your church meetings, and at your local building, your bishop decides whether or not he's going to punish you. Anything from extra meetings with him to losing your calling or your job in the church. It's not like a job, but basically stuff like, oh, well, you can't be like the primary, or you can't be not the primary president. Let's see, what's something I could think of? Oh, you can't be the choir director anymore because you've screwed up, and then everybody knows that you're not choir director anymore, and so the gossip starts. If gossip hadn't started already.
Yeah.
And then stuff like, depending on how bad you messed up, you can't take sacrament, which is the Mormon word for communion. That is also public. So people will notice you're not taking sacrament. So all
Yeah,
of
so
these
far I
things are
think you've
public.
covered about 4 or 5 check marks on the bite model checklist.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Mormonism as a whole screams taking off the bite model checklist. Some is worse than others though. Like what I got is pretty tame compared to what somebody who went on a mission would have gotten.
Yeah.
Or what I got is kind of tame compared to what somebody at BYU would have gotten. However, what I got is not tame compared to 90% of the other Christian denominations.
What is? May I ask? Is this bite model?
Oh, that's a checklist of points to consider when you're deciding what is a cult or not.
Yeah, if you watch
Oh.
any of Telltale's videos, he uses it a lot. It's an acronym for behavior control. Was it intellectual control? No, that's something else. Behavioral something thought. I should remember this by now.
Behavioral control, information control, thought control, and I think it's emotional.
Yeah, emotional control. Yeah.
How do you spell bite model? I'm hearing bite, BITE.
Yes.
That's the way to go.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the thing is that I get kind of annoyed because there are people who will tell me, "Oh, every religion is a cult," and I'm like, "Whoa, honey, you need to understand that when you step away from one of the more extreme, higher demand religions, you have to treat that psychologically differently than you do somebody who just walks away from a chill by comparison denomination." Because,
I had it.
Go ahead, Diana.
I had an easy time leaving Catholicism.
Yeah.
I can imagine that there are some people out there who would have a shitload of trouble post leaving Mormonism or JW or
Yeah.
some of that other
That's
shit.
I didn't know much about him before getting on YouTube, but I see now that Catholicism was actually fairly light compared to the JWs or the Mormons.
Mhm.
Well, it depends on what kind of Catholic you are too, because there are some Catholic families that are damn near as extreme as Mormons. So I think it depends on your area, it depends on your family, it depends on how devout Catholic you are. Because I have heard some Catholic extremes get as bad as Mormonism.
Oh yeah, I've known a few hyper Catholics.
I tend to think that all religions are cult-ish, or are cults, but to varying degrees. I mean, I certainly recognize Jehovah's and Mormons and Scientology as being exceptionally bad in that respect.
Mm-hmm.
But I've known people who were Lutheran who
I wouldn't say
everything to
all
be Lutheran.
religions, but yeah, most of the big ones at least have some aspects of it.
Yeah, but the thing is that, and people look at me odd when I tell them this. Now, granted, I was way devout, and there are, even within Mormonism, there's varying levels of devoutness, and even more so now that the information age is hit with the internet, a lot more people are a little bit less strict. But when I was growing up, if you met the prophet and he told you to jump off a cliff, you jumped off that cliff. Period.
Yeah.
You didn't ask, you didn't question, you didn't go, what's the ramifications of this? No, if he said you jump off the cliff, you jump off the cliff. You don't even ask directions, you just do it.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure that I would have been one of the people who would have jumped off said cliff, but I probably would have torn myself apart the rest of my life for not doing so. Like, torn myself to shreds for not doing so. Because they teach you that the prophets, and they've gotten away from this because the prophets keep making obvious mistakes. But when I was growing up, I was taught that the prophet spoke face to face with God. It wasn't a prayer and then an answer, and then like a feeling or an answer in that way. It was God came down and would give instructions directly to the prophet, and therefore, if you were not doing what the prophet said, you were disobeying God directly.
Yeah. Well, see, and even the Catholics won't push it that far. At most, the priest might say that he's had a vision of one of the saints.
Well, the Catholics don't get to see God's face. They call it the beatific vision, and more or less state that the one who views the face of God dies in the viewing. Yeah.
Well, there's a Bible verse on that none can look upon the face of God and live.
Yeah.
I
Medusa.
gotta go, guys. You have a good
See
one.
you later, kitty.
Okay,
Bye-bye.
Kitty.
You be good.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, but that, and I don't, and the way Jenny put it, where she's like, I see things that are cult-like in every religion, I can deal with that and understand that. It's just, I see people who are just like, well, all religions are the same, and it's just like, no. There are some that are way worse than others, some that do more damage to you than others, and admitting that does not mean that somebody who had less damage to them it's not a dismissal of that person and what they've gone through. But in certain situations, you have to understand that you have to treat things slightly differently. Like, if I go into a psychologist's office and they don't understand how deep Mormonism goes, they're just going to treat it like any other denomination. And I wind up having to educate my psychologist. I've wound up having to educate them on Mormonism. I've wound up having to educate them on asexuality. And I really need to get over my fear and reach out to Mel because she offered to help me find somebody. But I've gotten so burned because they just don't get it. And they're like, you're so self-aware. I don't know why you're in here. And it's like, I am aware because I've been carrying it for so long. Being aware doesn't mean I know how to cope with this shit.
Yeah. Well,
or what to do with it, or how to move on from it.
And I even get, what you said about the different Catholic churches. I can clearly see that, the way Bub was brought up in the Catholic Church was significantly stricter than anything I encountered.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And same with my best friend. Her family is super chill for the most part, but they are strict Catholic. Like, she went to Catholic school and she had to go to church, and there was an X amount of hours she had to do, and there were a bunch of rules for her. She didn't have quite as many as I did, but pretty darn close. And there was a certain way you were supposed to act and dress. And so that's why I say with Catholicism, it can hit the bite model, but it depends on your personal experience with it.
Well, and that definitely is because, with me being the youngest, by the time I was born, my family had gotten pretty lax about it. But there is such a sharp contrast between me and my oldest brother that, you would not believe we were raised in the same household.
Okay. Yeah, my understanding, or at least with the people I've known, the Eastern Rite Catholics get a little crazier than the Roman Rite folks. But I remember a high school classmate of mine became an Orthodox Catholic priest, and my wife and I went to see one of the services he was conducting, and he's walking around the altar with his little book up there, and those who aren't with us are against us, and the whole, quoting from Paul, and he's like, "Holy fucking shit!" Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Yeah, he got the hell out of there. So that was one good thing he did.
Well, a big part of the difference is that my brother and my two oldest sisters actually attended the Catholic school, for elementary school at least.
Oof.
Yeah,
that
by the
also
time
makes
I
a
was born, my
difference.
parents couldn't afford that, so we were all in the public school by then.
Yeah, that makes a difference. Because a lot of those schools are run by the old school nuns, and my friend says that she has. There are certain sounds that if she hears something similar, it will give her like flashbacks. One of them is I'm not quite sure. She told me what sounds similar to it, but I can't remember. But the nuns used to use rulers and slam them on the desks, and they wouldn't aim for the hand, but they'd often hit
Yeah.
the hand.
They're famous for that.
Sounds, yeah. She says that she has flashbacks when she hears sounds similar to that.
Well, George Carlin would tell stories about the nuns with the rulers across the knuckles, and he wasn't making that shit up.
No.
They weren't
grew up a
allowed.
Catholic.
They weren't allowed to aim for the knuckles by the time she went in, but the nuns would sometimes hit them. And you
sort
could
of
tell when,
accidentally, yeah.
Yeah, they wouldn't do it every single time, so you wouldn't know when it would actually hit. But then they'd be like, "Oh, well, we didn't mean to actually like strike the child. We're so sorry." Blah 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 blah. But
No, those penguins could be absolute assholes. That they could be horrid, evil.
yeah, and like they had, like as she put it, they had eyes in the back of their head. They could tell everything that was going on, whether they were in the room or not. And of course, if you've been around children long enough, you start to see which ones are going to be doing what. But I can understand being scared as a child, having a teacher come up to you and be able to tell you exactly what you've done, even if they weren't in the room and didn't see it happen. I had a teacher who was that good when I was in high school. Fortunately, she was a kind, nice person and a good teacher. But when you're kids, it's almost like you're like, oh my God, they're psychic. They can tell my very thoughts, kind of deal. And that also can be creepy as hell. But there's something about Catholic school that doesn't compare to the rest of Catholicism. Kind of like how I said earlier, what my experience was tame compared to what a BYU person's experience would have been. It depends.
I went through hell in Catholic school, and I was only there 4 years. I mean, the penguins just painted a target on me, basically. I've told stories. You know how there are the kids who get bullied by the other kids. Not only did I get bullied by the other kids, I got bullied by the penguins and by the lay teachers.
Mm-hmm.
They actually participated. I don't know what things are like now. I mean, Okay, sixth grade, third, fourth, fifth, sixth. I was in Catholic school. So let's see, sixth grade. You're usually wait a minute now. You're usually 11. I was 10. That was 1966. I'm sorry, 1967. So the time may have been a bit different than it is now, that sort of thing. But still, not a bunch of fun.
Yeah, and also it depends on what country you're into, I think, as well. As far as whether or not Catholicism is is more cult-like or not.
Yeah.
I
I
can't
never
think of
actually
any off the
attended
top
this.
of my head, but yeah.
I never actually attended the school full time, but for a couple of years after school, I was sent for catechism classes.
Mhm.
Oh man, well, the catechism classes is what started the cracks in my belief. As a kid, I actually believed some of that shit, but I think it was seventh grade. We still had to, if you were not in the Catholic school, they stated that you had to be in the CCD, Confraternity of Christian Doctrine, classes at night. You went once a week. And there was a session where the topic was euthanasia. And the teacher laid out a scenario where, you have some guy, he's terminally ill, in great pain, begging for the release of death, that sort of thing. And then started going up and down the rows. What would you do? What would you do? And of course, all the kids are towing the line. I make the mistake of, speaking intelligently and start out with, well, I would hate to see this guy suffer that extreme pain. And this teacher screamed at me, but it's God's will! And I'm looking at him. I didn't say a word. But I'm thinking very loudly, what kind of God are you worshiping?
Yeah, that's actually kind of one of the things that broke me was we were taught that God is all loving and that his desire is for us to not only go back to live with him but also become exactly like him. And that is God's greatest present that he could give was for us to be able to have our families and become exactly like him. He wanted to give us everything he had. And then I started growing up and started noticing things that were like, okay, so I have a loving dad who takes care of me and my sister no matter what bullshit we put him through, who will except under extreme circumstances ever turn away from us and ever send us to be isolated away from him. And then I'd see these descriptions of outer darkness and casting a third of his children away to live in outer darkness and the suffering that people go through. And I was like, my loving dad would never put me through this. So how in the hell is God a loving father?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because apparently my dad doesn't know what love is, but God does. But this does not sound like love to me.
Yeah, well, I think even as a kid, even if I didn't quite register consciously, I was already kind of noticing that my dad was an abusive alcoholic, and the God of the Bible seemed a lot more like he was when he was drunk.
Okay, then.
Explain something to me. In Mormonism, what's all the stuff about coming from different planets, and when we die, a certain number or certain special Mormons become gods or something? Obviously, I'm not well versed in
Okay.
the mythology.
So,
What?
without
please.
going too deep into it, because we'd be here for 6 hours,
Don't
one
want
of the
that.
teaching. Yeah, that's actually something that I plan on doing is like a series, like breaking down what they call the plan of salvation. They
Oh, cool.
basically teach that in the premortal existence, God God gathered us all up, and they believe that we lived with God before as spirits, and that we were His children. We will always be His children, apparently, except for the ones that get cast out. But anyways, and God gathered us all up and said, "All right, so I want you all to go down to Earth, and I want you to have the experiences so that you can become like me." And the story goes that he says, and I need 2 volunteers to be leaders for this, essentially. Remember, this is kind of the reductive version, but anyways. And he's like, so what's the plan here? And Lucifer, or Satan, stood up and said, this sounds great. How about we send everybody down and they have to do things exactly 100% my way? There's no free will, there's no choices, but we'll all learn. And then everybody comes back to you and becomes like you. And then Christ said, I'll go down. Everybody has free choice. They can choose their own way. Maybe not everybody gets back, but hey, at least we'll have choices down there and we can learn and experience that way. And apparently God didn't like Satan's plan. And then there was a war in heaven, and a third of all of God's children decided that they liked Satan's plan better than Jesus's plan. And then when they lost, God sent them to the Mormon version of hell, which is outer darkness, which very few people go to. And so the Mormon church teaches that when we come to earth, we are using our free will to decide whether or not we are going to be worthy of becoming like God. And you have a set of rules that you have to follow and a set of things that you have to do in order to become like God. And of course, all of these things have to be done through the Mormon church, because of course. And so if you're a good little Mormon girl or boy and you follow all the rules and you do all of the ordinances and rituals, when you die, you become like God. But those rituals only through the Mormon church. And the rules, as we mentioned a little bit earlier, are a lot. There are a lot of rules that you have to follow in order to qualify.
Well, that's where the Catholic Church lost me, was too many rules. They're
all about rules.
Yeah, there's 3,657 things you can do that will send you to hell, and if you break a single one of these rules, you're gone. No second chances.
You ever want your brain twisted and melted? Try reading the it's called the Tri-C, the Catechism of the Catholic Church. That's it.
Yeah, Bub has referenced that in a number of his videos.
I want to go look at that and see, because I have a feeling that Mormons have more of them.
If they do, Mormons have a shitload. Yeah, the C cubed is. Well, hang on. Let me grab my copy.
Send me a link. I'm kind of wanting to read it just for curiosity, because now the thing with Mormonism is that there's only a very specific way you can go to Mormon hell, and it depends on who you ask and how old school they are. Because my dad believes that you cannot go to hell unless you have had a direct interaction face to face with the Holy Spirit, and then denied that the Holy Spirit exists, is how he was taught. But the way I was taught was, if you are Mormon and you actually believed in the Mormon church and then you fell away, you go to the Mormon hell, which is outer darkness.
Sounds like
That
a
is the
strategy
only-
to protect their ranks.
Be right back.
Yeah. It's basically the concept of outer darkness was invented so that when Joseph Smith got pissed off at people for calling him out on his bullshit, he could be like, well, now you're going to hell. That's basically it. Everybody else gets a version of heaven, no matter what the fuck you've done. It doesn't matter how horrible of a person you were.
Oh, well, good. I got my own heaven then.
Yeah, you get to go to heaven. I don't. I get to. Out of this entire group, I'm the only one going to hell, according to Mormons.
Wow. That's vicious.
Now, they will still treat you like shit in this life.
Yeah.
You will get treated worse than I will in this life, according to them. But come Judgment Day, you'll get a version of heaven, and I get to go to outer darkness.
Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah.
Yeah, well, the Catholics had me convinced I was going to hell before I was 8 years old. So it's like, when as a child you've already given up all hope, what else is there to go?
Yeah, well, see, in my case, at 8 years old, I was promised heaven, but I would not be with my family unless I did all of the rules. Now, I understand for some people that's not much of a threat, and I get it.
Yeah.
But
Well, especially as a kid,
my sister and I are tight.
Right.
She is my best friend. So having that threat held over my head, I was like, I need to follow all the rules. I need to be in heaven, in the same heaven as her, and keep her. Like my mom, I jumped back and forth sometimes with her because we had a strange relationship. I was like, I'm not sure I really want to be stuck in heaven with her. And my dad, at times, he and I were like, But I was like, I have to be in heaven with my sister. Period. And that was actually the hold that they had over me, was I was not afraid of going to hell, but when you're Mormon and you're told that you're going to get specific things, second place sounds almost as bad as hell.
Yeah.
And that's how they get it.
Oh my.
Because
Well,
they're
I
like,
can
well,
understand.
you're born into the church. Why are you throwing that opportunity away?
Yeah, what we've got over here, just let everybody know. Here's my copy of the C cubed. Note the thickness.
Yeah.
826 pages of unadulterated garbage.
Yeah, I'm sure it's a riveting read.
Oh, isn't it though? There was one, I have to find it again, in part 3. Oh man, okay. Where the hell did it go? Yeah, they're going through what they call the commandments. Okay, section 2 of the 10 commandments. They had the wrong 10, by the way. They have that first set. They don't have the set in Exodus 34, which is called, which is actually called the 10 Commandments. But I had it here.
At one point, and I kind of want to try to get another ex-Mormon to do it, because I know that I know that they will understand the line of questioning. But one video I really want to do, or one live stream I really want to do, is I want somebody to sit down with me and ask me the temple recommend questions and have me answer them honestly. As I would be now, not as I would have been when I was Mormon. But I kind of want to take the temple recommend questions because it gives you kind of an idea of what the rules are.
Yeah, that
And
would be
kind
an
of an
interesting video.
Because if you are not temple recommend worthy, if you do not get your temple recommend and you're not worthy of it, you get sent to one of the lower heavens and
Yeah.
you don't get to keep your family.
Well, even if you could just, get a copy of the questions and be reading and answering them, after an explanation of what this actually means.
Well, no,
That would be
the reason I would like to have somebody who knows the line of questioning is you have those questions and then your bishop determines whether or not they need to go further into them. Like the question itself, like
Watch
follow the
that
law.
stuff.
Yeah. Well, no, like the question, do you follow the law of chastity, is the only question that is on there. But if you say no, the bishop is going to be like, okay, so which part of the law are you breaking? Are you being immodest in your clothing? Are you like making out with your boyfriend? Are you watching rated R movies that you're not supposed to be watching? Are you reading lewd materials? But the question itself says, are you breaking the law of chastity? And the bishop can determine how far into that he wants to go. He can ask you down to what underwear were you wearing.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
And so, yes, I could theoretically just read the questions off and answer them, but I think it would have more of an impact if I had somebody.
Yeah, I get what you're saying there.
Been there to kind of, and we'll obviously discuss how far into things we're going to go, because I don't want to like completely trigger somebody. But I do want people to understand what it is like to be in the bishop's office, because it is an experience that doesn't really happen in a lot of the other churches. It kind of does, but not at the level that Mormonism does it.
Yeah, no, from what I've heard, that's definitely at that level. That seems to be fairly confined to the Mormons. I haven't heard of any other group that's had like that level of interrogation for children.
Mm-hmm. And I got lucky because I was considered a good kid, and also I was even more like, people could tell that I wasn't interested in sex, and so a lot of those sexual type questions I didn't get asked. They just assumed. They asked, "Are you keeping the law of chastity?" Yes. Okay, move on. Like, but that's not the typical experience that other people have had. But the thing was that it was so obvious I was disinterested, they left me alone about it until it became a problem. Which the problem in their eyes is you're not dating fast enough and you're going to miss your chance at getting married. And we can't have that because part of the built-in system is getting women settled down and having children as quickly as possible. And me not being interested in those things kind of wrecked their control over me in a sense. So
Oh, this is Ogden Fu over here. I'm trying to see here if
we
this...
lost Diana.
Yeah.
No, yeah.
Oh,
and
okay.
It takes a bit for me to process that. Just to think that the bishop or the priest or whoever is, doing this to a child without their parents even being there.
Oh yeah, and the parents are okay with it because they've been trained that it's normal.
Yeah.
Like, I didn't even realize how not normal that was until I got out. And again,
yeah, well, and that's
lucky.
the thing that, yeah, if you're brought up with it all your life, why would you question it?
Mm-hmm.
And yet, the religious right has the audacity to question numerous high-end medical professionals and challenge that they are indoctrinating children into being trans.
Yeah.
It's a lot
Well,
of.
see,
It's a hell of a lot of.
I'll tell you
protection.
something. I would never try to indoctrinate a kid into being trans. You don't want this life, all right?
Yeah, no
You
shit.
know
Really?
what? I pulled, and I'm breaking my dad little by little. It's taking a hell of a lot, but I'm breaking him little by little. And I caught him, and it was kind of a gotcha, and I feel a little bit bad about the gotcha, but not really. But we were talking about stuff, and he was complaining about trans indoctrination, and he was like, "This poor kid is being forced to be trans, blah 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 blah." And then I was like, "Okay, so let me ask you a question, Dad." I said, "Are you against giving trans kids drugs?" And he said, "Yes." And I said, "Who, buddy, have I got a couple of stories for you from some friends." And I told him about friends who had been put on antidepressants, who had been put on mind altering medications to try to force them to not be trans. I told them about going to doctors' offices and therapists' offices where the parents tried to force them to be anything other than what they were. And he was like, "Well, that's not what I'm." And I said, "No, you said you were against giving kids the medications. You need to realize that there are parents out there who will put their trans kids on medications just to try to force them to be cis. If you are against puberty blockers because you see them as harmful, you need to be against that." And he says, "Well, and I said, "Hold on, let me tell you about puberty blockers." I was like, puberty blockers aren't just used for trans kids who are postponing their transitions. It is also used safely to prevent precocious puberty. So don't even start with me." And he was just like, "Well, I guess you're right." And this, okay, cool. We're going to leave it there because if I go any farther, you're going to backtrack on me. And I was just like, "You need to realize what you're reading is sensationalized bull crap." Because they called the puberty blockers chemical castration.
No. That's
no.
something else.
Oh, I totally know that. But that was what I was trying to get across to him. I was like, why not just give the child the chance to determine whether or not that's what they want instead of letting puberty hit? It is safe to do so. So let the child get old enough to make that decision about their body themselves with little to no side effect.
Yeah.
And that's actually a lot easier on the kid, and it's a lot easier on their psyche as a whole than it is pushing them into puberty and finding out that it was the wrong puberty for them.
Yeah.
So yeah, I got him to at least agree on that, and now the world's going to explode a week from now. Bye, kids! But yeah, I've heard the propaganda. I hear it coming from my dad. Sometimes I'm able to counterpoint him. Sometimes I'm not. So.
No, I don't know what I just said.
I love the old man. He's a good dad. But he is deep into the Mormonism. They're good with their propaganda. And I apologize. I probably should have given a trigger warning.
I'm happily not as bad off as some people are. I don't know about you, Jen, but what triggers me more than that stuff is just the sorts of situations I had to deal with in general with those two pieces of shit.
Yeah, Jen, are you okay, or are you just having a hardware problem there?
Yeah, I'm a little bit concerned.
Well, the fact that it's still showing her connected, I think it's more likely it's a hardware issue with her.
Yeah.
You know, because if she had
Jenny?
just left the room, it wouldn't have shown her stuck there that long.
Yeah.
So,
I am a little bit concerned, though. just saying.
yeah, I understand why you would be concerned. You know, I think you're probably worrying about it more than you need to.
Yeah, but that's what I do.
Yeah.
That's my job description.
I'll tell you
Well,
this.
Yeah, no,
You can always
I love
post
my
something to the
family.
Twitter group to see if she, you know, responds there, or if she doesn't get back in here in a while.
Yeah. I'll message her directly if I need to. But yeah, I love my family. They'd be better peeps if they didn't hold some of their ideas. Although I think that they don't sometimes realize how harmful those ideas actually are.
Well, again, I'm sure they don't. Were both of your parents brought up in the church?
No, but my mom was Southern Baptist and my dad was a little bit of everything. From what I heard, he tried a Pentecostal church for a little while, him and his mom.
Ow.
Okay.
Yeah,
There we
it
go.
did
Jen's
last long.
back.
Hey, Jenny. I'm sorry.
Hey.
Was that a tech issue or did I hit a nerve? I'm really
No,
sorry if I did.
everything just blew up.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure.
It goes boof.
Yeah, it went boof at the wrong time.
Yeah, I was
Made me
assuming that it
worried.
was a hardware problem, but considering where you dropped out, I understood why Trio was concerned.
Oh well, I
Yeah.
didn't hear it because everything went dead. So
Ah,
what the
Okay.
heck? Who cares?
okay.
Okay. But yeah, my dad didn't join the Mormon church until he was 12, and he has I wouldn't call him a Jack Mormon because it's not quite, but he seems to take the parts that he really, really likes and not realize any of the other parts that he doesn't. And I realize that that's typical for a lot of people, but I wish he were doing that in a better church than Mormonism. There are several better places for him to be.
Yeah.
But my mom didn't join the church until she was 27, 28. Neither of them were born in the church, which I also think had a part to play in how into it I was. I don't think they realized all the really harmful shit because they weren't raised in it. So my being raised in it was a completely different experience to what they had as converts, because they were adults. They had the choice. They weren't.
Well, even your dad was practically a teenager then by the time he joined, so.
Well, and also the church was
taking
a
it
lot.
at a different mental level there.
Yeah, and the church was a little bit different for them than it was for me. I don't think they realized because they never were in nursery, because neither my dad nor my mom really do. Like, my dad loves babies, but they don't typically put men in positions where they deal with children.
Mm-hmm.
There's an exception for my dad because they found out he doesn't do well with the adults after a while. Which is another story for another day. But in nursery, they start like, granted, all churches kind of do this, but in nursery, most of the time, kids get like the Moses story or the Jonah story, and you get like the little kid versions of that. Nursery for me was singing about going to the temple someday and getting married, about how I lived in premortal existence where I promised to be a good girl and bring children into the world, and different stuff along that lines. And I mean, you have some stuff that's typical to other like toddler programs in other churches, but they start you off freaking early on the weirdo Mormon stuff. And I don't think my parents quite realized that was what was going on, because they'd never been in nursery either as a child or as an adult. And so when I came out being really, really hurt about the church, they didn't understand, because they didn't understand how seriously I took it. They think the reason I backed away from church was I didn't take it very seriously at all. And that's not the truth. In fact, if I hadn't taken it seriously at all, I probably would still be in some form. Killed it. We lost Diana, which is really weird. Which is really weird, because she's reading a horrible book.
This is just a fucking joke. Oh,
I think religion does that to people. You talk about killing it, because so many of us have such bad stories or memories of religion. I don't know how any kid can grow up under the Christian God and not be scared to death by all the awful things that the preacher teaches you is going to happen to you if you're not a perfect citizen of God. Burning bushes and sacrificing kids and slavery and war and killing, and it's scary stuff.
Well, like I say, they had me convinced I was going to hell, but I don't remember ever feeling scared about it. I was just kind of like, well, I'm fucked. Might as well enjoy this for what I can, because once this is over, I'm really screwed.
Well, I believed all of it. I thought all of it was absolutely true, and that there really was a God watching me every second of every day, and keeping notations, and if I say anything bad, I'm going to hell, and oh my God, now you tell me he can even read my thoughts, and well, I'm a bad person because I have these thoughts.
Well, I believed that growing up, but I also believed I was already condemned to hell, and there was no way to get out of it. So,
Well, I was raised Lutheran, and that was the basic message too: that you're going to hell. No singing, no dancing, no having fun.
So, as a kid, and right up until I left the Christian faith altogether as a teenager, I was like, yeah, I'm already screwed, so there's really no point in having any morals or ethics.
Mine, none of you would have liked me. I was that annoying goody two shoes that was trying to make everybody always follow the rules. I'm sorry for my past self, y'all.
Well, happily, I never knew your past self, so what the hell.
Yeah.
We would not have been friends. Like, I wasn't a mean person. I just had like zero social skills. Took way too much pride in following rules and crap, and yeah. I liked correcting people.
Okay, yeah. I would have found you really annoying.
You would have. I had very few friends growing up. I don't blame the other kids either.
Yeah, now I know the
really
type you
don't blame
mean.
them. Yeah. Yeah. and then add in the all the other kids were unfortunately struggling with their hormones, and I was sitting in the background with the book, not caring that boys existed.
Yeah.
That didn't help either.
Well, for
I
me, I
was a,
didn't even have to worry about God seeing everything I did. I mean, I lived in a house where there were always at least a dozen people, so there was no such thing as privacy, and there was nothing I ever did that somebody wasn't watching. So I didn't need the God. There was a physical human in the room at all times.
Yeah.
yeah. I still apologize to my friends who stuck with me through my teenage years. I'm like, I'm glad you saw something better in me and stuck around. Like, damn, y'all.
Yeah, outside my immediate family, Sloth Girl's the only one who knew me that far back.
I have a few. Some of them I've wandered a little bit farther away from. But Casterfiend, who's appeared on my channel. Oh, wait, no, it wasn't on. Was it on my channel or was it on Luciano's? I can't remember. But Casterfiend showed up. She's known me since I was 16. She was 14. Yeah. She's known me since I was 16 and somehow put up with all of that bullshit.
I've had Facebook recommend a couple of people I went to school with, and I was like, I didn't want to talk to them when I went to school with them. Why would I want to talk to them now?
There you go. Well, that was the funny thing. You talk about the recommendations. When I joined Facebook, Al was the first person that Facebook recommended to me. And it was, okay, number one, I wonder how he would take me. Number two, I wonder how he would remember, if he would remember the person I was, that sort of thing. And it was beautiful. It was, wrote him a note, hey, Al, I used to be Ed and all this. And it was great. It was like, hey, this is wonderful. And it was not the kind of this is wonderful that the cousin-in-law gave me, where she dropped me when those two started going crazy. It was a really nice, this is a great thing. And I was pleased. I didn't know that anybody held me in decent regard, not even high regard, just decent regard.
Yeah. Well, like I say, considering what I was when I was a preteen, I doubt there were many people who would care or miss me from that.
Yeah, you want to know something funny about Facebook? I actually have my two accounts. I have my YouTube account, which is kind of even more personal to me in a sense than the actual one with my real name. And I keep coming up as a recommendation on my YouTube channel. It'll show me my real name and my profile and everything. It's like, people you may know. It's like, yeah, that's me.
That's funny.
Yeah.
Oh my! I haven't had the two accounts for quite a while. Now, I kept two accounts early in my Facebook days, but yeah, happily I don't. I'm lucky. I really don't have to hide. I know so many people who have to hide over so many different things. Again, Nacha, you.
And
several...
it's not just the ex-Mormon stuff. It's also some of the asexual things.
Mm-hmm.
As far as I know, most of my family is friendly to me being asexual, but I don't know that all of them are, and I think some of them are just being quiet about it and not saying anything. but I don't know if that would change if all of a sudden they started getting stuff about a YouTube channel. So, but yeah, I do have to hide it because of the ex-Mormon thing. I do have to hide it because of the asexuality thing. Definitely need to hide being atheist. Being atheist is worse than being ex-Mormon.
Well, I haven't been on
yeah.
camera, but I don't seriously hide it. It wouldn't be that hard. I've dropped enough clues for people to figure it out if they really wanted to.
I don't drop clues at all on my personal page because, again, like I said earlier, some of my family is into ministry.
Yeah. Well, I can see, like in your case and in Nacho's, I can understand why it's a serious issue to you. I can be fairly casual about it.
Yeah. And I'm also talking about moving closer to Dad's side of the family, and I really don't want to start anything with them until it's absolutely necessary, because there is going to come a point where I'm probably going to tell him because I am tired of hiding. But that's going to be after Dad's passing and after I know that I have a support system outside of them wherever we land. Because I'm not starting that crap with my dad or with the rest of my family with him alive.
Yeah.
Because I don't think it would affect the relationship that they have, but I'm not 100% sure of that, and I don't want to wreck that this late in my dad's life. So yeah. But yeah, I maybe 3 people who know me know about my channel. Maybe. Do y'all see the chat?
Yeah, that's how I was
Is
just
the main
responding to
update?
that while you were talking.
Okay, what is the thing to you is on the thing for you?
Yeah. At some point, and I don't know, part of me is like thinking I should work on it and have this ready and loaded for January, and part of me wants to get it done now, but if it doesn't get done by Thanksgiving, I'm not going to put it up because I don't want to like do something dismal around the holiday season. But I do talk about
Oh, man.
asexuality a lot, and I do talk about Mormonism a lot on my channel. And then there are a couple of topics that are getting on my nerves that kind of don't have much to do with either, but I'm probably going to do them because I'm tired of people's bull crap.
Oh,
So
Yeah.
yeah, I'm not looking forward to the holiday, the winter holidays. Thanksgiving, well, I've got to give her a call tonight sometime. My friend Cassia, she's due to be coming over here for Thanksgiving dinner. But the stuff that happens in December, I'm not all that happy about that anymore. I don't know how it happened, but when Jeff died, it killed what was left of what I was holding on to for the winter holidays.
Oh,
I
sorry.
was very clever this year. I scheduled a doctor's appointment on the Friday after Thanksgiving and the day after Christmas because getting an appointment at Mayo Clinic is really hard to do. So I had to take what was available.
Yep.
And
Well,
I
even
certainly
with
can't.
my little clinic up here, I scheduled for the day after Christmas because nobody else would want it.
Well, I did it because I can't possibly drive 260, 70 miles home and make my appointments. So I guess I'll just have to miss the holidays with all you annoying people.
Oh, well then.
I'm telling you right now, I do have the streams with Lara and Alanis, and I have a stream with Bub. That is all you're going to hear from me during December. I will try to remember to pop in and be like, hey, I'm alive, but you are not going to hear from me during December. I will disappear off the face of the planet. The only reason I'm doing those things is because I've already like agreed to them, and so I can get my ass up and do them.
Yeah, no sweat.
But
If you pop your head into one of my chats, great.
yeah, no, I won't be in a chat. I will probably drop you lines on Twitter in the group and say, hey, still breathing. And that's probably it. Because I don't feel well with December at all.
I may end up doing a little something for the solstice. But as far as the Christmas thing or the Hanukkah thing or anything like that, it's like, forget it.
Hey, Diana?
Yes, dear.
I just had a thought.
What?
Why don't you and I put together a stream for Christmas Day, and I can put it out on Twitter, on Trans Twitter, as a stream for everybody who can't or isn't welcome to go home, and we can just share the time with each other.
That would be cool, and actually Christmas
That would be
Day.
that would be kind of nice, really.
Yeah.
Because I'm going to be here. Well, I can't say I'll be here myself because the little one will be here with me. But yeah, I had talked to Cassia about which of the holidays or both of them did you want, and she told me that she was going to have a hard time getting over here for Christmas. So yeah, I'll be here by myself, that sort of thing. And sure, it sounds like a fun idea to have something going for the other kids who don't have anyone.
I'm thinking
I know how that feels.
Yeah.
As far as the time slot, maybe later afternoon, early evening.
And ironically, as overwhelmed as I get by family on the holidays, on Christmas Day itself, I probably won't have anything to do.
Well, okay, if we want to do this thing, come on in.
Yeah.
Let's poke around and figure something out.
Yeah, let's exchange notes and shit, and we'll go from there.
Yeah, at the most, I might wind up like pie and coffee out at my mom's, but I'd be home early in the afternoon.
Doorknob head. No, actually, Cassia is not Italian. If I remember correctly, she's got some German background. I know that she grew up in Germany and has a Belgian accent, which it's really funny. A lot of people have thought that it was a speech impediment, and no, it's her Belgian accent. She's the friend of mine who, unfortunately, is not long for the earth. She's a rare genetic disorder that's destroying her organs one by one. And last we talked, she was given about 5 years, which means she'll be dead by 40.
That's a hard thing to
she's
go
35.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the road there won't be any fun either.
Well, I hope you two have a lot of fun then.
I hope so. I really do, because I'm certainly hoping she'll, I'm hoping we'll have a sleepover and, talking and drinking into the night. And, well, she can't do that
You'll
much.
remember to drink?
She can't do that much drinking anymore because her liver is shot. But
you'll remember to drink?
I can give it a try, and I'll probably forget. Well, there isn't that much to drink around here anymore. I might have to. You talk about remembering to drink. I have what's left of a fifth of Madeira from the last time she was here, which was 2 years ago. She was here for Christmas dinner right after I moved in, so that was 17.
Yeah,
and then
go ahead.
2018. She didn't make it for either of the holiday dinners because she spent the holidays with Jesse, her fiance at the time, and then Jesse went and dumped her while she was in the hospital. I'd really like to punch Jesse's face, but
Yeah.
you know.
I like Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving is fun for me. I really enjoy it. Of course, granted, that's partially because that's when my mom would celebrate my birthday. And partially because I like the cooking aspect. And I'm probably going to catch hell for this, but the whole month of December can kind of go drop off a cliff. As far as I'm concerned. Christmas and all. I'm sorry, but that's.
My ex and I used to make a point of celebrating Thanksgiving, and her father would come out. So there'd be the three of us having Thanksgiving dinner, and well, don't forget the kiddies and all that shit. And it was a nice little thing that we had going on and everything, but that's gone for that's gone for 10 years now.
Yeah, my whole family just does. Well, not whole family, but my dad and my sister typically don't like December either. So it's kind of nice. We usually just like hole ourselves into the fort. We're like, we only go out when we need to.
Okay, then. Yeah,
we only go out when we need to, and then when we get back, Dad and I gripe about people.
I can barely tolerate December. And then by the time the end of December comes around, I am in a foul mood. I detest winter.
For us, it's not so much about the season. It's stuff like my dad looks around the table and all he sees is Amber and I. And I'm hoping that when we move closer to his side of the family that there's a little bit less of this. But for him, it's about the people that aren't at the table anymore and don't appear at the table anymore. Like
I hope this isn't too much feedback, is it?
We're getting an echo.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me put this back in because I want to get another cup of coffee. I am dry. So this is going to go in there. And I'm just going to do this. Ow, 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 ow.
Oh, I hate when that happens.
Ow, 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 ow.
I do too.
Yeah, when it grabs onto your hair.
My dad was the second youngest in a family of 6. Like he had 5 siblings, and now he is the oldest. And the only sibling he has left is his little sister. So for him, it's really, really difficult. Because, again, he actually liked his siblings. I understand that that's not everybody's situation, but for him...
No, you keep apologizing for that. And I know I'm in the minority. I know most people get along with their family fairly well, so...
I thought it was the other way around. I thought that actually liking your family, like liking them was actually the minority.
No, I think most people, as far as their parents and siblings, once they're of adult age, generally at least get along socially.
Yeah.
It's not for me. It is a thing that I will try to avoid them most of the time if I can. I really only have one of my siblings I care to spend any time with.
Yeah.
The hatches are appropriately buried.
Yeah.
Oh, to detrás de cerca le grabatianti.
And for me, a big part of my problem is that, it's like I know my family generally means well. They just don't get the concept of what I value. That most of the things that they think should be important to me really aren't, and the things that are important to me are things that they just brush off.
Oof. Yeah, that can be difficult. Well-meaning people sometimes hurt the worst. Cause it's like, cause you almost expect the hurt from people who don't mean well. So you're just like, whatever.
Well, yeah,
But-
if somebody's just going to insult me, I can ignore that.
Yeah. The well-meaning people are sometimes it's just like, really, I know you're trying, but you don't get it.
Yeah.
Please don't.
Well, and something I've mentioned is that the golden rule tends to fall apart when it comes to introverts and autistics. That if I treat other people the way I'd like to be treated, most of them find that extremely rude. Because I would rather just be left alone in my corner and everybody ignore me.
Yay. Oh my!
Yeah. I can understand that. Same with me. Like sometimes I would like to be left alone, not to the same degree, but it's just like a lot of times people are like, I need people to help me, and I'm just like, no, unless I ask specifically or you know me well enough to know when to jump in, please leave me be.
Well, and I got so conditioned growing up that people would, well, like Diana was saying about, people saying in retrospect that they would have helped, or people saying that, they would help, but that when I actually needed help, no one was available.
Yeah.
And I got so conditioned to that it doesn't even occur to me to ask for help when I need it anymore. Because
That's where I-
expect anyone to go through.
I have one person, Capsirfade, who it's basically every damn time I have an emergency going on, she does too. And it's not one of those, oh, I have an emergency, I just made it up. It's just we have this uncanny ability for our life to fall apart at the exact same time. So a lot of times it'll be like, my life is falling apart. Can you help me? It's like, my life is too. I'm really sorry. I can't. So our friendship consists of like our life falling apart and then getting together later and being like, I need to vent about how terrible that damn situation was.
Yeah.
And we're sitting over like lunch or something, just like going, oh, why? But she's also the most consistent person in my life outside of my family. So, but yeah, it's people don't realize it's like I've heard people say something to the effect of, if your friend wouldn't drop everything for you, they're not really your friend. And I'm like, that's not how adult life works.
Yeah.
Because even when people want to be there, sometimes they just can't. And then other people will make up excuses to not be there. So,
Well,
but yeah,
and-
I get the in retrospect thing. It's
Yeah.
annoying.
Well, and for me, the people that I actually have, bonded with and stayed friends with a long time, it's mostly been bonding over some mutual interests. And it's actually turned out now that the large majority of them have also been on the autistic spectrum. So it's like part of that is both of us understanding that, yeah, there may be days that one or the other of us is just not able to leave the house for no particular reason, but you have to accept that that's valid.
Yeah. Yeah. But I've also had people be like, oh, you could have asked me for help. And I was like, you had work in the morning, or you have like 5 kids, and
Yeah.
like, or you had family that you were dealing with at the time, or you had a family event. I'm not going to bug you during a family event unless I'm dying in a ditch somewhere.
Yeah.
Like,
Well, and the other part of the equation is that if I ask someone in my family for help, there's a risk they may actually try to help.
Oh
And that could
no.
be
And that
worse
would be even,
because,
yes.
well, then a lot of times it's like whatever I'm doing, they like rip the project away from me and do it their way with no regard for what I was trying to accomplish.
Mm-hmm.
oof.
Oh yeah.
So
I
yeah,
have nothing
it's
to
not
drink.
it's not as easy as I just, hate my family or anything like that. It's a more complicated
No.
explanation.
Yeah, it's rough when people who are supposed to understand you don't.
Yeah, well, and that's it. I grew up with that I always knew there was something off about me and I didn't know what it was. And it wasn't until I was over 40 that I got diagnosed as autistic. Because growing up in the 70s, no one was aware of that stuff. I didn't even hear the word autism until sometime in the 90s. So
Yeah.
I was already like, 25, 30 before I even heard that this was a thing that existed. And then it took another 10 years before it occurred to anyone that, hey, that kind of fits you.
We're finally trying to see if we can get Hufflepuff diagnosed.
Yeah, I know you were
So,
talking about that.
well, the thing is whether she gets diagnosed or something or not, she's done enough research on her own that I can already see improvements in how she communicates with me. So even if this doesn't go anywhere like medical wise, it was worth it just to have her say, hi, I now have a list of written things and ways that you think you're helping, but you're not actually. So, which
Yep.
was better than what I had hoped for. So she actually sent me a list and she says, please stop doing these things. I can't tell you to stop in the moment, but these things looking back, I need you to stop doing.
And that's what I've often had to do with people, that I can't verbalize things when it's happening. And I wind up writing people a letter a week afterward.
Yeah. Well, one of the things that I've noticed is, the best example I can give is when she was little, she would be thirsty, and she would be extremely thirsty, but she wouldn't even think to say anything to anybody else, and she couldn't get it herself, so she'd just sit there and be thirsty. Like there's something where the mental steps don't happen. Now that she's an adult, a lot of these things she just goes and gets herself. Like if she's thirsty, obviously she's not going to ask me for a drink. She's capable of getting it. She can go and get it herself. But there's something where the thought of asking for help doesn't even occur to her. it doesn't process at all. And that has been one of the things with her learning disability that has really been difficult for her and us to deal with, because half the time we don't know stuff is going wrong until it's dire. She won't tell anybody.
Yeah, that would be really scary.
Yeah, like, she's gotten a little bit better, but there are times where things are going on and she doesn't tell me things that I have to keep up with for her. Like the other day, she told me that she hasn't been that she has a sore on her foot, so now she can't wear a brace. And I asked her how long the sore was on her foot. She goes, "Oh, I've been watching it for 2 weeks." You're supposed to tell me when these things happen so that I can do something about it, because that can actually be fixed pretty quickly if you tell me instead of just watching it.
Yeah.
Little one, what are you doing?
Being a cat.
She's half
Kitty.
under. She's half under the area rug. It's almost as if she got into the catnip without, when I wasn't looking.
I didn't know. Did she
shoves
find one of the toys I brought that was hidden until now?
I pulled out the green. What the hell do you call that thing?
Yeah, the kind of fuzzy mouse with the pocket in it.
Yeah, that one. Loaded it with catnip, and she actually pays attention to it. She doesn't pay attention to the raw catnip if you sprinkle it on the floor, but whatever this thing does, it must do it right. And she really likes this thing.
Yeah, Sammy said it took him about 15 minutes to figure out how to pull the Velcro pouch open and just lick the thing clean.
She hasn't done that one yet with this because the pouch is still closed. I'll have to load it back up again. Thank you, you and Sloth Girl. Thank you many much for all that good stuff. Yeah, talking about you, little one.
Mine, if I forget and put my shoes down where he can get to them, he shoves his entire face into the shoe and then bunny scratches them and starts kind of kneading into them. And I'm just like, dude, what the hell?
What? Do you have a kitty with a shoe fetish?
Yes.
Well, it's just because that's your strongest scent, so he's getting high off of your scent.
Oh, he's getting pretty damn high, all right.
Yeah.
But you'll it's like really weird, because I'm like, because most cats don't like their faces completely enclosed, and he'll just like shove his entire face in there and be like, "Ooh, this is nice."
I've had several cats that, otherwise they would not want anything covering their face, but shoes were an exception.
The thing is that I have those cheap ass ballet flats from Walmart. They can't stand his. Yeah, they won't stand up to him scratching them.
Yeah, well, I can see with the kangaroo kicks with the back legs that those wouldn't last long.
No, the $5 shoes from Walmart are the only ones that I've found that I can actually wear comfortably.
Yeah.
So.
Well, you're the lucky one who can actually get the cheap shoes at Walmart.
Sometimes they don't always carry my size.
Yeah.
I am a 10.5 to an 11, and they usually only go up to like 9.5 on the wall.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, how well I know.
And those shoes don't last me for very long before I have to get new ones. I miss the days when I could actually wear something other than these. But those are my options.
Yeah, I wear a 10D. My feet are quite wide. and it's the whole width thing where I have to go to. Well, for my New Balance, I end up going to a brick and mortar store, but the sandals I actually found at Amazon. Sandals are more forgiving for me anyway than the standard, you know, shoe that encloses the foot.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
Sandals are really hit or miss with me because my problem is not a big foot. It's I have swollen ankles and they're permanently swollen. No matter what I do, I cannot, like, the swelling will go down to a certain extent, but they are permanently swollen for whatever reason. And so, like, damn near everything cuts into my ankles. Um, and the reason I like the Walmart shoes is I can throw them in the washer and the dryer, and they soften a bit.
Okay.
So they don't cut into the ankles. They usually wrap themselves around them, so that I don't get hurt. Um, Anything with straps, unless the straps are really, really like loose, they tear into my feet or tear into my ankles. So that's why I say I only have the option of the $5 Walmart shoes. I cannot do I can't do flats with elastic in them, and so many flats like to do the elastic. And I
yeah,
can't do the hard ones that have the hard sides. Those don't work either.
yeah, I simply cannot wear the flats because they end up the ballet flats anyway. The way they strike the front of the foot, you know, where the toes are, that painful, very.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they strike right at the joint, and it's like, eh. I tried a pair some years ago, and it just didn't work. Um, so basically, I'm walking shoes, you know, the New Balance. Um, I bought a couple of pairs of penny loafers in case I need to get somewhat dressed up. And then I don't have them now, but eventually I suppose I'll get a pair of pumps, maybe maybe a 2-inch heel, because I don't mind. I rather like that. No way am I going to wear, you know, a 9-inch stiletto or anything like that. But
Oh, why not? I'm
well,
just
number
kidding.
one, I would kill myself in them.
Yeah,
Oh,
even before my ankle problem, I refused to wear heels. I didn't mind platforms so much, like a little bit of platform, but like actual heels, I avoided like the plague. Um, I always thought that like the fact that women had to wear them and men didn't was stupid. So I kind of just never got into them.
okay then. Yeah, it's my thing is I've always liked getting dressed up. So, I mean, even you know, back when I was trying to do the boy thing, I'm in a 3-piece suit, French cuffs with the cufflinks. Um, my my 3-piece IBM black, I love that baby, with a white French cuff shirt, flaming red tie. Um, yeah, that, and then I tried to recreate that look in a blazer and skirt with a white blouse and a red necklace, but I kind of outgrew the blazer, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. Yeah.
Someday I may fit back into it. I don't know.
I go through periods where you'll only find me in jeans and a t-shirt. And then other time frames where I will dress up to the nines for a special event. It's completely cyclical. There are times where even if it's a special event, I'll still only throw on, like, I'll dress up nice, but I'll forego the makeup and just put on like a nice pretty shirt and a nice pair of slacks and call it good.
Yeah,
I don't
98
go ahead.
98% of the time I'll be in jeans and a polo shirt, more or less the way you see me now. Especially when I was on the bike more, because you don't want to go biking in a skirt or anything like that. It just doesn't work out well.
Yeah, no, it did. Well, I mean, like, I'm talking about like special occasions. If I'm in the mode where it's like I don't feel like dressing up that much, I will cheat and do like just the pretty top, and like depending on if I think I can get away with it, I will put on a pair of jeans and just go for that. The pictures you see where I'm dressed up and I have makeup on, that's not typical for me. That's just the pictures I deem worthy enough to show people.
Moo, oh God, if I could do that on a daily basis, I think, well, given that way back when I like getting dressed up, even if it was the boy version on a daily basis, I think I'd like it now. The makeup would be a bit of a pain because I still don't know how to do any of that shit. But one of the reasons I'm looking forward to hopefully being able to get out to Faithless Forum is, maybe I can dress up a little out there. A place to go. That whole thing. That whole thing about all dressed up and no place to go. There I'd have a place to go. And what do you think? What?
I think we all got to raid your living abode and give you a makeover.
Move beef.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, if I could manage that, I'd love it. Most of the time that stuff costs more money than I have, or more money than I'm willing to spend on it. Let's put it that way. There are too many other things I'm taking care of at this point. Because I know
Don't
Brooke
worry, go ahead.
Yeah, Brooke McCormick would talk about getting the makeovers and that sort of thing, but she would be buying like $75 worth of stuff in order to get the free makeover. And it's like, hey, I haven't got that $75, sweetie. It just doesn't work that way. I'm going nuts here, getting some of the last cables and stuff that I need to complete this setup. What the fuck, man.
Most of what I have is from my Ipsy subscription, which is like $12 a month. Now, granted, I'm getting kind of pissed off at them because they keep sending me the stuff that I give bad reviews of, and I'm giving them a couple more chances. But for $12 a month, for somebody who doesn't know what makeup style suits them, normally I get 3 out of the 5 products I absolutely adore, and damn near every lipstick I own is from that subscription, and all of my eyeshadows are, with the exception of one thing that I bought for myself.
I wish I knew how to do eyeshadow right.
I'm still learning. You have to remember that I am completely blind when I take my glasses off. Not completely blind, but blind enough to where I cannot see what I am doing. I have to learn to do eyeshadow and eyeliner without knowing where my hands are. And that has been fun.
Okay, then.
$12 a month? Who is this that does this?
Ipsy.
IPSY. I looked it up a little bit. And, and there's the thing. I don't have the 12. What I'm doing next year, and you can tell that I'm committed to trying to get out to Texas. I'm not doing the baseball next year. I'll get the radio subscription for $20, but the television subscription for 120. Not doing that. If I make it to one ball game, I'll be lucky. No, it's trying to get this money put aside and see if I can't get the Faithless Forum.
Well, I know that was a big thing for you, so that's.
Which, the Faithless Forum?
Well, the baseball, that, if you're giving that up for it, that's
Yeah,
no
I'm-
small sacrifice for you.
Indeed. I'll have the radio. I won't have Carpet FP, but the radio will do. And that's why I say I'd like to get out there and network. That's the word.
Yeah, I'd really like to get down there myself.
I'm
don't
not
know.
going to be able to get down there.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's realistic for me or not at this point.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to make it either. I'm just going to keep trying. One of those deals. I mean, what I would hate is to have to pay money for somebody to come and look in on the little one. But if that's what I have to do, hopefully I can fit it in.
Usually for cats, the rate for having somebody come check in really isn't all that high, because basically all they're doing is unlocking the door, looking around to make sure that the cat's not dying in an area somewhere.
Yeah.
And then go, which at tops is 20 minutes. Tops 20 minutes.
Yeah, mostly you're paying for their travel time back and forth.
Yeah.
Yeah, and and especially if you're living in a small town, that travel time can be even pretty short, depending. And I say depending because sometimes people will come in from out of town, so it completely depends. For me, I looked it up, and for the week I would have been gone if I had decided to leave, it would have only costed me about $30 for somebody checking on Elmer.
Per day, right?
No, total.
Oh,
Total.
what do you do? C'était Petrasta por
And the thing is that now this was also factoring in the fact that I didn't want them checking on him every day. I just wanted them to this was before he got sick, before I realized he was sick and before he was put on wet food. But it was well, if they're gonna come, I'm gone for a week, I'll have them check on him twice, and then it was $30. Because apparently the pet sitter was on my side of town, which is great, and she got rave reviews from some friends of mine, so I knew she was legit. So I mean, it totally depends. Now, the fact that I live in a big city and there were options might have had something to do with the price, might have been trying to be competitive. But when it comes to cats, are usually a lower price than dogs, because dogs need far more attention and far more babysitting.
Well,
than
they need more
kittens
time
do.
because you have to take them out and walk them every day. And I did that for a while for a woman I had been doing some other work for, that she wound up having to work out of town for a month. So I was going over there every day to feed the cat and walk the dog. Which for the dog, I had to go over there twice a day.
Yeah, it's people don't realize that a lot of times, as long as there's not a big travel expense, cats really aren't. They don't really ask for a lot of money typically for cats, because cats are pretty much, they take care of themselves. You just have to make sure that the food and water bowl doesn't run out.
Yep.
And
Yeah, that's like
unfortunately,
when we go out of town, my brother's wife just comes over, once a day just to pretty much make sure that there isn't, that their water hasn't gotten gunky. Just give them fresh water.
yeah,
Because both of
I
ours are on dry food, so we can just, fill the bowl up and they're good
yeah,
for a couple of days.
I can't get a cat sitter for Elmer that's reliable. I
Well,
have a
no.
friend who's willing to do it, but she's bipolar, and when she's on a downswing, she's on a downswing for months, and you don't hear from her.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, and like she's one of my closest friends, and when she's on her upswing, she's available, but if she's on a downswing, she barely takes care of herself. I wouldn't have her be in the situation where she has to take care of my cat as well as trying to keep herself afloat.
Yep.
She'd do it. She would do it and she'd take care of him just fine. But I don't want to put that kind of stress on her.
Yeah, because you talk the whole cat sitter thing and everything else. The other thing that I have to consider is really want somebody who is trustworthy, because I have several $1,000s worth of equipment here that I'm using right now.
Yeah. On the plus side for you, Diana, most people looking at that would not realize that's that valuable.
Okay.
Unless people are kind of techie, they wouldn't really realize what you have, and since everybody's got a home computer, they probably wouldn't really notice it.
Yeah, because right here on the disk, I've got the 2 computers, I've got the microphone, the bank of switches to go back and forth with the monitor up there. Oh my word! Yeah, I got plenty of shit here.
Yeah, I have a tendency when I leave to put things in a place that's not nearly as visible. Just because
this shit's right now. This shit's right out in the middle of everything. It would take me a day to break it down and hide it.
Nah, that's fair. But yeah, I can understand that kind of too. I just have gotten to a point where and I really want to try this again, but every damn time I think that I could take Elmer with me on a trip, the little bugger decides he doesn't want to eat. And I know what it is. I know that he gets stressed because he thinks I'm leaving him, and he's got abandonment issues.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know how to communicate to the little brat that I'm not leaving him. I'm actually wanting to take him with me.
Well, Tria, what you might try is practicing with him. Of putting him in his carrier and taking him in the car for a short drive, and bring him back home. And just, do that like once a week for a while until he gets used to that routine. And then you can do that for longer and longer periods of time that you could have him in the car with you or going somewhere.
Yeah. But even when I was thinking about starting practicing, he would definitely have his IBD flare-ups, and I'm always, because like I said, once he gets to the point of, hey, I'm not going to the vet and mommy's not leaving me, I'm sure it would be fine, but I don't want to cause him undue stress during the flare-up.
Get him so that he doesn't just assume that every time you put him in the carrier he's going to the vet. Get him to associate it with something more positive, that you go on a little excursion, you come back, he gets a treat.
If I can get him, I don't know. The treats are hard with him, bastard. He will act interested in treats and sniff at it and be like, no, not for me.
That's how Sammy is with most of the time. Whenever I'm eating, he has to get his face in there and smell it. But if I give him a little taste of it on my finger, he'll take 2 or 3 licks and then he doesn't care anymore.
I have never seen a cat or dog ever refuse liver sausage.
I would be afraid to give that to him.
Yeah, I've never tried liver sausage, but
Well,
for
you're
for Sam,
speaking
even like chicken or tuna,
you're
he
speaking
just
of
doesn't care.
you're speaking of like Braunschweiger.
Well, that's smoked liver sausage, but yeah.
Okay.
I don't know. I could try a little bit and see if it messes with the system. Because it's under control and he's a happy little healthy cat. But I have a bunch of steps that I do to keep that little bugger that way.
Yeah.
And one of them is a special diet. One of them is medicines. But yeah, I can try a little bit and see how he reacts to it. Because as far as I know, liver is not something that he has a problem with. As far as I know. So he does
When I
not
was a
like
kid,
chicken anymore.
when I was a kid, we had this Irish setter, and we would wrap up her pills in liver sausage. And after about the fourth pill wrapped in liver sausage, she figured it out and took it and spit out the pill.
Yeah. When I first found out that Elmer had tummy troubles, I took him to the vet, and the vet gave me this probiotic powder to put on Elmer's food. And they said, just act like you normally would, just sprinkle it on and then put it down and the cat will eat it. Well, I put it down and Elmer sniffed the food for a split second before he was like, Mother, what are you putting in my food? And then ran off. And ever since then he checks the food. He will not eat his food without sniffing it.
One of the best tricks I found with cats is if you have to give them medicine, try to get it in a liquid or something you can dissolve in a liquid and dip their paw in it. Because even if it's something they wouldn't normally eat, they'll get it off of their fur. So they'll lick it clean just to get it off their fur.
You know what?
I wish I knew that.
That is the only useful piece of advice anybody has ever given me about his liquid medication.
I wish I would have known that when I was giving my Miranda the Prozac. Because, yeah, we would have our daily battle. And I would definitely end up battle scarred.
Yep.
Elmer has figured out how to thrash his head at the right moment so that the liquid not only doesn't go into his mouth, but it goes into my hair.
Yeah, we had the same thing with Petunia, Sloth Girl's cat, the first time we tried to give her medicine, that we both wound up splattered with it, and I really didn't think she swallowed anything.
Yeah, he definitely didn't get any of it.
Yeah, because she just hissed and spit it all out and shook her head.
I've gotten it down to where I can get a pill in his mouth because I'm quick enough and I've got the movements down. It took a while, but a lot of times the vet will be like, "Here, we've given you liquid. It should be easier." And I'm like, "No, he does better with pills. If you have the pill option, Now, he does have a limit with how many I can get away with him at one time, but I typically don't have problems getting pills down him. I just open his mouth, pop the little sucker back there, and then have him swallow it. But any liquids, I struggle getting him to take his liquid medications.
Yeah, well, with Petunia, that the two of us together can get her to swallow a pill. If I'm holding her, she can stick it in her mouth and manage to hold her head until she swallows it. But yeah, I usually wind up with my arms pretty scratched up even with the two of us doing it.
I hold I hold Elmer's arms or legs. I hold his legs and I prop him up against my arm so that he cannot use his back legs against me.
Yeah.
And then I pop the pill that way. It's a
Yeah.
split second. He doesn't get hurt. I don't get scratched.
Yeah, well, Petunia
Sometimes,
doesn't even like being picked up, so.
oof. Yeah, he knows when I'm picking him up what's happening, but he's more of a I want to cower in the corner type of cat versus at least with me, the vet says otherwise. But with me, he's more of a I want to get away because mommy's mean right now. And he won't
Yeah.
scratch me, but he has used his paws in the past, which is one of the reasons why I have trouble with the syringe, is because it takes both my hands to get his mouth open and hold the syringe. He's got the timing right so that when I bring the syringe to his mouth, he will use his paw to push me away. No claws, but he'll just like push.
Yeah. Well, Petunia just wants to run away and hide under the bed, but she will kick and bite and do whatever she needs to get away.
No, Elmer will wriggle. I have rolled him up because people will be like, "Oh, put him in a kitty burrito." So, and I'm like, "Okay." He will get out of those. Like, I will do exactly what
Yep.
the vet has told me, and he will just twist the right way and then be like, "Nope, hi, mom, I'm out."
We've tried that too. Yeah, that's. I can't wrap her up in a towel or anything. By the time I get it, yeah, it takes more time trying to get her wrapped up than it does just trying to hold on to her and do it.
I honestly think that the trick at the vet's office is that they have two people dealing with him because
Yeah.
they've been nice to me because that's the professional thing to do. But I have had the vet pull me to the side and be like, "Does he act like this at home?" And I was like, "What do you mean?" He's like, "Your cat's a little bit feisty." And I'm like, "He's not so feisty with me. He's actually kind of sweet." And the vet just looked at me really weird. He's like, "Do we have the same definition of sweet?" And I was just going, he's a sweetheart. He's really nice to me at home. I just don't think he likes you."
Yeah, well, Sammy's a real mellow guy. He just. Yeah, not much of anything bothers him.
I
And
wouldn't say Elmer's mellow. I would say he feels comfortable enough with me that things are fine because he does not deal well with certain things. He growls at the postman. And if I knew if I let him out, he'd probably take a swipe at the guy.
Yep.
Hey, you guys, I'm going to take off.
Okay.
I haven't eaten yet today.
Toste petrasto polkolisti. No, you need the calories. You need the vitamins and minerals. Yes, you need the foods.
Well, I need the
Good
vitamins
effort.
and minerals. I wish I could do without the calories.
Yeah, you've probably been up, 9-10 hours now? You should probably have done that by now.
No, I got up just before I came into the show.
Okay. So you're not normal people either. I like that.
Yeah, no, I'm definitely not normal. Ask anyone.
I was up way too early today.
Yeah, my biggest problem is trying not to go into hibernation at this point. It's been dark for an hour here already.
Oh yeah, absolute. It's quite dark out there. It is what you got over here. 18-24 hours. Yeah, it's many much too dark. It is icky.
Yeah.
Bleh!
Okay, well,
I do not like the winter.
Yeah,
Then I
it's
shall
about
bid-
4:30 in the afternoon. It's getting dark here.
I shall bid
Night,
you all
Jenny.
adieu.
Okay, Jen.
You guys in the chat, take care. Maya,
Yep.
Dave, and Doorknob, and all you folks in Dallas. Wait, I don't know you, but hi.
You don't know Dallas Wade?
Dallas is purple.
Oh, you have to check out Dallas Wade's channel.
Okay.
You know,
And Robert X.
he's put out some thought-provoking videos, and he
Yeah.
has the smoothest radio voice.
All right. Everybody take care.
Night, Jenny.
You night.
Good night.
Be good.
Yeah, I think Maya and Dave, I think, have been here with us the entire time.
Weirdos.
I don't know about you guys. I don't know.
We've had a couple
What's
other
funny
people
is-
that have, come in and gone out in between. Robert X has been here for most of it.
No, he fell asleep.
Oh. Well, he was still logged in, so I still get the view time credit. Good enough for me.
Yay! That's the important part.
Still building my
man.
channel.
It's like us to look on you, Dallas, to see if he's the, what you call him. Okay, I am subscripticated, and there is the bell.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
have mixed feelings because, like, I feel like I do better with my edited videos, like saying exactly what I want to say and having everything done correctly. But the hour-long streams are really adding to my view time.
Yeah, well, this wasn't something I ever intended to do. I just, kind of flippantly started doing the stream at midnight, mostly talking with the Australians.
Yeah, well, I
And-
remember you and I talking that
Yeah.
you were thinking of starting that up, and it sounded like a good idea at the time.
Yeah, and it's like I was doing that, and it's like, well, those, half the time was just me and Diana chatting, but we'd wind up running till sunrise.
Yeah, pretty much.
And, yeah, by that time, the people in Europe were having breakfast and coming in. So then they started complaining that, the time I was running it was too early, so then I started doing this afternoon one.
Now let me check on with you. Okay, you're doing the stuff on Wednesday. That's a regular on Wednesday, right?
Yeah. Well, I
And
moved
then-
it from Tuesday to Wednesday.
And then very early Friday morning, right?
Well, yeah, Thursday midnight my time into Friday morning. Yeah.
So it's almost back to back. Okay, so I got that right. So yeah, I've been thinking of
Yeah,
starting
like
up an
36 hours apart.
Yeah, I've been thinking of starting an open chat. I will avoid that block. I will avoid that 48-hour block. Maybe, let me think. Maybe if I do it, what if it would work on Tuesday? I have to think about that. Because the way it's going, I mean, my shows, the after shows run, oh Christ.
Well, I've seen most of those are 5-6 hours, yeah.
Did you see the 10.5-hour after show? Whoa, that was a goodie. Yeah, Mom NATO got started and it just went.
Mom NATO, oh my gosh, like, holy crap, no wonder Tornado takes up a lot of time on Friday night stream. Like,
So-
you think they're done and then they come up with something else. I thought I used to keep y'all on the streams for a long time. Holy crap.
Oh man, it was so much fun. They've been running long, the after shows, and what I think I'd like to try to do, if the audience will let me get away with it, is trim the Sunday after shows a little bit, and then open up an open chat during the week. So hopefully they're not losing that much airtime. Because I know these kids love the after shows. I have no idea why, but hey, give them what they love. I mean, I remember Jeff and I talking about that sort of thing. And I'm complaining a little bit about, these things will run for hours and hours. Yeah, but you you get something started, and the people like it, and they kind of expect it, so you have to go with it. And yeah, I know where you're coming from, and I appreciate the audience, I really do. So I'll give them what they're after.
Yeah, I need to get back to where I'm okay with editing videos again, because I enjoy the streams, but I don't like the end product as much as far as like on my own channel. Like coming
Yeah.
over and harassing y'all is fun, but for my own channel, I actually do prefer the edited videos. It's just getting the motivation at the right time to sit
Right.
down and actually cut the audio, because that takes forever to do.
And
It's-
at least with me, yeah, to get all that shit done, I have to devote my attention entirely to that. I can't have anything taking my attention away, so I'm listening to what's going on and I know where to cut and everything else. Something playing in the background, anything like that, I can't do that.
Yeah, for editing
So
the
it's-
audio, I have to be completely focused on it.
Yeah, so
Yeah, and
multitasking
it's
is
hard. It's hard for me to do that because I like white noise, which is why I like ASMR stuff so much. Is I really prefer white noise in the background. If I don't have a certain amount of white noise, my brain shuts off. So actual editing for me is like I said, I enjoy it enough to do it. I'm not saying that I hate it, but it is hard for me to focus because brain is going, okay, well I hear this, but where's all the other little noises you like? Because I can't do both. If I have the other little noises I like going off, then I can't hear the audio sounds that I need to do.
Yeah.
I was just looking at stuff. I noticed that Neil has a deconversion story in about half an hour.
Oh. Yeah, I actually, the time we've been sitting in here, I actually haven't looked at notifications to see what else is coming up.
Well, there was no notification that came up. I'm looking at the YouTube front page, and it's the only way I saw it. Because I was looking at something else. I forget what I was looking for. Something on my channel. But, yeah, so there's there for anybody who wants to do that. Because he's got that. And who is Marlene Winnell anyway? Does anybody know?
Nope.
Assume I don't. Name. Always assume I don't. I give off the idea that I know more than I do sometimes, I think. I'm just really good at the subjects that I talk about, and I tend to keep to those because it makes me sound smart and knowledgeable, but I'm actually pretty oblivious most of the time.
PBS Eon posted a new one that's a lie. How we domesticated cats twice. We didn't domesticate them, they domesticated us.
Right, absolutely.
Cat owned.
Yeah, you don't have a cat. The cat has you.
Yeah.
Dogs have owners, definitely. Cats have staff.
Yeah.
I had somebody be like, ask me how I knew that my cat wasn't staying with me because it was trapped. I was like, I wish I had taken video when my cat had escaped the house. My cat could have gotten away from us and never come back. He is that good at bum rushing doors. Mm-hmm. And the cat the entire time had no intention of leaving the yard. He just thought it was funny to watch my dad run around and cuss at him. And he thought it was a funny game. And so
Yep.
he was just like darting around the yard going, ha ha ha, look at the old man chasing me. I was like,
No,
if he wanted bye-bye, he'd have been gone by now.
shit. The kitties, they know. Okay, they're not going anywhere because the humans have the opposable thumbs. You know, to open the tuna cans.
Oh,
Yep.
my cat's good at hunting. He would be able to feed himself fine, and he actually likes it. So honestly, I think he keeps me around because he's a cuddle bug and he likes cuddling.
Yep. Well, that could very much be it. That for
This
some of them, and that was with Fiona, the cat I had when I moved here from New York. She had been a feral cat in the park behind the house, and we had started feeding her out on the deck, and eventually got her to come into the house. And I distinctly remember the day I was napping on the couch, and she hopped up and laid with me on the couch. That it wasn't about the food anymore. It was that she actually wanted to be with me.
Mm.
Yeah. Because Elmer, i if I allowed him to be an outdoor cat, he would hunt his own food just fine. He's actually really good at it. In fact, I have little toys for him to hunt and get dry. And if he hits them a certain way and tosses them around a certain way, food does come out.
Yep.
And he
Oh,
loves
okay.
the hell out of that. So I don't think it's the you have to give me food thing. I think it's more he is a snuggle bum who just adores being cuddled and petted
Yeah.
and things along that nature.
Well, that's like Sammy. That pretty much this whole time we've been on, he's been either on my lap or pressed against my leg nearly the entire time.
Yeah, you're not going anywhere.
Yeah. If I'm sitting still, he's up here in the chair with me.
Yeah, Elmer does not like the chair that I sit in, but there will be a point where he will come round and paw at me and tell me it's time to sit on the bed
Yeah.
so we can hang out.
Well, see, I've got a recliner and I tend to sit cross-legged, so I keep the footrest up, and I joke about that being Sammy's porch. So if he's not actually laying in my lap, he's laying on the extended footrest.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this one's a cuddle kitty on her own terms.
Elmer's own terms are, "Hi, you are in the room. Hello."
Yeah, this
Maybe
one.
have the snuggles.
This one likes her alone time, as well as the snuggle time.
I have never had a cat that will wake you up, not for food, but to cuddle. Like he will wake if if I am asleep, he will often wake me up just enough for me to wrap my arms around him and then fall back asleep.
Yeah. Well, Sammy
It's not
won't
about
wake me up,
food.
but he listens for me. That if he's not on the bed when I reposition myself, he just hears me moving around and he'll come up, because then he knows that I'll pet him for a while until I fall back to sleep.
Yeah. When I wake up in the morning, there's about 40 minutes of cuddle time before I get up. And he doesn't even ask for food until I am out of the bed. So I hear stories of people like, my cat screams at me at 5 a.m. to get up and get the food. I'm like, my cat crawls into bed with me underneath the blankets and purrs in my ear. Like, I don't know what you're talking about.
And this is what I keep telling everyone, that never give a cat breakfast. Feed them at night. Otherwise, as soon as the sun comes up, they're going to decide it's time to eat. So I have always told all my cats they only eat when it's dark out.
No, I actually feed my cat as soon as I get up. He doesn't care. He prefers the cuddles more.
Yeah.
Like,
Well,
honest to goodness, he will choose cuddling over food 99% of the time.
oh my. Now, this one has food freely available, so there's nothing to worry about as far as feeding the kitty. You know, when she's hungry, the food is there. She just walks over and
Yeah.
you hear crunch, 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 crunch.
Well, and that's what I've generally done with most of mine is just having the dry food whenever they want it.
He has dry food out, but if he's having a flare up, he won't touch it.
Yeah.
And he also has gotten so used to having the dry food available and the wet food that if he doesn't have a little bit of both at mealtime, he gets a little bit uppity. Like, he'll eat, but he gets a bit like, where's the other half? I don't understand what you're doing, Mom.
Oh, this damn thing. It never recognizes the place to put the comments.
Of course, I also think, because like I said earlier, I think Elmer has abandonment issues because the last place he lived, they just kind of, they set things up with us, but they kind of just like dropped him off and then left.
Yeah.
And also, I think he was kind of neglected a little bit too. Which is why I think he's more focused on the cuddles than the food, because
Yep.
like, if you leave your cat out to free feed but you never pay attention to them, and cats are way more social than people give them credit for.
Oh, hell yeah.
Most
Oh,
of
yeah.
them.
Yeah, there are obvious exceptions, but like, people talk about cats being aloof and not caring, and it's just like, on their own terms doesn't necessarily mean aloof. And my cat doesn't put up any of those silly pretenses. If he wants to be around me, he makes it damn well known. I wouldn't say he's clingy, but he's definitely not aloof.
Sorry, just laughing at what Diana typed there.
You got that, huh?
Oh, jeez.
I will not go into one of those places.
I have never eaten at one in my life.
My
I'm
ex,
kind of. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
my ex liked Chick-fil-A's stuff. So I had been there a couple of times because she only got there a couple of times, but on principle, I just will not.
Yeah.
You don't like me, I don't like you. Bye.
Yeah, I don't want to give my money to somebody who's gonna be hating on my friends.
I avoid Chick-fil-A if I can, but sometimes I get outvoted, and I'm not going to not eat.
Yeah.
But that's really the only exception.
No, I
don't
understand that.
go there.
Yeah.
I don't run into that because I'm a pariah and I'm all by myself all the time anyway.
Yeah. Well, and the thing is that my dad is a Sunday school teacher, and he really adores his Sunday school kids. A lot of them grow up, and a lot of them wind up working at Chick-fil-A. And so he'll go and check on the adult children to see how they're doing and to like show them support and stuff. Which I'm like, could it be anywhere else other than Chick-fil-A? But okay, Dad.
Yep.
That's what you want to do. And Hufflepuff will go basically with whatever decision with whatever is presented to her as the easiest. So she'll often choose Chick-fil-A for whatever. And I'm just like, okay, y'all, I love you. I love you both, but I wish you had made better choices in some ways.
There's Chick-fil-A in the waterfront in Homestead, the place I talk about where I used to live. I would rather go into the Mickey D's in that same shopping area than go into the Chick-fil-A. It's just the way it works.
Yeah, well, Mickey D's, other than crappy overpriced food, there's nothing wrong with them.
Yeah, I mean, we had a Mickey D's on the way out to Kentucky, didn't we?
No,
No. Okay.
I wouldn't have gone into one if I had an option. That's kind of a last choice, but it's one that I won't actively avoid. But if there's anything else in the neighborhood, I won't go there.
Where did we stop on the way out?
I don't remember now. I know on the way back we stopped at KFC.
Right.
Our family tendency, depending on where we're at, usually tends to be Zaxby's or Whataburger.
I never even heard of Zaxby's.
I think it's a southern thing, to be honest.
Yeah. Well, Whataburger is too. We don't have any of those up here. I don't think there's ever been one in any state I've lived in.
Oh, you're missing out. The burgers are pretty good. Like they're not. You're obviously going to a fast food joint.
Yep.
So, but their malted milkshakes are just so nummy.
Yeah, my fiance used to tell me about them. Because she used to get them when she'd go to visit her aunts in Alabama. But I think they're pretty much just in the southern states. I don't think there's any of them, up in the northern states at all.
Mr. Petrada, okay, we will look on that because now I know how to spelling
Hey,
him.
Alice, are you saying that it's a better Chick-fil-A because of the kind of food, or are they funding crappy organizations too, and I need to start avoiding them?
Yeah, Sloth Girl sometimes gets annoyed with me saying I'm being too political with my shopping. But it's like, I wouldn't even go into Walmart if we had a Target close enough.
Well, that's my thing. I wish there were a Target closer. Simply the layout of the place and the staff, Target is much better than Squalmart. Squalmart has the crowded aisles, the staff with an IQ of about a peeled grape. And you could actually ask a person a question at Target and they have an intelligent answer. And the aisles are decently wide and the layout's nice. And it just takes me an hour and a half to get to Target.
I wish I had y'all's Targets down here. Most of ours closed down. There's maybe one left here in the city because they screwed up so badly. But yeah,
Walmart definitely put a lot of pressure on them in a number of states. But they're based out of Minneapolis, so they're stronger up here.
And also, you've got to remember, I live in a huge, sprawled out city. Like, within a 10-minute drive, I have, 15 grocery stores that I can choose from. Because
lucky you.
Yeah.
It's nice to have seriously, you're damn lucky.
Oh yeah, I realize that. It's just, but that's the thing, is Jacksonville is so sprawled out that there are chain stores that have multiple stores here, and there are multiple chains, because the way the Sprint City is sprawled out, if you don't like it, you could just go somewhere else. And people will do that. There is some brand loyalty down here, but not much. It's like, listen, if you've pissed me off enough, I'm not coming back here again. Ever. Because I don't have to. I can go across the street.
Yeah, so around here...
Go ahead.
Around here, Giant Eagle ran pretty much everybody out. They've got a virtual monopoly. You've got a few I'm lucky where they have the Save-A-Lot across the highway from me. And you'll find the occasional off-brand grocery store that hasn't got killed yet, but they're on their way out. Other than that, it's Giant Eagle, Giant Eagle, Giant Eagle.
Yeah, Walmart honestly tried to kill other places. They did a number on Target, but Target was pretty much the only one that they wrecked. Because people were just like, I don't have to choose you. I can go somewhere else. And there's no way you're going to have competitive prices with everybody. Not as long as you're going to want. And so Walmart tried to drive things out, but it's just, Jacksonville is too much of a mess to to have any one place drive anything else out. It's just too much. There's too much competition. You're not just competing with one place. You're competing with multiple chain stores.
Yeah.
Multiple specialty stores that can provide stuff you're not going to provide. And pretty much it was just like, well, I don't like you, so I'm going to go to another store. I hate that we go to Walmart, but Walmart is basically the one store that has everything we need basically in one stop. Because Old Bear and I, my dad and I, we can go to two places tops for groceries, and then we're done.
Yeah.
We're done.
Well, and I get that too, that, for Sloth Girl, she has good days and bad days, and some days she can't be walking around a store that much, and being able to get everything in one place matters.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, look! I found a Zaxby's only 120 miles from me. Maybe I can walk out there.
Hey, Dallas.
Hey.
Hey.
Hi, sweetie.
Welcome to the group.
Thank you. I'm glad to finally join.
Yeah, well, I was shutting down 2 hours ago, but we haven't gotten around to it yet.
And then I jumped in. Yay.
Yeah, basically that's what happened, is I was going to shut down and we had new people come in.
I did that on purpose, right? I did that on purpose.
Oh, you weren't the only one. And basically, once it got to be that I wasn't going to get anywhere by 5 o'clock, it didn't matter, because around here everything closes at 5, so...
Oh.
Then it doesn't matter anymore if I don't go out till tomorrow.
Yeah.
It's bad enough
Sally's
stuff closing at 10. I can't imagine 5.
She said you're in the Kentucky area? Or...
No, I'm in northern Michigan.
Okay. Heard somebody mention Kentucky earlier, but...
No, I'm in a small town that it's only 3,000 people here, and it's an hour drive to the closest Walmart.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Purple took me out to Kentucky for the Ark Encounter protest.
Oh, okay. I'm not too far from Kentucky. I'm in, the very northern edge of Alabama. So, yeah.
Oh, okay, fine. Okay. Yeah, this clown, this Triceratops over there, 2,500 mile round trip just to get me out to the. Well, he wanted to go too, but
we're trying to figure out a way to get down to Faithless Forum for the next one too. So.
Yeah, I'm planning on going. Yeah.
Oh my.
Cool. Yeah.
Another reason to try to get down.
Yeah,
there.
if we can work out on there. We were talking about ideas like maybe Diana takes the train into Chicago and I could pick her up on my way down.
Yeah.
Yeah, hopefully there will be some time to work it out, but not so crammed up against the convention weekend that, I'm paying a premium for whatever I have to do. One of those deals.
Yeah.
We'll have to see how it works.
Were any of y'all there last year, or?
No. I did not get there.
Okay.
If I had my choice of if I were to able to get to a convention of any sort that I didn't have to worry about my stupid cat and I had the money, I would actually go to the asexual convention in NYC and actually go to that instead. Sorry, love y'all, but that's kind of the truth.
No, I get that. And part of my problem, at least April was a little spaced out from it, so it's not so bad. But I'm still committed to doing the Con of the North Gaming Convention in February.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just kind of a matter of if I can, have my finances in order to be able to afford hotels for both of them.
It was kind of hilarious. Last year, everybody was talking about, yay, we're going to Faithless Forum, and then there were others who were like, I wish I was there, and then I was just eyeing New York City, going, but the Ace Con up there, the Ace Con.
New York,
kind of weird.
Yeah.
New York, I'll take in moderation.
I like New York.
I have never been, and I probably wouldn't hold any personal attachment to the city itself. It's just meeting people from different countries and learning how they deal with asexuality would just be so big for me.
Yeah.
I mean, they had people from India, they had people from China, they had people from the Caribbean Isles. There were people from everywhere.
Anybody from Nibiru?
From what?
Anybody from Nibiru?
The ninth planet?
Not sure. Maybe.
Yeah.
Some of us do joke that we're aliens here to keep humans from fucking everything they see when they get into space.
Oh my word! There's a certain person who more than once has said, yeah, she fantasizes about her birth parents coming in the flying saucer and taking her away from Earth.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, my fiance and I lived in Syracuse, which is central New York. It's about 4 hours from New York City.
Okay.
So we never actually got into the city. I was only there for one trip, and that was before I met her.
Yeah, I've only been once. It was earlier this year. I went with my wife. That was pretty incredible. I liked there was so much culture. There was just a piece from everywhere around the world, and just everybody gets along. It was pretty great.
Yeah, and that's, the stereotype about New Yorkers being rude, I really did not find to be true at all.
I didn't experience that at all.
Well, when I just went walking around the neighborhoods when I was there, everybody was great. It was only going to, the Statue of Liberty and that I encountered the rude people. I don't think it's the New Yorkers. I think it's that the city's always so clogged with tourists, and the tourists are rude.
Yeah. Could be.
Yeah.
Well, you're walking around the neighborhoods and not having a problem. So, okay, obviously one of those neighborhoods was not Harlem.
No.
Oh my.
Yeah, I'm actually not sure what the neighborhood was called when I was there, but it was this little Italian neighborhood where I stayed at a bed and breakfast. And that's...
Man, let me think.
Yeah. I don't even remember what the name of the bridge was there.
Yeah, not coming up with it offhand.
Yeah. But it was funny because it was, just walking through the neighborhood. It's like, half of the conversations were people talking in Italian.
Yeah.
Yeah, my ex had a New York fetish. It's a little too crowded for me.
Yeah, me too.
I've been there.
Yeah, I don't like the big cities. That's why I liked, in Minnesota, the Twin Cities area, because it's a bit more spread out. It's not as congested as New York or Chicago.
Well, this is the weird ass thing here. Now that you mention, I don't like big cities, but I love Chicago. Go figure.
Hmm.
I'd be living there if I could afford it.
I think what I like about big cities, though, is that people aren't personable there, which is, I think, why people say that New Yorkers are rude or something. But it's just that they're not personable. You know, you just walk by, you hardly look at anybody in the eyes. That's kind of what I like, though.
You
You
know,
know,
I guess I didn't think of it in those terms, but yeah, that's kind of fits with me too, and something we were saying earlier.
yeah,
You know, that for me, I would rather people just kind of ignore me and go on by.
yeah,
You know, I'm a little
Yeah,
uncomfortable with strangers just talking to me, and it's like, I don't know you. We don't know anything about each other.
yeah,
You know, you don't need to be greeting me.
yeah.
yeah. No, there's the opposite of what I am. And this is one of the things I actually kind of liked about Chicago, where I could do this, and I do it here quite a bit. I'll strike up a conversation with a total stranger, um, and it usually goes well for both of us.
Hmm.
But I mean, that's well, you guys know me by now.
Yeah, I think I'm crowded enough down here. Thanks.
Yeah, I'm not
Also,
the.
also, can half of Jacksonville please move to other cities? That'd be great.
There you are.
Yeah, I wasn't following the chat for a little bit there, but what Robert X was saying about stores that have crappy employees. Yeah,
Yeah,
that
I typically don't blame employees unless an employee is being straight out rude to
yeah.
me.
Well,
Um,
yeah, and what he's
because
saying is pretty much what I've found too, is that the way the employees treat the customers is a reflection of the way the company treats the employees.
mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and a lot of times, especially at the big chain stores, I
Yep.
walk in and I notice how frazzled their people are.
Well, that's one
Um,
of the things. I don't know, Tree, if they have Wegmans down by you. I think they're in Florida.
I don't
But
have a Wegmans at
okay,
all.
yeah, mostly they're a grocery chain that's on the East Coast, and they're one of the stores I actually missed coming back to the Midwest
Yeah, I
because they
like.
were concerned about how they treated their employees, and they were like for 15 years running listed in the top 500 companies in the country to work for.
Hmm, Um, I don't know how all of the Winn Dixies are because they're kind of considered franchises, so each
Yeah,
one is kind of owned by a different person. But the one closest to me is really, really nice. I can tell that they maybe need to put like a couple more people in, but the when I walk in, I don't get the sense of, oh my god, we're frazzled and they have us doing too much and we're not getting paid enough for this nonsense. Um, the biggest thing you have to deal with Winn Dixie is they have a tendency to hire teenagers.
hmm
Uh, but the teenagers themselves usually aren't that bad. I found a couple of them to be flighty at times, but they're teenagers,
yeah,
and it's still better than the feeling that I get when I walk into a place like Walmart or, depending on which part of town, Target. Because some of the Targets are really nice, and some of them here are not so much.
I wish my
But
city
I
had a
think
Target.
um, I tend to avoid Target because it doesn't, like I was saying earlier, we do one stop shopping, and the only place that we've found that pretty much has everything we need in one place, unfortunately, is the Walmart. Um,
Yeah.
my dad and I don't deal well with crowds, um, and we don't deal well with, and he does not deal well with people beyond, okay, I've gotten off of work, I don't have to deal with people now except for my kids. But Yeah, it's a struggle for us to go to more than one place. We do it from time to time, but
Yeah, it's understandable.
Yeah.
I hate getting out in public too. I like to get what I need in one trip and get out, get back home.
Well, I'm a picky shopper, so I wind up, going to several stores to get what I want, and that's been kind of hard with me of not having the options
Okay,
of
I'm going
looking
to.
around. Walmart does have the advantage of being the only thing in driving distance that's open 24 hours, so.
Yeah. I usually do most of my shopping at Walmart too.
Yeah, I'm gonna slip out for a bit if nobody minds. So take care, folks. And
well, I suppose we have to shut down eventually, but.
yeah, because I'm cheating on you. I've got Neil going on another channel here.
Yep. Well, I've been going for 6 hours here, and yeah, it is.
Yeah.
I should look for something more substantial to eat.
Yeah, that I'm going to do later.
I'm surprised my family's not yelling at me for food yet. I told them normally they don't care, but I told them I was actually cooking tonight. So
oh my, you'd better get to work.
They didn't make plans for other things. There's 2 options in the house. I make it or y'all fend for yourselves.
I mean, it's $1,900 already, so
yeah, they're sweethearts, though. I'm just surprised they're not going, hey, are you actually making anything? Or are we going to need to go find something?
Okay, so I've been loving all of this, and I'm going to be around again for the next one.
Yep.
And
yeah, I'll be starting tomorrow night at midnight.
Sounds good to me. I'm liking
that's
it.
That's midnight Central Time, so.
Yeah, so 1 a.m. for me.
1.
Yeah, that's 30 hours from now.
And thanks a lot, kids. And yeah,
well,
we're going to
thanks, Dallas, for coming in. I'm sorry to be shutting down so quick after you just got here.
No, it's all right. Thanks for letting me join for a few minutes.
Oh, hey. I was thrilled to have you in here.
Yeah.
Haven't really gotten much chance to actually talk with you
yeah, I know. I've been wanting to join and talk it up with you, but my schedule's like completely different from when you're streaming. I'm either at work or sleeping.
Yeah, I know that happens with a lot of people.
Yeah. But maybe I can join one sometime. I don't know.
Well, if you know when you'll be around, maybe we can arrange one another time too.
Yeah. That'd be cool.
Okay. Well, about to cut this off from YouTube, so.
All right.
We'll talk to you all later.
Night.
Bye-bye.
All right. See ya.